Radio Corporation of America presents The Magic Key. The Magic Key turns, opening a program of varied entertainment from Buenos Aires, Ottawa, Canada, Chicago, and New York City. Presented for the families of the nation by the members of the family of RCA. This afternoon, we are to hear Mr. Richard Barthelmess and Miss Jean Muir in a scene from a Pulitzer Prize play. Members of the cast of George Gershwin's Porgy and Bess in a portion of the score of the opera. John B. Kennedy in a special current events feature, which will include a greeting to the American radio audience from the Honorable J.D. Gardner, Canadian Minister of Agriculture, Eddie Duchin and his famous orchestra, Eduardo Donato and his tango ensemble, and the NBC Symphony Orchestra under the direction of Frank Black, playing first Molly on the Shore, a traditional Irish air adapted by Percy Grainger. Within the memory of men now living, the speediest communication between New York and Buenos Aires consumed 27 days. Today, we will make the journey in so many seconds through the facilities of RCA Communications. Each Sunday, this unit of the family of RCA combines with RCA Victor, the RCA Institute, Radio Marine, RCA Radiotron, and the National Broadcasting Company to offer these broadcasts for your interest and pleasure. Our entertainment from Buenos Aires will be provided by Eduardo Donato, prominent young composer whose orchestra enjoys a unique and well-merited popularity in Argentina. The magic key of RCA turns to Buenos Aires and the enchanting rhythms of Eduardo Donato.
Renato and his voice from Buenos Aires. The Magic Key returns to Radio City, New York.
The morning following the premiere of George Gershwin's American folk opera, Porgy and Bess, dramatic and musical critics of the metropolitan papers burst into a paean of praise. Gershwin has previously written nothing even remotely approaching the choral passages in this work, the music of anguish and supplication and despair and faith, said one commentator. And another added, Porgy and Bess stands for something significant in the American theater. The folk opera at the Alban was born, not made. Porgy and Bess is superb, a modern masterpiece. The verdict of subsequent audiences has confirmed that of the professional first-nighters, placing Mr. Gershwin's treatment of DuBose Haywood's legend of a Negro community at the head of the list of current musical events. And Todd Duncan, the young professor from Howard University who sings the title role, became overnight a personality in the world of music. This afternoon, the Magic Key of RCA turns to the score by George Gershwin and the voices of Todd Duncan, Ann Brown, Abby Mitchell, and the Eva Jesse Choir to bring you an impression of Porgy and Bess.
Catfish Row, in Charleston, South Carolina, an isolated Negro section, which is in effect a private and primitive racial world, a world untouched by the white civilization surrounding it. Picturesque and sharply etched are the colored inhabitants of the street. Sportsmanlike, the peddler of happy dust. Porgy, the cripple whose affliction has given him strength and understanding. The violent and brutal Crown. And Bess, who is his woman. Then, too, there is Clara, wife of Jake the fisherman, who sings to her baby as the afternoon sun bathes Catfish Row in warm, mellow light, because it's summertime and the living is easy. Living goes on in Catfish Row. And with the passage of time comes change. Because he killed a man in a gambling brawl, Crown, the bully, has fled to the Palmetto Swamp, and a new peace has settled on the little Negro community. Bess, turning to Porgy for refuge after Crown's violent departure, learns the meaning of love, and Porgy, heart filled with happiness, pours out his philosophy in song. The love theme is dominant now in the lives of Porgy and Bess, in the development of the opera, among the dwellers in Catfish Row. Today there is to be a picnic on a nearby island, and Bess will go, leaving Porgy to wait for her. It will be the beginning of misfortune. Disaster lies ahead, and the shadow of death. But all unknowing, Porgy and Bess make their avowals of love.
Roma Wines presents Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
The Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California welcomes you again to this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you as stars Miss Ida Lupino, currently being seen in Warner Brothers In Our Time, and Mr. Vincent Price of 20th Century Fox, soon to be seen in the Darrell F. Zanuck production Wilson. For the appearance of these two distinguished screen personalities, Lucille Fletcher has written a suspense play that deals with brooding anxiety and sharpening suspicion, played against the severe and forbidding background of the late Victorian era. And so, with Fugue in C minor, and with the performances of Ida Lupino and Vincent Price, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
April 1st, 1900. Dear Bessie, this is just to let you know that I arrived in Pilotsville. Lizzie met me at the station. She's heartbroken about Papa's bankruptcy and for some reason feels that it's up to me to remedy the family situation. I told her I'd been offered a job, but she swept away that idea in horror.
A girl with your looks, Amanda Peabody, doesn't have to get a job. There are too many rich husbands floating around for that.
Furthermore, she says she has a rich husband already picked out for me right here in Pilotsville.
Don't you remember? I told you about him at Christmas time. He's a Mr. Evans, rich as Croesus, charming, cultured, a lonely widower with two dear little children. And besides that, he's just your type, a real intellectual. You should hear him play the pipe organ.
And you know, Bessie, I've met so few interesting men lately.
And all you'd have to do is lift your little finger. Mr. Evans.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Chumley. How delightful to see you here.
I'd like you to meet my sister. Mr. Evans, my sister, Amanda Peabody.
Delighted, I'm sure.
It's a lovely party, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Miss Peabody. Have you just come to Pilotsville?
Yes.
She's down from New York visiting me after the whirl of the hectic social season.
Oh, indeed. Well, I'm afraid our Pilotsville society must seem a bit dull to you, Miss Peabody.
Oh, no, not at all. It's charming. I've enjoyed everything so much tonight. Your beautiful house, the music. I hear you're going to play for us, Mr. Evans.
Oh, a bit. Do you care for organ music, Miss Peabody?
Very much. I never miss a church recital. But what a luxury it must be to have your own pipe organ right here in the house.
I'm afraid I couldn't do without it. It's my hobby, you know. Bach, Buxtehude, César Franck. Don't you adore their work?
Oh, Amanda's very musical. You should hear her render The Burning of Rome.
Yes. And the delightful thing, of course, about having a pipe organ in the house is that it's everywhere. To sit at a keyboard and hear the walls, the ceilings, the floors vibrate. You see, Miss Peabody, I've had the pipes installed all over the house. Under this floor, for example, are all the choir stops. Up in the bedroom walls are the stops for the swell manual. In the great 32-foot pedal stops, the giant diapasons are underneath the staircase. My children sleep next door to the echo chamber. So, you see, we live like angels here in a paradise of music.
How thrilling.
Now, ladies, come upstairs to the second floor landing, won't you? And I'll show you the console. It was made for me in Vienna.
April 7th, 1900. And Bessie, dear, to tell you the truth, I really find him fascinating. I wish you could hear him play. It sweeps you off your feet. There is such wildness to it, and at the same time, such dignity. And to hear the sound all through that marvelous house, rolling through those gorgeous rooms with their beautiful tapestries and potted palms. I could sit and listen to him all night.
You have the most amazing eyes, Miss Peabody. What are you thinking about?
The music. Oh, please don't stop. It's so beautiful.
Well, you seem to be as mad about music as I am. Your sister says you play, too.
Oh, no, only a little. My appreciation of it is all inside, I'm afraid.
That's plenty. If one can't play, it's better just to enjoy the music of others. I can't bear this sentimental drumming, can you?
I shouldn't think you would enjoy it.
The idiotic tunes people play nowadays. Give me the old stern classics. They have strength and power. Give me something with life to it, something that will flood the whole house with sound.
Marvelous.
You're a very unusual girl, Miss Peabody. Quite unlike the run of girls down here at Pilotsville.
Yes, in what way?
Oh, it's rather hard to explain. Some more tea, Amanda?
No, thank you.
A muffin?
No, thank you. You have an excellent cook, Mr. Evans.
Please call me Theodore. You know you promised.
Theodore?
Amanda.
And your house is beautifully run, too. You must have an excellent housekeeper. Everything always looks so charming and quiet. I haven't even heard a peep out of your children.
My children? Oh, yes, the children have been away at school.
You have two, haven't you?
Yes, Daphne and David.
What sweet names.
Ordinarily, I don't approve of schools for young children, but you see, they were rather overwrought. After Mrs. Evans passed on...
I can well understand.
They were almost morbidly devoted to their mother, and then, of course, the unfortunate circumstances of her death. But I suppose your sister, Mrs. Chumley, has told you all about that.
No, not very much, except your wife was killed in a street accident, wasn't she?
Yes, in Philadelphia. A brewery wagon and 4 horses ran her down.
Oh, how terrible.
It's something I don't like to think about very often. Poor, beautiful Margaret. Well, it's like a nightmare, Amanda, and I still can't feel reconciled. But, well, what I was driving at was the children. They were in school when she died, and by some malicious stroke of fate, there was an epidemic of scarlet fever raging up there. The authorities wouldn't lift the quarantine and let them out for her funeral.
Oh, poor little things.
Yes, it upset them dreadfully. In fact, I sometimes fear it's left a mark on them which may endure all their lives.
Why, what do you mean?
They suffer from delusions about her. They think that in some way she is linked. Her soul is imprisoned in the organ pipes.
How horrible.
I wish I could do something about it. It's a frightful notion, but they won't. They don't let me play when they're at home. That echo chamber in particular next door to their bedroom.
Yes.
You know, it's nothing but an empty sealed room with a few wires. Of course, it's all because they never saw her dead. But they have a notion that she's, well, somehow hidden there.
How ghastly. They really think that, do they? Children can think up such very strange things in their little minds. Can't they?
Tonight, for suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as stars Miss Ida Lupino and Mr. Vincent Price, whom you have heard in the prologue to Fugue in C minor. Tonight's tale of suspense.
Let us look in on another scene for a moment. A smart dinner party at the internationally famous Hotel de Nacional de Cuba in Havana. One of the guests, a world-traveled American, sets down his wine glass and remarks that a truly fine wine always carries the unmistakable flavor of the particular vineyards from which it comes. Well, then, laughs his Cuban host, you must be homesick for California right now. For the wine you are enjoying so much is from America, from California. It is Roma wine. Yes, it's true. Our own wonderful vineyard country in California produces in Roma wines that discriminating people in other lands esteem as an imported delicacy. Yet you here at home can enjoy these distinguished Roma wines for mere pennies a glassful. You pay none of the expensive overseas shipping charges and duties. Daily with your meals or when entertaining or any time, you can delight yourself with the wonderful flavor that comes from age-old winemaking traditions perfected by modern quality controls and tests. Yes, only pennies a glassful for a treat you are certain to enjoy. For remember, Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Roma, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Ida Lupino as Amanda Peabody and Vincent Price as Theodore Evans in Fugue in C minor. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
April 18th. I met the children today, Bessie, for the first time. It was a shock. They're strange little creatures, utterly unlike their father. The girl is about 11 and the boy 8. They were both dressed in deep mourning. Their large gray eyes seemed strained with terror. They listened and trembled at every sound.
This is Miss Peabody, children. She's a very good friend of mine. Now, I want you both to shake hands with her. Oh, come now, Daphne. You can at least tell Miss Peabody how old you are.
Oh, no. Please don't press her. I know when I was a little girl, I hated people to talk about my age. I'd much rather hear about school.
We're not going back there, no matter what anybody says.
David.
That's all right. Then you didn't like school?
No. And Mommy didn't like it either. She cried when we went away.
Oh. But your Mama wanted you to be educated, didn't she? She wanted you to grow up and be intelligent people, didn't she? Well, didn't she, Daphne?
Who are you?
You may call me Aunt Amanda. I'm a friend of your Papa's.
Do you know where my Mama is?
Your Mama? Well, your Mama's in heaven, dear.
No, she's not.
Then where is she, dear?
Please don't start them off, Amanda. It's too upsetting. Come along, children. Now we're going to have a little music, like old times. You remember when your mother was alive? We all used to play together. David, you with your cornet and Daphne at the violin, and Mama at the piano. Well, Miss Peabody plays the piano, too. And she's promised to play Narcissus, Mama's favorite piece. Well?
Well, perhaps some other time, Theodore, when they don't feel so strange.
I tell you, I've humored them to death. Now, come, David. There's your cornet on the mantelpiece. And Daphne?
No.
I insist. Look, now, I'll start the melody on the organ. David, you come in with your cornet obbligato in the third measure. Daphne, you can follow me.
What's that?
Come along, children.
What's that note? That note making that funny noise.
What note? Oh, you mean that? Oh, that's just a cipher. A wire must have stuck somewhere. One of the pipe valves.
It's Mama. That's where Mama is. She's calling for us.
Oh, don't be silly. I'll just hit the key a few times and it'll stop. You've heard these ciphers before, haven't you, Miss Peabody?
Well, I don't know much about pipe organs.
It's a common technical occurrence, but very annoying, of course.
What is she doing in there? Why doesn't it stop? That's where she is. She's in the pipe and she can't get out.
Daphne, stop that nonsense.
Oh, hush, dear. Your Papa will fix it.
No, he won't. He can't. She won't let him because he killed her.
Daphne, what did you say?
Oh, she didn't mean it, I'm sure. The poor little thing's hysterical. We should never have tried to persuade them.
Oh, Amanda. Just because they never looked upon her face, because they never saw her lying there in the coffin.
Hush, hush.
My own children believe that I am a murderer.
Theodore, you're making them both sick.
As though I who loved their mother so much, who was so devoted for 12 years... Do I look like a murderer, Amanda? Do I?
No.
There it is again. It's Mama. It's Mama.
Shh, dear. I'll take them upstairs for you, Theodore, while you try and fix it. April 24th. Oh, Bessie. Those poor little children. We took them out to the cemetery today to show them her grave. A marble angel guarded it. It was planted with pure white tulips. How final it was and peaceful. And yet they began to tremble again the moment we set foot inside the house. Poor Theodore. The man is nearly out of his mind. What can he do? I keep asking myself that question. She died in Philadelphia, you say?
Yes, on May 15th, just a little less than a year ago.
You weren't with her?
No, she went there to take a piano lesson. There was a new teacher she'd heard about. She was always so self-conscious about her technique. But she never reached his studio. They notified me at midnight from the city morgue.
And no one in Philadelphia saw her?
No one except the attendants at the morgue, of course, and the people who picked her up after the collision. It was such a brutal accident.
There'd been no one from among them who could speak to the children, explain to them?
Oh, no. Oh, it's so horrible, so sordid.
Oh, I know, my dear. I hate to make you suffer. But if we could find some way, if they could just believe. When you brought her back here to Pilotsville, there was a funeral.
Yes.
And was there anybody then who saw her?
Oh, no, I couldn't bear it, Amanda. I didn't think at the time. She'd been so beautiful, her lovely, sweet, gentle face and her eyes. The horses had completely trembled.
Oh.
Even if the children had been able to come home, I wouldn't have let them look. The coffin was sealed when I left Philadelphia. I didn't want to see her again myself.
But there was a funeral. People came. There were flowers, an undertaker.
Yes?
Well, if they could believe that, if there was one witness, perhaps my own sister Lizzie.
Funeral, Amanda? Of course there was a funeral. The finest funeral in town. A snow-white hearse and 25 coaches. Everybody sent flowers. The casket wasn't open, but I've been to lots of funerals where they don't open the casket. And for what I understand, she was pretty badly mangled. But it was a beautiful funeral. Mr. Evans played the organ himself, the finest selections. All the sweet old pieces his wife liked. There was Narcissus, and Mighty Like a Rose, and Goodbye Forever.
That's the way it was. So you see, David, my sister, Mrs. Chumley, was there.
Yes, but how did she know it was Mama?
Oh, David.
She didn't see Mama, did she?
Well, nobody saw your poor Mama, dear. She wouldn't have wanted anyone to see her.
Mommy wasn't there. She talks to us every night. She tells us to look for her.
Where, dear?
In the pipes.
But, David, your Mama's dead. She's been dead for nearly a year. Now, you saw her grave out in the cemetery. She's happy and at rest.
Why doesn't Papa give us a key? If he'd only let us have it, we could look for her.
What key, dear?
The keys to the pipes. There's a little door just underneath the stairs. That's where the big pipes are. And inside it's all dark. But there are tunnels. There's a little room. A little room.
Dear.
That's where she's hiding. That's where Mommy is. That's where Mommy is.
Oh, David, darling, now look, come here.
No, I hate you.
But why do you hate me? Why don't you let me help you?
Because...
Because what?
Because you like him.
Him?
Papa, you're going to marry him, aren't you? Yes, you are. Rafina says you are. You're going to marry him. Then he'll send us back to school. There'll be no one left to help Mama. Poor Mama will never be left out. Oh, I hate you. I hate you.
David, what are you doing here? David, did you strike Miss Peabody?
He's sick, Theodore. I'm sure he's very sick.
Now go to your room at once. Oh, those dreadful children. I tell you, Amanda, they'll ruin whatever happiness we might have.
Theodore, I love you very much. But I couldn't marry you. Not with that child's cry ringing in my head. We've got to help them. Give them that key. Let them go and look in the room where the pipes are. Then they'll see for themselves that there's no ghost.
Key? Who told you about a key to that room?
The children.
The children? Amanda, I'm going to tell you something I've never told to a living soul. It may frighten you.
Yes.
Margaret was going mad when she died.
Oh.
No one knew it but me. It ran in her family. I discovered it long after we were married, after the children were born. Otherwise, I'd never have...
And now you think the children?
I'm afraid so. It was peopling of sound she had, just like them. A fear of the dead's returning. She used to play... What's that?
Sounds like the organ.
But the motor isn't on. The console was locked when I left.
Someone's trying to play.
No one but me can touch that instrument. It's forbidden in this house, and the servants are out. Unless those children... Come upstairs, Amanda.
Theodore. Why, there's no one here. No one at the keyboard. The organ's playing itself.
That's impossible. The motor's not going.
The motor?
Yes, it sets the bellows going. There's no air in the pipes unless it's on. No air to make the pipes speak. It's impossible, I tell you.
Perhaps the children found the key and got in.
Key? No. The key's here in my pocket.
There's no other way in.
No.
Theodore, open that door. Go in there and see what's happening, please.
No.
Theodore.
I won't give in. I won't be a prey to it. Do you hear? I won't. I won't. Here. It's stopped now.
Yes.
It was probably nothing but the wind.
Theodore, give me the key. I'm not afraid.
Are you saying that I am?
I don't know. But I'll be fair with you, Theodore. I couldn't marry you and live here with that any more than your children can.
What do you mean?
Rip out those pipes. Rip out the whole pipe organ. Give it to a church, but don't keep it here.
Get rid of
it's
the
not
pipe
worth
organ?
It. Yes.
But I couldn't. The whole house was built around it. It's been the very soul and spirit of this home.
It's been the curse, you mean. Theodore, I know I'd go mad, too, if I had to listen to it night and day. It's so hollow. To think of those pipes so huge down there in the darkness. I'd begin to hear things, too. Oh, Theodore!
Be quiet. Come outside. We'll take a walk.
No, give me the key. Give me the key.
You're hysterical, Amanda. I'm sorry I've overburdened you.
Why don't you want to go in there? Is it because you know something? You did something?
What do you mean?
Did you kill her?
Amanda. Very well, Amanda. Here's the key. If that's the way you trust me, we'll go down and look around together. Come now, Amanda.
I'm sorry, Theodore. It slipped out. It was a dreadful thing to say.
It's all right, I understand. Yet it hurts a little. I've trusted you so completely, Amanda.
Theodore.
Yes, Amanda?
Let's not go in there. I do trust you, darling. I believe everything you've told me.
No. This little key. To think it should mean so much.
How black it is.
Yes, pitch black.
And cold. Where are the pipes? I can't see them.
Come in further, Amanda. You'll see them as soon as your eyes grow accustomed to the darkness. The biggest pipes pack this well under the great staircase like giants.
Oh, yes, I'm beginning to see them now. Shouldn't we go and get a candle?
Oh, no. Go in a little further. Be careful. The floor's a maze of wires. Now stand there for a second.
Theodore, don't leave me.
I won't be long. I thought you said you weren't afraid.
No, I'm not only... Where are you going?
Just upstairs to play for you.
Theodore.
I'd like you to hear how the music sounds in the darkness. It's quite an experience being so close to the pipes. You know, narrow, suffocating, especially when I play the great Passacaglia and Fugue of Bach.
Oh, Theodore, please. I don't want to stay
Perhaps
here.
one of the Rheinberger symphonies or the great chorales of César Franck. Margaret, of course, preferred Narcissus.
Margaret?
Now, you're very gullible, Amanda.
Then you did kill her. You killed her in this room. And you're going to kill me.
Yes, simple, isn't it?
But why?
I don't
Why?
know. One gets tired every now and then of mere music. Sometimes the classics demand competition. A scream, for example. There's something so exciting about pulling out all the stops and drowning out all human sound. Have you ever tried to match your voice, Miss Peabody, against the thunderous voice of Bach? It's most effective. And then when the struggle gets weaker, when the air is almost gone and you choke and gasp for breath, to bring the music down softer.
Theodore, you're mad. You're mad.
Come, Amanda. Would you deny me that pleasure?
No.
I
Help.
promise you the concert
Help.
won't be too long. It takes about 8 hours before the air gives out. But you know, I could play for days. And don't worry about the children. I think you've convinced them about the ghost. What's that?
Theodore.
Someone shut the door. It's locked and the key's outside. Who's there? Let me out. Let me out.
Theodore.
Get away from me. Let me out, do you hear? Let me out. Let me out. I can't breathe. I'm suffocating. It's so dark. I can't breathe. Let me out, please. Please. I can't breathe. I can't. No, don't. I can't. Let me out. I can't breathe.
Theodore. Theodore! Let me out! Let me out!
He's dead! He's dead! Daphne, David, where are you? Open the door! Help me! Help me! Oh, no! No! Help! Help!
May 1st, 1900. I shall be coming home in a few days, Bessie. I still can't sleep at night. I still hear that laughter. Still hear that cornet playing its unearthly music. And Theodore Evans once more lies dead at my feet. It was his heart, Bessie. He died of fright. In those few moments, he anticipated the hideous fate he had meted out to so many. And I might have died there if he had not gone so quickly. But the children hated me. They wanted to kill us both. Those terrible, pathetic children. What horrors they must have sensed in that charnel house. There were other women beside his wife. The police found them all, buried and stuffed away into unused parts of the pipe organ. Bessie, I was in that pipe room alone with him for 4 hours before that door creaked open. There they stood, and I shall never forget their faces or the things they said.
All right, Miss Peabody. You can come out now if you're really sorry.
I'm sorry.
Are you sure he's quite dead?
Yes, he's dead.
We were right all the time, weren't we, Miss Peabody?
Yes, you were right.
Now, will you come and help us find Mama?
And so closes Fugue in C minor, starring Miss Ida Lupino and Vincent Price. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Of all the rich treasures man gets from the earth and Mother Nature, none has been more highly esteemed than wine, good, delicious wine. And if you are one who does not yet know how much and how delightfully Roma wines add to your meals, well, let me urge you not to miss out any longer on such a treat as this. There's nothing complicated about it. Just get and serve Roma wine with any meal or any time in any kind of glass you wish. Serve it chilled. Try the many different kinds of Roma wine until you find those you like best of all. Try Roma California Sherry with its wonderful nut-like flavor as an appetizer, or ruby red Roma Burgundy, or the deliciously delicate flavored Roma Sauterne. These superb wines cost you only pennies a glassful, and yet they make even the simplest meal taste like $1 million. Get some today, and if your dealer is temporarily out of Roma, please try again soon. You owe it to yourself to have and regularly enjoy R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Ida Lupino. Mr. Spear has just been telling me a little about next week's suspense show. The star will be Thomas Mitchell in a story about a man who had headaches, tried everything to cure them, finally went to a psychiatrist, and found out that he was a murderer. Now, that certainly sounds like a broadcast we listeners won't want to miss. One more word. Don't forget to buy that war bond this week.
Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Thomas Mitchell and Donald Crisp in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Radio Corporation of America presents The Magic Key. Again, the magic key turns. The RCA family, including RCA Victor, RCA Radiotron, RCA Communications, Radio Marine, RCA Institute, and the National Broadcasting Company, all join in presenting a number of Broadway highlights. Those appearing this afternoon include Roland Young, Eleanor Powell, Madame Schumann-Heinz, Joseph Levine, Tom Dorsey and his band, John B. Kennedy, and, from Amsterdam, Holland, the new European radio and moving picture star, Joseph Schmidt. Frank Black, director of music for the National Broadcasting Company, leads the NBC Symphony Orchestra in the Waltz from the Sleeping Beauty by Tchaikovsky.
Entertainment has one main street, and radio has opened it to the world. To an artist, Broadway is not a street, it is success. On the European Broadway, there is a new star, Joseph Schmidt. His radio singing inspired the song titled, My Song Goes Round the World. It became the title song of a moving picture in which he was featured. His singing in the picture almost instantly brought him the reputation of being Europe's most popular romantic tenor. This afternoon, he is singing from Holland, and his song really goes round the world as Joseph Schmidt sings Simplicus Waltz by Johann Strauss and My Song Goes Round the World. The magic key of RCA turns to Amsterdam.
The well-known famous tenor Joseph Schmidt, accompanied by the Holland Symphony Orchestra, conducted by Pete Tiggers, will sing for you the Simplicus Waltz by Johann Strauss. Song from Hans May, Joseph Schmidt, so My Song Goes Round the World. Joseph Schmidt will sing it in English. I'm sure you'll like it. Goodbye.
It's been a real pleasure, Mr. Schmidt, to bring your voice to America from Amsterdam, Holland. Our listeners will be interested in knowing that the RCA receiver at Riverhead, which brought in Joseph Schmidt from Amsterdam, was designed by the same engineers that built the new 1936 RCA Magic Brain radio with magic eye and metal tubes. This new receiving set gives worldwide reception with startling reliability. RCA Victor has discovered a great new dance band for Victor Records. It's under the direction of Tom Dorsey. Tom is famous for his trombone playing. His unusual arrangements of popular music are the talk of Broadway musicians today. As our guest, he is going to do two of the melodies he recently recorded. First, It's Written in the Stars, with Edith Wright singing the vocal.
Don't let romance wait, we're in the hands of fate. I know because it's written in the stars.
The next number is more typical of Tom Dorsey. I've Got a Note, with Cliff Weston singing the vocals. How to become a pianist without a piano was the problem that faced Joseph Levine at the beginning of his career. The Levine family lived in a small town close to Moscow. His father was a trumpet player in the Royal Opera, but was too poor to indulge in any luxuries, much less a piano. By chance, a brother-in-law sent them an old square instrument to keep for him rather than store it. With this valuable accessory, the father put his son through a rigid test to ascertain if he possessed any musical qualifications. From that humble start, one of the truly great pianists of today was born. Joseph Levine plays Chopin's Polonaise in A-flat. The magic key of RCA turns to real Broadway to bring you a scene from John Golden's new hit, A Touch of Brimstone, starring Roland Young. RCA Photophone has often brought his voice to you in moving picture theaters. Frank Craven, the famous author and player, who personally directed this comedy for Mr. Golden, is here with us today to introduce the scene. Mr. Craven.
We are going to play a scene from the second act of A Touch of Brimstone with members of the original cast. The Roland Young part, Mark Faber, is a theatrical producer, a brilliant, thoroughly capable man, but very self-satisfied and domineering. He has produced a play that was so well received in New York that he plans to take it to London. He has told his wife, the part played by Mary Phillips, that he doesn't want her to make a trip with him. But even while he's on the high seas, he decides he does need her and cables her to come over on the next boat. So Mrs. Faber sails to join her husband. On the same boat are the actors of the company, the author of the show, the financial backer, and his wife. All of them, thinking Mrs. Faber is sailing contrary to her husband's wishes, ignore her presence. They even go so far as to snub her, believing in their sycophantic minds it'll be something of which Faber would approve. But when they get to London, they find Mrs. Faber being received and treated like a queen by her husband. So Ben Foster, the author, played by Ryder Keene, Isabel Cobb, wife of the co-producer of the play, played by Cora Witherspoon, and Kruger, the stage manager, played by Robert Burton, hasten to make amends for their conduct on board ship by bringing Mrs. Faber gifts. The scene is the Faber apartment in London, where Mrs. Faber is awaiting the arrival of her brother Tommy, played by William Post, Jr. As the scene opens, Ben Foster, the author, enters.
Hello, Janet. I just dropped in to bring you this book as a little memento of your first London opening.
Why, that's very thoughtful of you, Ben. Come in. Good evening, Mrs. Faber. How do you do, Mrs. Cobb? My dear, how are you? I just ran up to show you my new frock. My husband likes it. Ben likes it. But I do want a woman's opinion. It's charming, lovely.
Precisely what I said.
Genet designed it. It was an accident. That is an inspiration. Oh, Mrs. Faber, you must forgive me. I'm such a sentimentalist. But I found something today that I just couldn't resist. For you. Just a little memento. Why, thank you, Mrs. Cobb. Ben brought me a little present, too. Did he? Well, now, what a coincidence. There's nothing like a first night to bring people together, is there?
Peace on earth, goodwill to men.
Forgive thine enemies. I do that all the time, my dear. Don't you? It's the only way to keep them. What beautiful earrings. Oh, hello, Tommy.
Hello, darling. Gee, I'm glad to see you.
Mrs. Cobb, this is my brother, Tommy Kimball. Oh, Mr. Kimball, I've heard so much about you. Fancy coming all the way to London to meet you.
Scarcely worth the trip.
Well, then, we must run along. We're keeping Mrs. Faber. Oh, we're all having dinner together. I told Ma. Au revoir, Mrs. Faber.
Goodbye, Janet.
Dinner with them. Oh, dear. Oh, well, if Mark's accepted.
What's all this? Presents?
Yes. The books from Ben. The earrings are from Mrs. Cobb. I wonder what Kruger will bring.
What's the racket?
Blood money. They cut me dead all the way across the Atlantic.
What for?
For coming to London. You see, in New York, Mark said in front of them that he didn't want me in London. Later, he wired for me to sail with the company, but they didn't know that.
Well, say, they're a fine bunch
it's
of...
all too silly. Forget it.
Come on in.
Oh, here's Mark now.
Hello, Tommy. Come on in, Kruger.
Oh, hello, Tommy.
Hi.
How are you, Mrs. Faber?
She's fine. The Hungarian's bearing gift in it. Show what you've got, Kruger.
Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing at all. It's just flake.
Oh, but the sentiment, Kruger. Ben and Isabel brought presents, too.
Did they? What do they want? Say, that's a big plate, Kruger. Covers a multitude of sins.
It's magnificent. I really hesitate to take it.
Oh, no, take it, Mrs. Faber. Take it, please. Please, take the plate.
Of course she's going to take it. Why shouldn't she? What's the matter with you?
Well, nothing only. I just thought Mrs. Faber might be sore at me.
Sore at you? What for?
I don't know.
Oh, it's all right. It's nothing. Thank you for your plate, Kruger.
Thank you, Mrs. Faber. Thank you for taking it.
There's something phony here.
Yeah, I think I'd better be going over to the theater.
You hold on. Johnny, what's Kruger done?
Nothing that matters at all.
Will somebody tell me what this Hungarian has done?
Well, Mrs. Faber imagines that I was rude to her.
Imagine?
Well, it was just a misunderstanding. Dinner to the company on board ship.
Mark, will you stop this?
Don't get yourself all worked up, darling. Well, Kruger?
Well, I just asked her not to come to the dinner.
You what?
Yeah.
Janet, he asked you not to come to this dinner?
But I didn't want to go to the dinner.
Well, I didn't mean anything. You see, it was Ben Foster's idea. He was afraid Mrs. Faber would hear about the dinner and come to it.
This is getting better and better. Go on.
Well, Foster told me to tell her it was just for the company. You see, Mrs. Cobb told him...
Oh, wait a minute. Mrs. Cobb, too, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Mrs. Cobb go to the dinner?
Oh, sure.
I see. Mrs. Cobb was asked to go to the dinner, and Mrs. Faber was asked to stay away. Janet, why didn't you tell me this?
But I don't care. Can't I make you understand? I don't care.
Now, don't get yourself all upset and excited, darling, please. Tommy, where's Ben Foster?
I don't know. He left with Mrs. Cobb.
Operator, get me the Cobb suite, if you please.
Mark, what are you going to do?
Mr. Faber, I can explain this.
Hello, Foster. I want you here at once. We'll get at the facts, yeah?
Oh, is this the time, Mark?
I don't thank you for this, Mark.
Janet, where are you going?
I'm going to dress.
Oh, you stay here. This is your show.
Hello. Did you want me?
Yes. Foster, do you give these earrings to Janet?
Why, no. Isabel did.
This book?
Yes.
Here, take it back. Mrs. Faber doesn't want it.
What's the matter?
Listen, Foster. Kruger tells me you insulted Mrs. Faber on shipboard.
What? You're a liar, Kruger.
Oh, I didn't say he insulted Mrs. Faber. He just told me he didn't want her at the captain's dinner.
I said that. You said that. Now, listen, Mark. Kruger told her he didn't want outsiders at the party.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You gave her the idea in the first place that she was in the way, tagging along after Mark. You told me you didn't want her in London. You told everybody.
Mark, for the last time, will you stop this?
Wait, Janet, wait.
Now, Mark, I give you my word of honor as a gentleman.
Come on, both of you. Apologize to Mrs. Faber. Come on, apologize.
Well, sorry, Mrs. Faber.
Janet, this is terrible.
Kruger, you go home and pack. There's a boat leaving in the morning. It's your boat.
Well, Mark, you can't do it. The show, the opening. I got a contract.
Out. Out of the door or the window, you're finished.
Now, Mark, don't act hastily. Kruger surprised me, lying, but we need him. We can't let him go.
Foster, I always thought you were a swine. Now I know you are.
Mark!
That's all. You may go now.
Well, I'm sorry, Janet. This must have been a painful scene for you.
Don't prolong it. Get out, both of you. Why did you keep this from me?
Oh, leave me alone.
Good Lord, she's crying.
I'm not crying.
What's the matter with her, Tommy?
Well, she's hurt. That scene was a tough spot for her.
Well, they had it coming to them, didn't they? I want her to see them get it.
Oh, Mark, how could you?
Oh, don't you see, darling? Those heels insulted you.
No.
Well, it'll never happen again.
Well, how reassuring.
Are you being sarcastic?
Yes.
What's the matter with you?
You made a fool out of me. Down on your knees to Mrs. Faber.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Down on your knees to Mr. Faber. That's what you meant. That's why you made that horrible scene. You didn't care how I felt. You enjoyed it.
This is a strange girl, Tommy.
Mark, take Kruger back.
No.
Mark, fire him later if you want to, for some other reason.
Nope.
Mark, I don't want to be the cause of any trouble tonight. Now do this much for me.
All right, well, I'll let him work for tonight, but only tonight. He's taking that boat back tomorrow.
Where are you going?
I'm going down and take another stock at Kruger before I take him back.
It's been a pleasure to have had this touch of Broadway, Mr. Craven. Won't you express our appreciation to Mr. John Golden, Mr. Roland Young, and the other members of the cast? The RCA family includes all divisions of the great field of radio. RCA Victor for high-fidelity Victor records. There are over 7,000 artists in the Victor Library of Recorded Music. RCA Communications gives instantaneous radio telegraph contact. Radio Marine speedily relays messages to and from ships. Better radio reception is supplied through the new 1936 RCA Magic Brain radio with the magic eye and metal tubes. And all of these services and products are made possible by RCA microsensitive radio tubes. The magic key of RCA turns, and Frank Black, General Musical Director of the National Broadcasting Company, leads the NBC Symphony Orchestra in Lecuona's brilliant Malagueña. Industry has its Broadway, a show of shows in the New York Automobile Show. It opened yesterday, displaying new designs, new colors, improved motors, greater driving comfort, and previews of the equipment for the future. At this moment in Central Park, our own news commentator, John B. Kennedy, is having a demonstration of one of the new models. Let's talk with Mr. Kennedy. The magic key turns. Hello, John.
Hello, Milton. Here we are, gliding through the twisting terraces of Central Park as if we were riding on air. The park is lovely in its autumn coloring of dun and red and olive green, framed by the tall towers of mid-Manhattan.
Are there many riders, horse riders, on the bridle paths?
Plenty of them, Milton.
You know, I go horseback riding there, John.
Yes, Milton, I saw your horse just now. It's resting up for a month or two.
Uh-oh.
Over there is Al Smith's Zoo, thronged by laughing youngsters, and here we go at 40 or 50 miles an hour.
Look out for the traffic cops.
Oh, they don't mind a new car trying out its paces, Milton. This one is typical of the streamlined beauty and silky smooth performance of the new cars. Milton, I wonder, can you fix it for me to talk to one of the automobile executives at the show?
I think so. We have some engineers over there. Oh, Andrew. John B. Kennedy's riding through Central Park, and he wants to talk to a motor executive at the auto show. How about it?
Sure. Want to talk to? Why, Andrew, to Mr. W.R. Tracy. He's executive vice president of the Hudson Motor Car Company. He told me he'd be there this afternoon.
He's right here.
Hello, Bill Tracy.
Hello, John Kennedy.
How does the new automobile show stack up with the last one, Bill?
It's just as far ahead of it as that one was ahead of its predecessor.
At the opening yesterday, it was a brilliant spectacle of animated exhibits. Wait a minute, here's a red light. Gleaming silver and nickel and shining blacks, blues, and other colors of beautiful bodies.
Yes, as a veteran of these shows, I can say that I have never seen a more beautiful exhibit.
But tell me, Bill, why was the date of the show advanced from winter to fall?
That's simple. It was to spread employment and also to take advantage of a psychological factor in car buying.
I see.
When we held the show in January, there was a longer annual slump in employment between disposing of old inventories and getting ready for the new show. Now we have ample evidence with this new plan that the show in fall stimulates buying. Orders are piling up. People are seeing the wisdom of going into winter with a new, mechanically perfect car.
I should say so. And employment in the automotive industry is bigger and steadier.
Why, yes.
Here we go again. I couldn't help thinking, Bill, looking at the galaxies of cars at the show, how even though the dollar has gone on a diet, the American motor car gives more for the money than ever before.
That's true of all the cars in this show.
About how would you figure it, Bill?
Which way do you mean, John?
Well, I bought my first car for about $1,500, and in those days you had to pay extra for everything, including the motor. What would $1,000 worth of motor car today have cost you 10 or 20 years ago?
I can be specific. 20 years ago, you would have paid more than $3,000 for what you get in a car for $1,000 today.
That's plenty.
10 years ago, the car that now costs you $1,000 would have cost you more than $2,000. Without a question, today's cars are the biggest automobiles ever priced so low. And, of course, you'll be glad to know our cars are equipped with the newest RCA Victor auto radios.
Well, that's smart, and you'll be glad to know, Bill, that the car I'm traveling through Central Park in is equipped with a new RCA transmitter through which I'm talking to you.
Good.
But, Bill, what, in your opinion, is the outstanding feature of the new show?
Without any question, safety. That's the predominant topic. In this show, more cars than ever before have bodies all of steel. More offer glass that is shatterproof. More have hydraulic brakes. Some even have the double safety of two braking systems from one brake pedal.
There's another red light, Bill, but then stopping takes precedence over speed now.
Oh, not at all, John. Speed can be just as much a factor in safety as brakes are when you have to step out of a jam in traffic.
Just as we did when we started just now.
Right. And steering, too, is made much safer in the new cars with radio safety control that holds the axle in a true arc and free steering from any braking strains.
Well, Bill, about as much as I can understand mechanically is the way a shoehorn works. But these new cars seem to me marvels of design.
And they're marvels in performance, too, John. They fulfill, in my opinion, the ambition of the industry to produce the perfect car to go and the perfect car to stop. What more can anybody want?
Nothing within reason. Success to the show, Bill.
We'll have it. So long, John.
Goodbye, Bill. See you later.
Is that all now, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, thank you, Milton. From this new 1936 car by shortwave radio, we bid you all good afternoon.
Right now, there's an electric sign on Broadway at 50th Street that reads, Eleanor Powell, the world's greatest feminine tap dancer, starring in At Home Abroad. It's one thing to arrive on Broadway and another to stay on Broadway. Although just a girl, she's a veteran of Broadway and now a star in pictures. Her delightful singing voice and her dancing have been recorded by RCA Victor. Miss Powell is going to do one of the recorded numbers. You Are My Lucky Star from Broadway Melody. Tom Dorsey's band will accompany her. Farther down Broadway, the street, is the citadel of fine music in America, the Metropolitan Opera House. It has given us the greatest of the great. It has given us one of the most beloved singers of all time, our own Madame Schumann-Heinz.
Don't bother, I'm not singing. I'm talking. I am so very happy to be with you this afternoon. I really do, I love the radio. Radio and moving pictures are the most valuable contributions to human beings, both old and young. It lets people way out in the woods know everything that goes on in the world. In music, news, and science. It is wonderful, except when some old cranks get down. But thank heaven, that doesn't happen very often anymore. You know, one time ago, I thought I was popular. But not all the people could come to the opera before. Now, everybody can hear operas, big symphony orchestras. Well, all the most wonderful through the radio. Well, it gave me, too, a chance to talk. To mothers, to the people, to everyone. It leads to my new moving picture contract. Imagine. Breaking in the movies of 74. Well, never mind. I think radio is most marvelous in the education of children. In a schoolroom, they can look around. Maybe an airplane goes by, or the boys see a pretty girl with him near them. But with radio, they have to listen, and children learn more through hearing. You know, I had some boys myself. Armistice Day coming next week reminds me of it. My boy were on both sides. But now with radio and everybody able to talk to each other and know what the other fellow is thinking, maybe there won't be any more war. Let us hope. Certainly, people understand things better. They understand music, too, so very much better, and can appreciate it. You don't have to know highbrow music to understand it. I know, because my greatest critic and best critic in the world couldn't read a note. It was only my husband, the father of my children.
Now, All the world is happy when Madame Schumann-Heink appears. RCA Victor has perpetuated the art of Madame Schumann-Heink on Victor Records. That's just one of the many functions of the various members of the RCA family. RCA microsensitive radio tubes improve the performance of any radio set. The new 1936 RCA Victor Magic Brain Radio has established a new standard for radio performance. RCA Communications takes your radiograms to all parts of the world instantly. Radio Marine carries your messages to and from ships. RCA perfected the manufacturing technique for metal tubes. Metal tubes, the sign of an up-to-date radio set, have already been adopted by 48 radio manufacturers. Now the magic key of RCA turns to a medley of some of the most popular melodies ever played and sung on Broadway. Look for The Silver Lining from Sally, Kahlua from Good Morning Dearie, Once in a Blue Moon from Stepping Stones, Can't Help Lovin' That Man from Showboat, and Who from Sunny. Frank Black leads the NBC Orchestra. like to be your guest at this same time next Sunday when the magic key turns and the members of the RCA family combine to give you Franchot Tomes in a scene from his latest picture, Mutiny on the Bounty. Suzanne Fisher, the sensational English lyric soprano, making her American debut. Ephraim Zimbalist, noted violinist, who will play from Amsterdam. John B. Kennedy, and others. Speaking for one of the members of the RCA family, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good afternoon, everyone, and holiday greetings from Box 44 in New York's Metropolitan Opera House. You're once again the invited guests of the National Broadcasting Company on a coast-to-coast network of its associated stations for an afternoon of opera. Today's performance is of special interest. The Metropolitan Opera Company is reviving this afternoon for the first time since 1937 Ponchielli's realistic and tragic opera La Gioconda, to be sung in Italian by a famous cast headed by Zinka Milanov in the title role, Bruna Castagna, Anna Cascas, Giovanni Martinelli, Carlo Morelli, Niccolo Moscona, and others. We are now awaiting our conductor, Ettore Panizza, who is on his way to the orchestra pit.
padron tuane, hai faccia da malanno, tutti direbbe da bere, e alla regata non hai fatto bandiero, infatti parlando. E se la vera cagion mio ti dicesti del tuo danno, lo so, la flora breve era rempata, e che dunque la vicina lasso hai la barca stregata e ti canta una Maria bieca sul suo capo. Osserva quella cieca la vita magica tutto degno segno maniato un magico segno barca sarà la tua bara e guardia fratello la vidi 3 volte scagliarsi di remi parole tremende lo conviene torre la tua bara e guardia fratello sempre quell'orrido tentato ed è cieca a vuote le occhiaie eppure il crede la cieca ci guarda la cieca ci vede si vede con spavento la cieca ci guarda
Let's go to the opera. Your host, the Book of the Month Club, welcomes you to the 15th in its summer series of opera programs sung in English. It is with great pleasure that we welcome to Let's Go to the Opera Miss Risa Stevens of the Metropolitan Opera. Our other soloist is an artist who has appeared previously on these programs, Mr. Eugene Conley. The music is by Puccini, Bizet, Gluck, Falla, Thomas, and Wolf Ferrari. And it begins as Thomas Sherman conducts the orchestra in a bright overture, the overture to Wolf Ferrari's opera, The Secret of Suzanne. The overture to Wolf Ferrari's The Secret of Suzanne is followed by a song from Gluck's Orpheus. The singer is Miss Risa Stevens of the Metropolitan Opera. The song, Che farò senza Euridice? What is life without Eurydice? In the opera, Orpheus almost succeeds in bringing his wife, Eurydice, from the land of the dead. However, he turns to look at her before they're safely out, and she falls lifeless again. Broken-hearted, Orpheus sings this tender song. The part of Orpheus is portrayed by a woman. Miss Stevens sings it for us.
What is life without my
Miss Rita Stevens has sung Che Faro from Gluck's Orpheus. She will return a little later. Now Mr. Eugene Conley steps onto the stage of the Mutual Guild Theater to sing an aria from Puccini's La Tosca. The artist, Mario, is painting a religious picture and pauses in his work to marvel how the blonde beauty of his subject seems to blend with the dark beauty of his beloved Tosca. Mr. Conley sings the celebrated tenor aria, Strange Harmony.
The dark and the lovely dresses, and here my other beauty, shedding gold all about her, eyes as blue as the ocean, fast as eyes are midnight, art in its magic mystery, and combine many strange and varied beauties. But though I paint another, the beauty inspires me. All my soul belongs to you.
Eugene Conley has sung Strange Harmony from the opera La Tosca. As we promised, Miss Risa Stevens returns, this time singing the familiar Zagadilla from Bizet's Carmen. In the first act of the opera, Carmen is arrested for stabbing another woman. She sings this song to her guard, Don Jose, suggesting that he help her escape. The Zagadilla, Miss Stevens.
cafe in Sevilla, here by my friend in Las Pastia, where I dance a smooth segedie and I drink manzanilla. I will soon be there with Las Pastia. Still, I would be so very lonely. Dancing would be a sad affair. So I will take my one and only to come and sit beside me there. My one and only, I threw him over. I put him out the other day. Now my poor heart looks for a love, free for whatever comes its way. I could have had a score of men, but none has set my heart a whirl. And still I hope for something more of men. Are you the man? I'll be the girl who wants my heart. Must I be lonely? Now is the time. Take me today. Let me call you my one and only, and I'll take you without delay. Down to the town of Sevilla, down to my friend in Las Pastia. The dancing is fine and the music is divine in Sevilla.
The applause is for Miss Risa Stevens, who sang the Seguedilla from Bizet's Carmen. We now have a brief intermission, and this gives me an opportunity to explain something about the choosing of Book of the Month Club selections that surprises many people. It is sometimes assumed that the 5 judges on the club's editorial committee deliberately try to pick books that will be bestsellers. No, not at all. The judges read the books submitted to them by all the publishers of the country months in advance of publication. And at that stage of the game, it is anybody's guess as to just which books are going to be enormously popular. You simply can't tell. But even if such clairvoyance were possible, it would make little difference to the judges. Not because they are in any way prejudiced against bestsellers as such, but because they are interested in books as books, in what they have to say and how they are written, and what they have to offer in the way of experience, enjoyment, and information. These are the things about a book that interest the judges. The actual fact is that practically every book they choose does rise very quickly to the top of the bestseller lists all over the nation. But that happens not because the judges try to choose highly popular books and are good guessers, but because they are experienced and discriminating readers, each with marked individuality of taste. And any one book that appeals to all of them is almost certain to appeal just as strongly to readers of good books in general. But first and always, it is the book that counts. And perhaps that is why the thrill of discovery so often attendant upon the reading of a new and important book is a pleasure shared by our members and our judges alike. Now, let's go to the opera resumes with a brilliant dance from Manuel de Falla's Vida Breve, played by the orchestra under the direction of Thomas Sherman. Thomas Sherman has directed the orchestra in The Danza from Manuel de Falla's Vida Breve. Miss Stevens and Mr. Conley step to the center of the stage to sing one of the most exciting duets in grand opera from Ambroise Thomas Mignon, which begins, Ah, Let Our Happy Hearts Beat Together. In the third act, Wilhelm dashes into a burning castle and rescues Mignon. As she regains consciousness, Wilhelm realizes how deeply he loves her, and together they sing this song. Miss Stevens and Mr. Conley.
Let our happy hearts beat together in rapture. Dearest Mignon, look in my eyes and let me see your face. Here in this robe of white, here in this golden light, you are an angel of beauty and grace. Oh, you are a vision of heaven. You are an angel of beauty and grace. My heart must refuse you if I know I'm to lose you. Now is the time to tell me all that's in your heart. If love is not to love, let me die of the thought. If your love is to die, if I cannot be sure, if I cannot be sure, no, 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 I will not give my heart. You are all my heart. My star in the night, no other face is half so pale, no voice as charming anywhere. Alas, it's plain to see, my love does not love me. How can I be sure that your love will endure? My heaven, if I ask you, now is the time to tell me all that is in your heart. If love is not to love, let it die of the heart. If your love is to die, if I cannot be sure, how can I give my heart? If I cannot be sure, how can I give my heart?
This has been the 15th in the summer series of Let's Go to the Opera, presented every Sunday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time by your host, the Book of the Month Club. Our soloists this evening were Miss Risa Stevens and Mr. Eugene Conley. Before telling you about next week's program, may I point out an interesting fact about the current Book of the Month Club selection, the epic novel Independent People by the Icelandic author Halldór Laxness. I mentioned before how often Book of the Month Club members receive that wonderful thrill of discovering a new writer. If you've read the reviews, you know how unanimous the critics have been in declaring Independent People a truly great novel. In all probability, it is destined to join the ranks of those books that have earned their authors international reputations. Next week, Let's Go to the Opera brings Miss Eleanor Steber and Mr. John Baker to the stage of the Mutual Guild Theater. The program will include songs from Rigoletto, Turandot, Pagliacci, and Goyesca. Let's Go to the Opera is a weekly presentation of the Book of the Month Club. It is produced by Roger Bauer and comes to you from the Mutual Guild Theater in New York City. This is Frank Waldecker inviting you to be our guests next week at this same time. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Blackmail is an ugly word. And when one of the blackmailer's victims sincerely insists that he's an angel, while another swears he's a devil, and still others are convinced he's a ghost, the problem of dealing with him becomes Herculean.
My name is Robert Grand. I'm a 38-year-old bachelor. Music is my life and my love. And it was all I needed until now. Now I'm driven to tell this story, which happened exactly as I will describe it to you. It started on the day when I took over the management of the great Paris Opera House from the elderly and famous René Castelot.
And last, Robert, but certainly not least, is this contract.
A contract in a memorandum book? Why, René?
Because that's the way the ghost wants it.
I never knew that the revered opera manager René Castelot had such a delightful sense of humor. Contract with a ghost? Surely you're not serious.
The opera ghost professes to be primarily concerned that the management give to every performance the splendor that belongs on what he calls the premier lyric stage of France.
And, of course, this ghost will be the sole judge of the artistic splendor of a performance?
Of course. However, there are two other conditions on which he places equal importance. Any attempt to perform an opera will meet with disaster if my allowance of 20,000 francs a month is more than 10 days late.
Well, let me see. That monthly figure would amount to 240,000 francs a year. And this joker has further conditions?
Oh, yes. If you'll allow me. Box 5 on the Grand Tier shall be placed at my disposal for every performance.
Oh, surely you don't mean to tell me that you took these ridiculous demands seriously?
I observed them scrupulously.
You never defied him? Or threatened to have him arrested?
How does one arrest a ghost?
Well, when he comes to take his seat in Box 5.
He never occupied Box 5.
And you still kept it vacant?
Certainly.
Well, you won't find me wasting a box that way. I intend to sell it.
Well, that's your privilege as the new manager. But if you'll take my advice, you'll never sell Box 5.
I didn't know whether to laugh at Costello's foolishness or to cry because such a brilliant impresario had obviously fallen victim to some hoax. However, more immediate problems were demanding my attention. My soprano sent word that she was too ill to appear that evening in the role of Marguerite in Faust. I replaced her with a young girl named Christine Donat, who, to mine and everyone else's amazement, gave a performance which brought down the house.
Marvelous! Superb, Christine!
I thought you were in Chartres with your brother.
I was until I heard that Christine was to sing tonight, and then I rushed to Paris. Forgive my rudeness. I mean to congratulate you upon your appointment as the manager of the opera. Now I must congratulate you on choosing Christine. I never heard her sing like this before.
So have I. What a triumph! Look at her. She seems quite overcome.
Overcome? Nothing. She's ill. She's fainted.
I led Paul Duren quickly backstage to Christine Donat's dressing room. A crowd had gathered outside her door. I made my way through with Paul by my side. I opened the door and saw that the house physician was by her side. To my surprise, Paul Duren walked swiftly to the couch on which Christine was lying and knelt down beside her. She turned her head, opened her eyes, and said,
Monsieur, who are you?
Mademoiselle, when we were little children playing together at Perrault, I was the little boy who went into the sea to rescue your scarf.
Well, how amusing, monsieur.
Mademoiselle, since it pleases you not to recognize me, I should like to say something to you in private. Something very important.
When I'm better, please. And I should very much like to be alone. I want all of you to go away. Please.
I wasn't aware that you knew Christine.
Oh, I've known her for a long time, Robert. Ever since we were children.
But we are no longer children, my friend. So why should we hang about outside her dressing room door like a pair of...
And I know her well enough to understand that she asked to be alone because she wanted the chance to talk to me privately.
I didn't get that impression. But if you're convinced...
Look, I'll prove it to you. Come on, let's go back and knock at her door, and you'll see.
I don't know what you want of me.
Oh, she seems to have someone in there with her.
But that's impossible. We saw everyone leave when we did.
Christine, you must love me.
I do. You know I sing only for you.
Nevertheless, someone must have stayed behind. Maybe we can learn something.
I do not listen at doors. I'm going in.
No. Wait. For my sake.
Are you very tired?
Tonight I gave you my soul, and I am exhausted.
Your soul is beautiful, child, and I thank you. The angels wept tonight.
I must go home.
Of course.
They're sure to catch us eavesdropping.
No. Come here. Quickly. They'll never see us in this corner.
She's alone. There's no one with her. He must have remained in her dressing room.
And she didn't lock her door.
I'm going in and find out who was with her. Are you with me?
Of course, Paul. Come on. But there's no light in here.
He must be hiding. Strike a match, please. Hiding isn't going to help you. We know you're here. We heard you. Now come out.
Can you see anyone?
No. He must be here somewhere, and we'll find him wherever he's hiding. You may as well come out now and save us trouble. I intend to find out who you are.
There's no one here, and no place to hide. We're talking to the walls.
Robert, you know my family goes back to the days of Napoleon, and I'm sure you feel I lied to you when I said I knew Christine Donat. Certainly you had every right...
What's this about Donat?
Well, this letter will prove to you that I wasn't lying. You see, she says right here, I have not forgotten the little boy who went into the sea to rescue my scarf.
Then you know where she is.
Of course. She is in Perrault, and she is inviting me there, too, because it is the anniversary of her father's death. Her father and I were friends.
Do you mind if I go with you?
How do you know I am going?
Oh, don't talk nonsense. You're going because you're in love. And I'm going to bring back a singing sensation who hasn't been heard since the night of her triumph.
So you came after all. I was thinking while I was at Mass, will he come and will he remember the inn of the setting sun?
You knew I would come. And you knew I would remember, Christine. Oh, I also brought Monsieur Grand.
Well, how nice, but why did you...
I am here to ask you to return to the opera, mademoiselle, and to ask you to sing other roles.
Well, you will have to excuse me, Monsieur Grand, but I cannot talk of singing other roles now.
But I have come all this way, mademoiselle, just to...
I did not ask you to come. Or you either, Paul.
You asked me to come, Christine. You knew your letter would bring me here to Perrault as surely as the sun shines.
Well, that may have been a mistake on my part.
There was no point in my remaining, as it was obvious that there was a lover's quarrel brewing. So I told Paul he could find me in my room. What you hear now is what Paul told me happened after I left them in the sitting room.
Why do you say mistake, Christine?
I don't know. When I wrote the letter, I was thinking of my childhood and my father and the games we played as children. I think I wrote to you as the little girl I was then and not the woman I am now.
When I came to you in your dressing room the other night, was that the first time you noticed me?
No. I'd seen you in your box. I knew you were in the audience.
Oh, good. Then why, when you saw me in the dressing room and I reminded you about the scarf, why did you pretend not to know me and laugh at me? All right. I know it was because there was someone in your dressing room, Christine.
What are you talking about?
The man to whom you said, I sing only for you tonight. I give you my soul and I am exhausted.
You were listening at the door. That's the most...
I listened, Christine, because I love you. Yes, I heard everything.
All right, Paul. Tell me what else you heard.
I heard him reply that your soul is beautiful, child, and I thank you. The angels wept tonight.
Oh, Paul, you should not have heard that. You shouldn't.
And where is Christine now?
Oh, I assume she went to her room. She ran from me, Robert. Why would she run from me?
Oh, don't ask me to explain why women do the things they do. Why would she flee the opera after the triumph she had?
There must be some explanation. There must be.
I can give you one you won't like. The voice we heard was the voice of Christine's lover. He didn't know about you, nor were you aware of his existence. She ran away to try to get things straightened out. That's why she wrote you. She knew you'd come here, and she'd be able to speak to you away from her lover.
I won't believe it. Don't forget, we checked, and there was no one in her dressing room.
And don't forget, we both distinctly heard a man's voice. He had to be her lover.
Or someone who's been giving you problems, Monsieur Manager. Someone who calls himself the Opera Ghost.
At this point, I think I can say that I've become an authority on ghosts and their habits. Now, I've heard of ghosts who clank, ghosts who moan, ghosts who scream, wail, and even gnash their teeth. But this is the first time I've encountered a lovesick ghost who's also an opera lover. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. From time immemorial, out-of-the-way places have been favorite meeting spots for young lovers. And when a quarrel interrupts the course of true love, it's a common occurrence to find one of the unhappy pair sitting and waiting at their favorite trysting place, certain that the other must turn up. A cemetery, however, would seem a most unlikely place for a girl to expect to find her lover.
Christine.
I knew you'd come to pay your respects to my father at his grave, Paul. And I waited here to tell you something very serious. Paul, do you remember the Angel of Music?
Oh, yes. Your father never told a story without mentioning him.
I remember him saying that at least once in every great musician's life, the artist receives a visit from the angel.
Yes. And sometimes, Paul, the angel leans over an infant's cradle, and that infant then has heard the angel, and the infant becomes a child prodigy.
I remember.
And when I asked Father if he had ever heard the angel of music himself, he shook his head sadly. But, Paul, he told me that I would hear the angel one day. He said, "When I'm in heaven, I shall send him to you." Paul, I have been visited by the angel of music.
I don't doubt it.
How is it that today you understand so well?
You forget that I've heard you sing many times. And I never heard you sing the way you sang the other night. You were touched by genius.
Yes, the angel of music. He comes every day to give me lessons in my dressing room.
In your dressing room? The angel of music. What does he look like?
You should know better than to ask that, Paul. I've never seen him. I only hear his voice. He speaks to me, and it's like in a dream.
Are you sure you didn't dream all of this, Christine?
How could I? I'm not the only one who heard the voice of the angel.
Someone else has heard this voice?
You, Paul. It was his voice you heard when you listened outside my dressing room door.
Oh, Christine. You needn't have gone to such an elaborate lie to try to deceive me about the voice I heard.
You think I lied?
After all, I know what I heard.
I'm beginning to understand. You think that was a real man's voice. Well, if you had opened the door, you would have seen that there was no one in my dressing room.
After you left, I did open the door, and there was no one there.
And you still don't believe...
I do not.
Oh, how could I have ever loved you? Go away. I never want to see you again.
The return trip to Paris wasn't pleasant. Paul Duren wanted so desperately to believe that his darling Christine was the victim of some cruel hoax, while I was convinced that Christine was an artful minx who was trying to keep two men on a string. This belief was strengthened by a telephone call I received the following day at my office. Grand speaking.
Carlotta Sorelli.
Oh, good day, madame. What can I do today for my beautiful prima donna?
First, my dear Monsieur Grand, you must learn that I am not a woman easily intimidated.
I'm sure you're not. But why do you call me?
I intend to sing the role of Marguerite in Faust Thursday night.
Well, of course you do. Why would you call and tell me what has already been announced?
Because of a note I received this morning. It reads, "If you dare to appear as Marguerite next Thursday evening, be prepared for a gigantic misfortune."
Oh, a prank. A jokester. Surely you're not going to take that seriously?
That's exactly what I called to tell you. And I'm pleased you're taking it so well. Even if I were dying, I would sing the role of Marguerite next Thursday night.
Before that Thursday night, I had to face the problem of the first masked ball to be held in the Opera House under my direction. This was to be a truly gala affair, with everyone in fancy dress. I knew from experience that every artist would be there, hoping to meet and fascinate a masked member of the upper crust. I, of course, attended unmasked.
Robert! Robert!
Oh, Paul! Is that you behind this black domino?
Yes.
I suppose you're seeking Christine, hoping to discover what masquerade she uses tonight. Huh?
I don't have to hope. My Christine is behind that white domino over there, and we have a tryst in box 17 on the Grand Tier at midnight.
And you're no longer concerned about that voice you heard in her dressing room?
In her note making this assignation, she as much as admitted that she'd made a dreadful mistake about that voice.
I see.
Monsieur Directeur.
What?
When Sorelli fails to appear for Faust next Thursday, you replace her with the magnificent Christine.
Who said that? It came from the white domino.
Nonsense. Christine is wearing the white domino.
Then Christine is using some trick to make sure she sings Marguerite again.
There's where it came from. From the center of that crowd. The man in the scarlet cape and the death's head mask.
You think so?
Yeah, well, it's almost positive. Come, let's unmask him.
Read what it says on his cloak. Don't touch me, for I am the Red Death stalking abroad.
You see, hold that man in the scarlet cloak. Quickly, after him. Stop that man.
No, don't touch him. He wears the mask of death.
Who was that man? Why did you tell everyone not to touch him?
Please, Paul. Please keep your voice down. You shouldn't have come here.
All right, but you were the one who asked me to meet you here in this box on the Grand Tier, remember?
I know, but that was before you started to chase the Red Death mask.
And why did you stop us? What is that masquerader to you?
Maybe nothing, maybe everything. Oh, Paul, you were right. The voice I hear is not an angel, but a human voice.
Belonging to...
I don't know. I still haven't seen him.
But what made you change your mind about the angel of music?
Because he forbade me to see you.
How did he know about me?
I told him. The first time I saw you in your box, I rushed back to my dressing room. The voice immediately noticed that I was elated, and when he asked me why, I saw no reason not to tell him about you.
Yes, and?
Well, the voice spoke to me with great sadness and said that if I were to give my heart on earth, there was nothing for the angel of music to do but go back to heaven and leave me without any more lessons. And that was a thought I couldn't bear. I knew what the lessons had done for me in a few weeks' time.
But how did the voice do this? What is the secret?
Believe me when I tell you I wondered myself. I even thought perhaps there might be witchcraft involved.
Oh, ridiculous. You could never be caught up with the forces of evil.
Well, then what is the voice?
A man. Someone who...
Yes?
I confess, I am jealous. That's why I stopped. There is no angel of music, but there is a man. A man who must love you and want you as I want you. And I mean to find out who he is.
No, you mustn't. That's why I had to see you tonight, to warn you. Promise me that
I'll promise nothing. I am not afraid of this voice, even if you are.
Paul, you must listen and try to hear how I discovered the voice was human. Listen, and if I have any power to transmit emotion, you will hear him as I heard him, and you will know why I'm frightened.
You have lied to me, my child, because you love Paul Durand.
Why should my love for Paul distress you so?
I have already told you. If you love him, then you do not believe in me. Believe in me, my child. Whoso believes in me shall live and sing. Whoso believeth in me shall also reach the heights. But I shall bring down those who oppose me, all of them. And don't think Eric cannot do that.
Eric? That's your name, then. You're not...
Your angel of music? Most certainly, my child. I have proven that to you. I am your angel, Christine. But I warn you that I have an evil side, and I have power. How is it that Sorelli fell ill the other night? How does it happen that all the directors of the opera have taken orders from me?
Who are you? And why did you choose me as a pupil?
Because of your purity, child, and your beauty, your gracious beauty.
Where are you?
Here.
This is a childish game you're playing. Let me see.
Never. The day you see my face will be doomsday for you, me, and everyone connected with the opera. And let me repeat my warning. If you want Paul Durand to live, you'll be very careful about seeing him.
Who are you to give me orders?
I rule here. The opera house is my kingdom. And all of you are my subjects.
Paul, dearest, did I succeed at all in recreating the power of that voice and the terror he inspired in me?
Oh, whatever he is, he must be completely mad.
Perhaps. But nevertheless, he does have power.
What does it matter? You've told me that you love me, and now all you have to do is leave the opera, marry me, and we'll go away together.
I cannot. I dare not.
That's the most fantastic tale I've ever heard, Paul. And you believe it?
Every word.
It's obvious that someone doesn't want Sorelli to sing Marguerite tonight. This whole rigmarole of not seeing the voice, this nonsense, I don't believe.
Then what do you intend to do about that note?
It was Sorelli's decision to ignore this second threat, and my decision to ignore the opera ghost. I ask her to join me tonight in Box 5 on the Grand Tier, where we will both enjoy a marvelous performance of Faust. The first act of Faust went very well, and as the curtain fell for the intermission, I allowed myself to relax in Box 5, where I was sitting with Paul. Well, Paul, what do you say now? Do you still think we could have used the police?
The police would have been useless, Monsieur Grand.
Did you say that, Paul?
I didn't say a word.
But you heard it. Tell me you heard it.
Yes, I did hear it. Where is that voice coming from?
Not from this box. We're alone in it.
You are not alone. This is Box 5, my box.
Show yourself, whoever you are.
I must leave now because the house lights are dimming for the second act. And there will be a terrible calamity.
Now listen, you...
Raise your eyes to heaven and see and pray.
The voice is coming from our left, 2 boxes down.
No, I thought it was on the right. The lights are dimming.
The chandelier. Look, Robert. Robert, what's swaying? It's going to fall right into the orchestra. Oh, no. Look out! Look out!
A natural accompaniment of any catastrophe is an attempt to discover the cause. And so it was with the collapse of the chandelier in the Paris Opera House. The newspapers speculated wildly as to the possible cause of the fall. But strangely, there was not one word printed about the opera ghost. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. No opera manager ever faced the problems that beset Robert Grand, newly appointed director of the Paris Opera House. How does one deal with something that no one has ever seen, but whose voice has been heard and whose presence has been accepted as a fact by opera workers and by your predecessor? A thing that called itself the opera ghost, and who took credit for the catastrophic fall of the great chandelier which took the lives of 3 people and injured many more. Robert Grand made his decision.
If I can have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, please, I will explain the reason I summoned you to my office. I have decided to make my peace with the opera ghost. This envelope on my desk will be placed in Box 5 on the Grand Tier at tonight's performance. It contains the 20,000 francs which the ghost, or whatever he is, demands monthly. But I intend to reassign your locations so that Box 5 will not be unwatched by less than 3 pairs of eyes for 1 single second. And I insist on an immediate report to me when and if you see anyone entering or leaving Box 5. Robert Grand.
Where have you been, Robert? I've called your home, your club, even the Café de l'Opéra, and I could not reach you.
Is it something important?
Your ghost bleeds, Robert. Your opera ghost bleeds. Real blood.
Are you drunk or just raving?
And if he bleeds, as I know he does, then he's no ghost at all, but real flesh and blood. Isn't that so, Robert?
What are you talking about? What makes you so certain that he bleeds?
Because I've shot him. Yes. Come to my apartment.
I'll show you the bloodstain.
Robert, you're here. And now I will free you from your ghost forever. I've already called the police. Here, come, let me show you the balcony.
I don't want to see anything until you calm down and explain what happened.
His eyes. You have to see those eyes to understand, Robert. You have to see them.
Are you trying to tell me the ghost was here?
Exactly. And I know how to get him here. I played on his weakness, Robert. His human weakness. His love for Christine. I told you that, but you wouldn't listen.
I can't make head or tail out of what you're trying to tell me. Now, I'm willing to listen, but only if you calm down.
All right. All right, Robert. Everything I suspected is true. Now, I'll try to give you an exact picture of what happened. It started when I saw Christine yesterday.
Where?
At her mother's. She didn't go to the opera. I went to tell her mother that I wanted to marry her and take her away.
What did Christine think about this?
Well, she was frightened, terrified by this man posing as a ghost. Well, I left after telling her I would expose him. And I came home here, and it was very late, and prepared to go to bed. Come, let me show you. Let me show you my bedroom. Oh, I'll admit that my mind was filled with wild thoughts that night. Well, I turned out the light, and as I climbed into bed, suddenly, at the foot of my bed, I saw 2 eyes, red and glowing like coals, just the eyes. I switched on the light, leapt out of bed. The room was empty, but I saw a shadow on the balcony. I ran to the bureau, opened the drawer, and took out this revolver. And I fired twice. You see? Look, here. There are 2 empty chambers in my gun. Huh? Now, come to the balcony, and I'll show you the blood.
Where the door's open?
Yes, of course. Here. Now, look. Is that blood?
Yes, it is blood.
Yes, of course. Now, a ghost who bleeds can be found. A wounded ghost can be traced, huh? Well?
I see the blood. I also see a cat.
No, there was no cat.
Not on the balcony, but limping along the roof, trying to find a gutter to climb down. Oh, my dear Paul, I don't know about the eyes you think you saw glaring at you, but I'm afraid you've shot a cat. The next 48 hours will live forever in my memory. I expected that the envelope containing the 20,000 francs which I had left in the well-guarded Box 5 would somehow disappear. It did. But as I also feared, all 3 persons assigned to watch the box swore no one had entered or left the box. Far more disturbing was an unannounced visit from a dangerously quiet Paul Duren on the following day.
Robert, I need your help.
Of course, Paul, I'll do anything in my power. But don't you think that you'd better see a physician?
Christine Donat will be appearing tonight in Faust.
Yes, but not in the leading role. I've decided...
That's not important. I think you should know, Robert, that she's agreed to go away with me. My carriage and coachman will be at the stage door promptly at 11. What I need from you is a way that she can slip out unobserved.
Well, the whole backstage is honeycombed with trapdoors, but I don't know any that would lead out of the opera house itself. Perhaps René Castello might. He was the manager for 17 years before he retired.
I'd appreciate it if you check with him. And also one other favor. I don't want to be seen myself. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to let me use your office tonight while the performance is in progress?
Certainly. But isn't this flight a sudden decision?
It's the only way. I've spoken with Christine, and she agrees that our only hope lies in getting out of Paris, even out of France.
That may be wisest. But why leave from here?
Christine absolutely refuses to give up tonight's performance. Not only does she feel obligated to you, but she also believes that Eric would somehow find out that she wasn't going to appear.
Yes, you may have a point. The opera ghost, or Eric, as you call him, seems to know more about what goes on than I do. We'll meet back here in my office at 8 sharp.
May I thank you, Monsieur Castelot, for taking the trouble to come here to tell me about the special exit.
It hasn't been used in years, but I think the door still works.
What time is it?
Oh, relax. It's only 9:40. Plenty of time.
She's disappeared. What's happened?
Oh, I'd better get out and see what's happening. I'll be right back.
Something.
By God, there must have been another accident.
From my experience, it sounds like something's happened on stage.
Paul! I have terrible news, Paul. Christine has disappeared.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
That was the reason for the commotion. In the middle of a scene, she seemed to be lifted straight up into the air and then disappeared as the lights went out.
Christine, my love, please tell me you're not hurt.
Well, who are you? And why are you masked?
Oh, I'm sorry that I was so clumsy and made you strike your head when I...
Eric, what have you done?
Only what you made me do, Christine. I told you that if you'd continue to see Paul Durand, things would end badly.
Where am I?
In my house. It's my dearest wish that you'll grow to like it.
You intend to keep me here?
I cannot allow you to run off with Paul Durand as you planned.
But they will look for me.
And they will not find you. Have they ever found me? Why do you cry? You know it pains me to see you cry. I would never keep you here against your will, but I warn you, if you leave, you'll sign Paul Durand's death warrant.
You're afraid even to let me look at your face.
Careful, Christine.
But I will tear that mask off.
You're in no danger, Christine. I will not hurt you. So long as you do not touch the mask.
And you expect me to believe that?
You have no better friend in the world than myself.
It took all the strength that both I and Rene Castelot possessed to hold Paul Durand in his chair in my office after he learned of Christine's disappearance.
This would never have happened if I hadn't asked her to come away with me.
I'm convinced she's still in the opera house. I've seen the thing, whatever it is that calls itself the opera ghost.
Where? When?
Why didn't you tell us before?
I tried to warn you.
Well, never mind that. Where is he, and where is Christine?
Well, I can tell you what I suspect. About a year ago, I worked late, and I decided to go backstage. There was only a work light, and as I stumbled around in the dark, I suddenly felt myself falling, and I landed in some sort of tunnel under the stage. Someone caught my arm and broke my fall, and a voice said, "Careful." I looked around and saw only 2 fiery red eyes glaring at me out of a mask.
The same eyes I saw.
Although I was afraid, I asked the apparition his name, and he laughed and said, "I am Eric, and you've invaded my domain. But since it was an accident, there will be no punishment this time. But, Mr. Manager, I warn you, Eric's secrets must remain Eric's secrets."
Whatever that may have meant.
Well, after the meeting, I was convinced that Eric, or the opera ghost, lived or haunted the subterranean cellars and caverns beneath the opera.
Incredible.
I investigated all the trapdoors, looking for the one through which I'd fallen. And one day, I found it. I'll show you where it is. And here is the key to Eric's house, where I believe you'll find Christine Donat.
Wait. I see something. It's a door. Robert, we found it. We found his house. What's the matter?
I just remembered what Rene said about the key. and opening the door.
Well, you can do as you like, but I am going in.
What's the matter?
I don't know. It's tricky.
Maybe it's the wrong key.
No, it fits, but the tumblers seem to be stuck.
Oh, is that you?
Yes, Christine, it's me.
I must be dreaming.
No, it's no dream. Can you help me open the door?
He's tied me up.
Damn him. Oh, Christine, oh, my darling, what has he done to you?
I'm all right, but untie me quickly.
Yes.
We must get out of here before he comes back.
Where are we going?
As high up as we can get. Faster, Paul, faster.
Shouldn't we have tried to get out?
We don't have time. He's due back at 11.
We're trapped.
No, push this door. It opens onto the roof. The sky, the blessed sky, and the stars.
It is only up there on the stars that you can escape me.
Eric!
Show your face, you coward. Where are you?
Look for me. Behind all the smokestacks, but you won't find me.
You're a coward. You're a liar.
You think so? Then I show myself. Here. Here I am. At last. Here. I raise my mask a little. Only a little, but you can see my lips. Such lips as I have. And let you hear my voice.
You are a coward. Show your full face.
My face. You shall see my face. And then you shall die.
No, Eric, I beg you.
My face that even the mother who bore me wouldn't bear to look at. Here. Now, look at my face.
Good Lord in heaven.
You wanted to see it. You wanted to see a face without a nose, with dead eyes, and the lips of a corpse. Now look, as I come closer, the horror that is my face will drive you over the edge.
Oh, my poor Eric.
Christine, you're crying, you're weeping, and for me, a woman, a beautiful woman, weeps for me.
If it were tears you wanted, you could have showed your face, and the world would have wept for you.
I set you free, and in freeing you, I free myself. Here, I leave you my mask.
Eric, don't shout!
I love you, Christine, as no other man could ever have loved
you. Even today, there are those people who say that the Phantom of the Opera was a ghost. That the story of Eric was manufactured to appease a frightened public. There are others who say it never happened. And perhaps it didn't. But to those who say it never happened, I say, perhaps not. But it could have. I'll be back shortly. In looking back over the story of the opera Ghost, I think I've made a discovery of some importance. If you recall, Eric, or the ghost, wrote threatening letters to the manager of the opera house when he felt slighted. He also wrote contracts in red ink in a memorandum book. Now, if he really were a ghost, and he did write these documents, could we say that he was the first ghost writer? Our cast included Gordon Gould, Court Benson, Carol Teitel, and Paul Hecht. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Symphonies of the World. The Voice of Information and Education, the Armed Forces Radio Service, brings you another great concert in its series, Symphonies of the World. And now, here is your concert guide.
Our program today is devoted in its entirety to the music of the late Russian master Sergei Rachmaninoff, and will include his celebrated piano prelude in C-sharp minor as arranged for orchestra by Dr. Black, and the Symphony No. 2 in E minor. When Rachmaninoff was a 19-year-old student at the Moscow Conservatory, he wrote a series of 5 short piano pieces, then sold them outright to a publisher, thus assuring his worldwide popularity both as composer and pianist, for the second of these 5 pieces was the prelude in C-sharp minor. 5 years later, when Rachmaninoff gave his first concerts in London, and in 1909 when he came to America, he found that his fame had already preceded him in the form of the C-sharp minor prelude. And for the rest of his life, whether he wished it or not, this piece remained Rachmaninoff's musical signature for the countless thousands who heard him on his concert tours throughout Europe and the United States. Dr. Frank Black is now making his entrance, and after acknowledging the applause of our studio audience, he will conduct the NBC Symphony Orchestra in his own orchestral transcription of Sergei Rachmaninoff's prelude in C-sharp minor. The applause was for Dr. Black's orchestral transcription of Sergei Rachmaninoff's prelude in C sharp minor. Our concert by the NBC Symphony Orchestra under Dr. Frank Black's baton continues with a performance of Sergei Rachmaninoff's Symphony No. 2 in E minor. Rachmaninoff was born at Onyeg in Novgorod, April 1st, 1873, and at the age of 10 entered the St. Petersburg Conservatory, where he remained until his graduation, studying composition with the great Arensky. His years following his graduation were filled with activity and the triple capacity of his talent, conducting, concertizing, and composing. And although the immediate success of his C-sharp minor prelude brought him world fame, he was keenly disappointed with the failure of his first symphony at its initial appearance in St. Petersburg in 1897, a failure since proved unfortunate because of the international success of the symphony in later years. His conducting led him to such posts as conductor of the Imperial Opera of Moscow, and in 1907, he conducted a concerto of his own works with the Philharmonic Orchestra of London. His list of compositions is an imposing one, including, as it does, 3 symphonies, 4 concertos for piano, symphonic poems, much music for piano, and works for the stage. Despite his notable success in his native Russia as composer, conductor, and pianist, Rachmaninoff decided to retire to Dresden, Germany, to give his time over completely to creative work. Out of this sojourn came 2 great orchestral works, The Isle of the Dead and the Second Symphony in E minor. The 4 movements of Rachmaninoff's E minor symphony are completely characteristic of the composer's mature musical speech. The orchestration is dark but richly colored, as are the themes themselves. And side by side with his great gift for lyric expression, Rachmaninoff exhibits his flair for the dramatic. Mysterious march tunes seem to arise out of nowhere, then disappear from whence they came. The orchestral brass proclaim a somber motto that appears and reappears in at least 3 of the symphony's 4 movements. In the long run, though, it is the lyric spirit that gains dominance over the musical scheme as a whole, beginning with the adagio slow movement and culminating in the triumphant closing measures of the finale. Dr. Frank Black and the NBC Symphony Orchestra are ready now, and we hear the Symphony No. 2 in E minor by Sergei Rachmaninoff. Our audience here in Radio City in New York is enthusiastic in its approval of this performance of the Rachmaninoff Second Symphony by Sergei Rachmaninoff. Dr. Black left the stage and was immediately recalled, and then asked the orchestra to join with him in sharing the applause.
Once again, we come to the conclusion of another great concert in the series Symphonies of the World. Symphonies of the World was a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. The Book of the Month Club welcomes you to another in its series of opera programs sung in English. This evening, our music is taken from the works of Puccini, Bizet, Ponchielli, Smetana, and Mozart. For our soloists, it is with great pleasure that we welcome back to the stage of the Mutual Guild Theater Miss Clara May Turner, contralto, and Mr. Eugene Conley, tenor. The orchestra is conducted by the young American musician Mr. Thomas Sherman. Mr. Sherman begins our concert with the overture to Mozart's one-act opera, The Impresario.
That was the overture to Mozart's The Impresario. For our first solo this evening, we hear Miss Clara May Turner in a song from Ponchielli's La Gioconda. In the first act of the opera, La Gioconda's blind mother is accused of witchcraft and attacked by a mob. She is saved by the wife of a state inquisitor. In gratitude, the old woman presents her with a rosary and sings this expressive aria. Clara May Turner sings Angel of Mercy, Voice of Grace from Ponchielli's La Gioconda. The applause is for Clara May Turner, who sang Angel of Mercy, Voice of Grace from La Gioconda. Now, Mr. Eugene Conley sings an aria from Puccini's Turandot. In the first act, the unknown prince is about to try to answer the three riddles of the beautiful Princess Turandot. If he succeeds, he marries the princess. If he fails, he dies. Liu, slave girl of his father, tearfully begs the unknown prince not to risk his life. But he tells her not to cry and asks that she care for his father should he fail in the approaching test. Eugene Conley singing Weep No More, Liu, from Puccini's Turandot.
No more, you said that long ago. I smiled upon you, then for that smile, a brave-hearted maid, you must heed me. Your noble master, perhaps tomorrow will have no one to must not leave him. Take him far away. Beside him and smooth the path of his exile. Hear me, oh my poor little you, your kind and gentle heart will not refuse me, will not refuse me, who will never smile again, will never smile again.
That was Eugene Conley singing Weep No More, Liu from Turandot. Before we continue, I want to give you some interesting information about a new book. Some books cast their shadow before them. It is as if the excitement of advanced readers were contagious, building up the fame of such books by word of mouth long before they reach the bookstores. Thunder Out of China by Theodore H. White and Annalee Jacoby is that kind of book. It is the Book of the Month Club selection for November and will not be published before October 24th. But already, a month before publication, it is expected among critics and others in the book world that Thunder Out of China will be one of the most important books of the year. There is one good reason for this. The smoldering civil war going on in China may blaze into conflagration at any time. If it does, it may profoundly affect the future of every citizen in this country. For it is in China that Soviet Russia and the United States face each other most directly. What is the key to the great Chinese puzzle? What are the rights of the situation? As the brilliant chief of time and life service in China for 6 crucial years, Theodore H. White learned how to unravel the tangled skein of Chinese life and politics. His assistant was Annalee Jacoby, who worked in the capital while Mr. White made frequent trips to the battlefronts. Together, they made as good a team as ever covered China. And what they have to report in Thunder Out of China is almost certain to stir up some editorial thunder in the United States. In addition to Thunder Out of China, you may remember the recent Book of the Month Club announcement that members will receive in November a free copy of Hiroshima, John Hersey's masterful report of what happened to people when the first atom bomb was dropped on Japan. Now, back to our music. As Thomas Sherman and the orchestra play The Dance of the Comedians. Smetana's The Bartered Bride. Thomas Sherman has just conducted the Let's Go to the Opera Orchestra in The Dance of the Comedians from The Bartered Bride. Clara May Turner and Eugene Conley return to the stage to sing the famous duet from the second act of Bizet's Carmen. This is the scene at the tavern in which Carmen dances for Don Jose and then tries to persuade him to desert from the army and flee with her into the mountains. Miss Turner and Mr. Conley.
And you shall see, my lord, how I can sing and play, doing them all together. You just sit there, Don Jose. Let me show you.
Stop one moment.
Tell me why, if you please.
Don't you hear a bird? Yes, the sound of the bugle sounding the retreat. Do you not hear it now?
Bravo, my charming soldier. I'm sorry that I can't compete with trumpets and bugles. I should have had an orchestra to live on, my lord.
Understand, Carmen, it's the retreat, and I must go. It means I must leave right away.
Right away, right away. How could I be so stupid? How could I be so stupid? I danced my heart away. I sang my song for you. I gave my all for you. I thought you might be pleased. How I sang, how I danced. I thought, can you imagine? I was falling in love. Da-da-da-da, oh, here's the retreat. Da-da-da-da, and I shall be too late. Goodness me, it's the retreat, and I shall be too late. Oh, he runs. Now you see how he loves.
You mean you don't believe that I'm in love?
I know.
Carmen, hear what I say. Listen to me. Listen to me. Yes, I love you. Look at me, Carmen. Hear what I say. Flower you gave so lightly, the flower you wore that bloomed so brightly, though in my cell its beauty waned, its haunting fragrance still remains. The hours I spent there without you beside me there. I curse to the day when first I met you. I tried to despise, to forget you. I asked myself why this should be, why fate's decree led you to me. Then I broke the spell that oppressed me, and there came a dream that possessed me, my only hope, my only goal, the only prayer that filled my soul. Oh, where you are, Carmen, let me be there. Oh, let me linger here before you, held in the spell that your eyes impart. Oh, let me worship and adore you. Oh, my Carmen, here at your feet I lay my heart. Carmen, I love you. But I do. No, you don't really love me. Ah, if it were true, why then you'd come with me. Down where the mountains meet the sea. Down where the river meets the tide. Give me your heart and follow me. Offer your horse and you and I will ride to a place where we two should be. Down where the mountains meet the sea. What a place for us to be. I shall love you if you love me. There won't be a soul to discover. There's not a single officer you need obey. The trumpet to summon my lover, and to discover, never to call you away. Skies will be blue and life is bright. All the world to call our own, knowing no love but one new delight. This is the greatest joy I know. We shall be free. We somewhere the river meets the tide.
This has been the 23rd in the series of Let's Go to the Opera, presented every Sunday evening at 7 o'clock by your host, the Book of the Month Club. Our soloists this evening were Clara May Turner and Eugene Conley. Next week, Let's Go to the Opera will present Todd Duncan and Anne McKnight in songs by Verdi, Mozart, and Massenet. Thomas Sherman will conduct. Let's Go to the Opera is a weekly presentation of the Book of the Month Club. It comes to you from the Mutual Guild Theater in New York City, where it is produced by Roger Bauer. This is Frank Waldecker inviting you to be our guests next week at this same time. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Let's go to the opera. The Book of the Month Club welcomes you to the 22nd in its series of opera programs in English. Our soloists this evening are Mr. Norman Corden of the Metropolitan Opera Association and Miss Barbara Troxell of the Concert Stage. Our music is by Wagner, Verdi, Gounod, Fauré, and Cornelius. And our conductor is Thomas Sherman. Mr. Norman Corden opens this evening's program as he sings The King's Prayer from Wagner's Lohengrin. Elsa has been accused of murdering her brother. Her accuser and her champion, Lohengrin, will do battle to decide her innocence or guilt. Before the battle begins, the king sings a prayer, beseeching God to grant victory to the knight who was without sin. Norman Corden, assisted by Barbara Troxell and chorus, sings the King's Prayer from Lohengrin.
Will
Norman Corden singing The King's Prayer from Lohengrin. In a quick change of mood, Mr. Corden assumes the role of the king of chatterboxes, Abdul Hassan, who is the barber of Baghdad in Cornelius' opera of the same name. In this scene, the barber launches into an uproarious song describing himself as the most intellectual of barbers, at home in every field of learning. Norman Corden as the garrulous barber.
I'm a physician, an academician with learning grammatical and mathematical, rules algebraical, trigonometrical, training rhetorical, studies historical. I'm a geologist and a philologist. Good at geography, maps, and topography. Linguist and jurist and tourist and jurist. Build a contractor, an artist, an actor, a painter, musician, expert politician, a smart epigrammatist, also a dramatist, equally proper as writer of operas, plays what I call melodramatical. I am poetical, peripatetical, dealing Hippocrates, Plato, and Socrates. I can contain them all, I can explain them all, everything practical, autodidactical, combined in me. They're all combined in me.
Turning from the diverting Barber of Baghdad, let's go to the opera presents Barbara Truxell in a song from Verdi's Othello. The scene is Desdemona's chamber. Desdemona sings a melancholy folk song about an unhappy love. And then, as she says goodnight to her maid, Amelia, she feels a premonition of her own death. Barbara Truxell sings the Willow Song from Verdi's Othello.
Oh,
We shall hear more from Miss Foxell presently. During our short intermission, I want to give you some interesting facts about the Book of the Month Club selection for October. It is a book with a curious title of Mistress Masham's Repose, and it is by the English author T.H. White. You'll be reading a lot about this book when it is published on September 27th. Henry Seidel Canby, chairman of the club's editorial board, calls Mistress Masham's Repose, I quote, the most charming and delightful book I have read in many a day. And when I say charming, Dr. Canby adds, I do not mean just picturesque or humorous or captivating, but all of these, with a spice of malice and a thread of irony and some cutting words for those who love power more than people. Mistress Masham's Repose takes its title from an 18th century pseudo-Greek temple, where once a Lady Masham drank tea with Alexander Pope and the aristocracy. The temple is in ruins now, and the artificial island on which it was built, the size of a tennis court, is overgrown with brambles. To this miniature wilderness one day comes the present owner of the island, little 10-year-old, bespectacled Maria. And there she finds, in a half-walnut shell, a sleeping baby, a descendant of one of Gulliver's Lilliputians. For Gulliver's little people did get to England after all, states Mr. White. A scoundrelly sailor kidnapped some of them and brought them home to gain a fortune by exhibition. But one evening they escaped and hid away on this tiny island. And here they have dwelt and prospered and increased without anyone's knowledge until little Maria comes along and discovers them. Well, you can imagine what Mr. White, with his witty and whimsical talent, can do with a theme like this. Remember the title, Mistress Masham's Repose, by T.H. White. In a week or so, you'll be reading the reviews about this October Book of the Month. Back to our music, as Thomas Sherman and the orchestra play two sections of Gustave Fauré's orchestral suite, Pelleas and Melisande, The Spinners and Sicilienne. Thomas Sherman and the orchestra have played The Spinners and Sicilienne from Fauré's Pelleas and Melisande suite. Now, our Let's Go to the Opera soloists return to the stage together to sing the church scene from Gounod's Faust. It is Act 4. Margarita, heartbroken and penitent, comes to the church to pray. But even there, she is not safe from the mockery of the archfiend Mephistopheles. It is too late to ask forgiveness, he tells her. You are lost forever, Margarita. Barbara Truxell as Margarita and Norman Corden as Mephistopheles, assisted by the chorus, sing the church scene from Gounod's Faust.
Now listen to the cry, it is help that is calling to your soul with its might. Now you shall know remorse, you shall know every eye through the eternal night.
What is this voice that I hear from the shadows? Almighty love, what veil of darkness descend on me?
This has been the 22nd in the series of Let's Go to the Opera, presented every Sunday evening by our host, the Book of the Month Club. Our soloists this evening were Norman Corden and Barbara Truxell. The orchestra was under the direction of Thomas Sherman. Next week, Let's Go to the Opera will present Clara May Turner and Eugene Conley in songs by Verdi, Puccini, Bizet, and Ponchielli. Let's Go to the Opera is a weekly presentation of the Book of the Month Club. It is produced by Roger Bauer and comes to you from the Mutual Guild Theater in New York City. Next week, Let's Go to the Opera will be broadcast at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is Frank Waldecker inviting you to be our guests next week at that time. This program is heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Let's go to the opera. Your host, the Book of the Month Club, welcomes you to the 24th in its series of opera programs sung in English. Our soloists this evening are Miss Anne McKnight and Mr. Todd Duncan, whom, as you know, created the role of Porgy in Gershwin's Porgy and Bess. Our conductor is Mr. Thomas Sherman. Mr. Sherman and the orchestra open the program with the overture to Wagner's The Flying Dutchman. Thomas Sherman has just conducted the orchestra in the overture to The Flying Dutchman. For our first solo this evening, Miss Anne McKnight sings Agatha's Prayer from Weber's Der Freischütz. It is the second act, and Agatha is waiting for her lover Max to return from a shooting match. As it grows late and Max does not return, Agatha sings a tender prayer for his safety. Anne McKnight singing Agatha's Prayer from Weber's Der Freischütz. applause is for Anne McKnight, who sang Agatha's Prayer from Der Freischütz. Tonight, it is with great pleasure that we welcome home Mr. Todd Duncan. This is Mr. Duncan's first professional appearance since his recent return from a concert tour of Australia and New Zealand. He sings a celebrated aria from Massenet's opera Erodiad. In the second act of the opera, one of Herod's attendants gives him a mysterious potion that enables him to see a vision of the woman he loves. The vision is the exotic Salome, and it inspires the unhappy king to sing this beautiful aria, Dream of Love, Fleeting Dream. Mr. Duncan.
As the potion of love sent this dream to enchant me, shall I see her tonight? Shall I gaze in her eyes? Oh, vision of delight, oh, dream of sweet enchantment, have you come to assuage all the yearning in my heart, and to flame in my soul? Stay before my eyes. Do not leave me now. Dream of love, fleeting dream, I must follow forever. Strange, mysterious maid, oh vision never to fade. How my eyes long for the sign of your dear face. Hope of my heart, dream of love, fleeting vision, my heart must adore you forever. To feel your embrace and the heart of your heart, a full 1 hour of love, then to die in your arms. Strange, mysterious maze, and never to fade. How my eyes long for the sign of your dear face. Hope of my heart, dream of love, fleeting vision, my heart most adore you forever. To feel your embrace and the heart of your heart, a full 1 hour of love, then to die in your arms. Die in a kiss of rapture, die in a kiss of rapture. Oh, for that hour, oh, for that moment, I would give all my pure
Todd Duncan has sung Dream of Love, Fleeting Dream from Massenet's Hérodiade. He and Miss McKnight will return presently. In the short intermission, I would like to ask you if you remember this little verse. You are old, Father William, the young man said, and your hair has become very white, and yet you incessantly stand on your head. Do you think at your age it is right? It's from Alice in Wonderland, of course, and do you recall this from Through the Looking Glass? The time has come, the walrus said, to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot, and whether pigs have wings. Quotations like these will send you back to your dog-eared volumes of Lewis Carroll's masterpieces, if you still have them. Even if you do, you'll be interested in the beautiful new 2-volume edition of Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, soon to be published. The Book of the Month Club is sending these 2 books to members as their book dividend for November and December. It is probably the most beautiful edition of Lewis Carroll's masterpiece that has ever been published for general distribution. And in its way, it's a first, despite the hundreds of editions that have already appeared. Because here, for the first time, all of John Tenniel's beloved illustrations are in full color. The noted illustrator, Fritz Cradle, has taken the original Tenniel drawings and added to them the tender and fanciful colors they inevitably suggest. The result is a thing of real beauty that would almost certainly have delighted the English master. In his time, modern printing techniques for reproducing illustrations in color were unknown. If they had been known, Tenniel would in all probability have made use of them himself. Returning to our music, Thomas Sherman conducts the orchestra in the Dance of the Will-o'-the-Wisp from Berlioz' opera. Thomas Sherman and the orchestra have played The Dance of the Will-o'-the-Wisp from The Damnation of Faust. Now our soloists, Todd Duncan and Anne McKnight, return to the center of the stage to sing a duet from La Traviata. In this scene, Monsieur Giamont asks Violetta to renounce the love of his son, Alfredo. For as long as Alfredo remains with Violetta, his family is disgraced, and his young sister cannot make an acceptable marriage. Todd Duncan and Anne McKnight as Monsieur Giamont and Violetta in Verdi's La Traviata.
Say when you see
This has been the 24th in the series of Let's Go to the Opera programs, presented every Sunday evening at 7 o'clock by your host, the Book of the Month Club. Our soloists this evening were Anne McKnight and Todd Duncan, and the orchestra was under the direction of Thomas Sherman. Next week, Let's Go to the Opera will present Martha Lipton, Mimi Benzel, Robert Marshall, and Mary Henderson in an entire program devoted to music from Richard Strauss, Der Rosenkavalier. Let's Go to the Opera is a weekly presentation of the Book of the Month Club. It is produced by Roger Bauer and comes to you from the Mutual Guild Theater in New York City. This is Frank Waldecker, inviting you to be our guests next week at this same time. This program is heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson as he tells you another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'm going to tell you about a swell idea. The idea of serving Petri California sherry before dinner. Tomorrow night, just before dinner, instead of that last-minute rush, take it easy. Pour yourself a glass of Petri sherry. Now, if you'll do that just once, I wouldn't have to say another word about Petri sherry. You'd be a customer for life. Because Petri sherry is good wine with a capital good. Judge that Petri sherry any way you like. By its beautiful amber color, its heart of the grape aroma, or by the best test of all, its flavor. Petri sherry is delicious. And you have a choice of two kinds, Petri regular and Petri pale dry sherry. If you're not sure which you'll like better, try them both. Don't buy one, buy two. But remember, always buy Petri. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's expecting us. Let's go in and join him. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
All set for tonight's story?
Yes, my boy, I'm all set, as you put it. It began in Vienna in 1889. The old Vienna of bright lights, lovely ladies, and lilting music.
What were you and the great Sherlock Holmes doing there, Doctor?
Mr. Bartell, what were we doing there?
Yes, sir. Were you just taking a trip?
Oh, in those early days of our association, we didn't have either the time or the money for trips. No, we were in Vienna with the express command of the Emperor Franz Joseph. It was in October, I remember, that we arrived in the city, and for several days we were forced to cool our heels awaiting the imperial pleasure. On one of those idle evenings, that the good services of our friend, the Chief of Police, Count Frano, secured us an invitation to a resplendent ball that was being held at the palace of Princess Stephanie von Kram. It was an incredibly colorful spectacle, Mr. Bartell. A string orchestra high in the gallery of the palace ballroom played a haunting Strauss waltz, while on the floor below, the cream of Viennese aristocracy swayed and glided gaily to the lilting music. I can remember the picture so well, Mr. Bartell, that Holmes and I stood there talking to the Chief of Police, Count Frano.
A colorful scene, is it not, gentlemen?
By George, yes, Count Frano. It must be a real holiday for you and Mr. Holmes.
What makes you say that, Watson?
Well, it's hard to think of the criminal world when one looks at such a gathering.
And yet Count Profano knows as well as I do that the criminal is not confined to class or environment.
Indeed, no, Mr. Holmes. I can assure you that every guest here tonight has been scrutinized as he entered.
Yes, I imagine that many plainclothes men are present in this room now, aren't they, Count Profano?
Oh, yes. We take no chances.
I suppose you can't afford to. There's enough jewelry being worn here tonight for a king's ransom, I should say.
The waltz is finished. Now I can present you to our hostess, Princess von Kram. Stephanie, my pigeon.
My pigeon must know the princess pretty well.
Yes, I'm glad to see that in Vienna the profession of criminal detection carries no social stigma.
Allow me to present you Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson, the Princess Stephanie von Kram.
I'm very honored
Your
to
Highness.
meet you, Your Highness.
I'm most happy to meet you, gentlemen. Permit me to introduce my protege, Janos Horváth, the Hungarian composer.
How do you do, sir?
This ball tonight, Mr. Holmes, will mark a rare occasion. A signal honor is to be conferred on Herr Horvath and myself before tonight is through. The next waltz is a new composition of his. Tonight will be its debut.
Indeed, how very interesting.
It is a great honor the princess has conferred on me. A new composition could not possibly be presented under more auspicious circumstances.
Count Frana, you spoke of an honor in connection with yourself.
May I tell them our secret, Stephanie?
No, I will tell them myself, Anatole. After your waltz has been played, Janusz, and Anatole and I shall be the first to have the privilege of dancing to it, my father is to make a public announcement. He is to announce my engagement to Count Anatole Rafon.
Oh, indeed, my congratulations to you both. Very lucky fellow. Very lucky
Am I
fellow.
not the luckiest of men? Is she not exquisite? I, the gay man of Vienna, the cavalier who swore that no one woman would ever capture him. I confess it, gentlemen, I'm in love. Oh, but I pity you. Even the great waltzes of old Vienna could hardly be worthy of this moment.
Oh, Anatole, you are a born flatterer. Oh, come, the waltz is about to begin. I shall see you gentlemen later.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. The orchestra is tuning up, Herr Horvath. I imagine this is a great moment for you.
A very frightening one, I assure you, my friend. In a few minutes, I shall know whether my new work is to be crowned with success or failure.
Count Frana is leading the princess to the center of the floor. The conductor is raising his battle.
This is your moment, Herr Horvath. Good luck.
Pray for me, gentlemen. Pray for me.
There they go, the princess and Count Frana. They're starting the waltz.
Ah, they make a striking pair, don't they?
Here come the other couples out on the floor. Charming. Quite charming. It reminds me of... Great Scott, that was a revolver shot.
It's the princess. She's been shot. Come on, Watson. Out of the way, please. Out of the way. Count Frano, what happens?
Stephanie, Dr. Watson, see what you can do for her.
Count Frano, there's nothing I can do, I'm afraid. She was shot through the brain. She died instantly.
Stephanie is dead.
Stop that devilish music. Lock all the doors. There's a murderer to be found.
Count Frano, have you found any clues?
One of my men found a revolver. It had been thrust into the earth of a potted palm.
May I see it, please?
Of course, here.
Rammed into the soft earth. Confound it. Count Frano, your fiancée was an extremely beautiful woman. You must have had rivals?
Yes, several, but none of them are present tonight.
Who will inherit her estate?
A 6-month-old nephew.
Who's his guardian?
The Emperor Franz Joseph himself. No, Mr. Holmes, I know of no obvious motive for someone wishing poor Stephanie dead.
Well, perhaps it was a political crime. She was a wealthy aristocrat and a very prominent one.
Yes, it's very possible. Many nihilist assassins have been active in my country recently.
Meanwhile, we have a ballroom full of suspects waiting for us.
So I was just going to suggest we went back there. We can't find out very much by staying here in the library.
It's a delicate matter. Almost everyone present tonight is known to me personally.
May I suggest that you go back to the ballroom and have the male guests file past you? Detain for questioning anyone whose evening clothes do not fit perfectly.
Clothes don't fit? What's the cut of a man's clothes got to do with this?
Anyone invited to such a ball as this would naturally have his own tailor. I think, Count Profrano, if you found a man who had to hire his costume, he might be an imposter and may well prove to be your assassin.
Well, Mr. Holmes, your plan has not been effective so far. You find one Englishman who is unusually badly dressed, and what do we discover? He's an English milord whose luggage was lost on the train.
Yes, and the second suspect proved to be a perfectly respectable Viennese doctor whose nasty little child had taken a last-minute snip at his tailcoat with a pair of scissors.
And the third was poor Horvath, the composer, who cannot yet afford a good dress suit, eh? Well, Count Profano, why not have the next suspect shown in?
Yes, of course.
Schober, bring in the next man.
Yeah, Herr Count.
Kommen Sie herein, bitte.
Ein, bitte. What a frightful-looking fellow.
Your name, please.
My name is Gruning. What do you wish with me?
Gruning? Your name was not on the list of invitations.
One moment, please. Let me see your right hand, Herr Gruning.
You have no right to touch me.
Where did you get these fresh earth stains? Your right thumb is pitted and the nail is full of dirt.
What does that prove, policeman?
Not a short while ago, you tried to hide your revolver by ramming it into an earth-filled flower pot. Give me that revolver, please, Count Rufano. It will be easy to compare the samples of earth.
It will not be necessary.
Well, you admit that you murdered the princess tonight, then?
Certainly, I admit it.
Why did you kill her?
She was an aristocrat. She was an oppressor of the poor. I'm glad I killed her. One day, I and my party will kill all of you filthy aristocrats.
Count Rufano, put down that revolver.
Shoot him like the dark he is.
No, Count Rufano. Even you can't take the law into your own hands.
Why do you not shoot me? I'm not afraid to die.
Have him taken away, Schober.
Nehmt den Hund ins Gefängnis.
Thank you for stopping my hand just now, Doctor. But when he spoke of Stephanie that way, I could have killed him just as he killed her.
A very understandable impulse, sir, but one that would have ruined your life.
My life? Now that she is dead, my life is empty. What right do love and beauty have to exist in a world that no longer holds Stephanie? She was all light and life. Now, but I am hardly displaying my Viennese blood, am I? The murder is caught, thanks to you, Mr. Holmes, and my life, such as it is, must go on somehow.
That's how the story began, Mr. Bartell.
Began? It sounds like the end of a story to me, Doctor.
Far from it, my boy. The next day, Holmes and I had our interview with His Imperial Majesty and learned the nature of the services expected of us, services that required our leaving the city. And that's why, my boy, we were gone from Vienna for some weeks. We didn't know that during our absence, Herr Holbert's waltz, which had had such a tragic debut, was beginning to make a sort of morbid history.
Herr Baron, the Horvath waltz. We have had many requests for it. Gladly, we will play it, Herr Baron.
Isn't that the Horvath waltz they are playing?
Yes, my dear, and see who is walking onto the floor to dance to it. Leah Mollenstein, the actress. A beautiful creature.
Are you trying to make me jealous, Hans?
Gott in Himmel, it's Leah Mollenstein! She's been shot!
A new ballet, and to the music of the Horvath waltz.
Magnificent. Never has Krasnova danced better.
Have you ever seen such exquisite pirouettes?
Deaths in 4 weeks, Schober. All beautiful women and all killed to the music of the Horvath waltz. There's a homicidal madman at large in Vienna. There's only one thing to be done. We must forbid absolutely the playing of that waltz by imperial decree.
Yeah, all of this, Mr. Bartell, until we return to Vienna.
And then, I suppose, Sherlock Holmes was drawn into the case again, Doctor.
Yes, my boy. Holmes immediately made a close study of the newspaper reports on the tragedies, and it was with great difficulty that I tore him away from his investigations to attend the reception at which the Emperor was to thank us for our services on the mission that we just completed. As we arrived at the Imperial Palace, almost the first person we ran into was the Hungarian composer, Janos.
Dr. Watson, you have heard of the tragedies connected with my waltz?
Yes, we have indeed, sir, we have
I was
indeed.
making a close study of the newspaper reports on them just before I came here.
You must do something, Mr. Holmes. People will hardly listen to other music. They want my waltz. But that is forbidden. I'm losing a reputation and a fortune while that waltz remains unplayed.
Or perhaps, Herr Horvath, you are laying an excellent foundation for a later reputation and fortune.
What do you mean?
All this publicity, however distasteful to you at the moment, must in the long run prove invaluable. Ah, there you are, my dear Count Rufano.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I'm glad to see you back in Vienna. You've heard of the murders?
Yes, Count, we were just discussing them.
I need your help again, my good friend. For over a month now, the murder has been at large, and I cannot seem to get on the trail.
Well, I'm Gruning, the first killer. What have you done with him?
Released him.
What?
Released him? Great Scott, why?
At the hearing, it was obvious the man was an egomaniac. He boasted of the murder of Stephanie, apparently out of pure vanity. The liberal newspaper editors made quite an issue of the case. They brought pressure to bear, and we had to let him go.
Confound it. I wish I hadn't left Vienna.
Well, if the fellow's at large again, Count Rufano, it's pretty obvious that he's the murderer of the other women, too.
On the contrary, Doctor, he was in prison until yesterday. The last of the murders was committed 3 days ago. Oh, here comes His Imperial Highness Franz Joseph.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Your Highness.
Good evening.
Your Highness.
Well, I see we have very distinguished company tonight. Not only the masterful Sherlock Holmes and his colleague, Dr. Watson, our English friends that we are honoring, but I see that we have a distinguished representative from our Hungarian Empire, Janos Horváth. A worthy successor, I'm told, as a breed of composers for whom Vienna is famous.
Your Imperial Highness is most kind.
There's a pipe organ in here. It's in excellent condition, I am told. Will you not play us one of your compositions, Herr Horváth?
I shall be most honored, Your Highness.
Sit down, gentlemen, sit down.
Thank you.
What shall I play, Your Imperial Highness?
Anything you wish, young man. Anything you wish.
Thank you, Your Highness. With your permission, I choose to play...
Great heavens! He's playing the death waltz.
On your guard, Watson. Even in the Imperial Palace itself, this twirling tune may invoke murder.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second, which just gives me time to remind you that if any one wine could be called the perfect wine for almost any occasion, that one wine would be Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is not only a fine before-dinner wine, but it's wonderful after dinner, too. And, of course, when you're entertaining or when guests drop in, whether in the afternoon or evening, there's nothing better than a glass of Petri Sherry. And it's comforting to know that you can serve Petri Sherry proudly, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. Dr. Watson, you certainly left me hanging on a cliff that time. You broke off your story just as the Hungarian composer started to play his ill-fated waltz to the Emperor Franz Joseph. What happened?
At the time, my boy, fortunately, nothing happened. Herr Horváth completed his composition without apparent incident, and shortly afterwards we attended a banquet that was given in our honor, a banquet that concluded with a rather curious ceremony in which the Emperor presented Sherlock Holmes with a medal to commemorate his services. What anything was. Never mind about that. Finally, it was shortly after 10 o'clock, I remember. Holmes and I, together with Count Rufano, left the royal chambers and started to descend the spiral staircase leading to the main hall.
You were greatly honored tonight, Mr. Holmes. I've only known His Imperial Highness to make 3 such presentations before, and they were all to my own countrymen.
He might have made another while he was about it.
Please, Watson, please.
Oh,
the Emperor was most kind. I can't help feeling that he over-evaluated my services.
You're being unusually modest, Holmes.
Perhaps because I feel that my visit here is incomplete until I've solved the death waltz murders.
I hope you'll be able to stay in Vienna long enough to do that. I confess I am at my wit's end.
I've been giving the matter a great deal of thought, Count Rufano. I have a plan for trapping the killer. It's in rather an embryonic stage at the moment, but over a few pipes at the hotel tonight, I expect to develop it thoroughly. I shall call at your office in the morning and explain it to you.
I shall be awaiting your visit eagerly. One more of these murders and the newspaper outcry might become so loud that I should have to resign my post as chief of police.
Well, when Horváth made that daring gesture and played the death waltz tonight, it proved one thing. It's not infallible. The death of a beautiful woman doesn't always follow the playing of the melody.
Very true, Doctor, but...
Watson.
Yes, sir?
Strike a match, will you?
Huh?
There's a figure here slumped on the landing.
It's got it. Body of a girl.
And a very beautiful girl, too.
Shot through the forehead. You were wrong, Watson. The death waltz is infallible, but I swear to you that the killer has struck for the last time. Ah, there you are, my dear Count Profano.
Yes, I followed the instructions you gave me this morning, Mr. Holmes. Schenbaum's is at the moment the smartest restaurant in Vienna. I've reserved the best table for you, and I've invited the guests that you named.
A strangely assorted couple, I must say. Janos Horvath, composer, and that grinning fellow, the one that admitted shooting your fiancée, Count Profano.
It's as much as I could do to keep my hands off him when he arrived here, Doctor. But Mr. Holmes insisted that I ask him. Just the same, I wish he would tell me his plan. I'm completely in the dark.
Completely in the dark. I can sympathize with you, Count Profano. Holmes never tells me a thing either.
Let's join our guest, shall we? In a very few minutes, I'm sure that my plan will be perfectly apparent. Good evening, Herr Horvath.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Herr Holmes?
And how are you tonight, Herr Gröning?
Angry at having to come here against my will. My party does not approve of these aristocratic, padded pigsties. But Count Refrano informed me that if I did not come here tonight, I could expect to find myself back in prison. How could I resist such a persuasive invitation?
Ah, here comes the third guest for our table. I met her at the hotel a few hours ago. Miss Banks, I'm so glad that you were able to come.
Hello, Mr. Holmes. I didn't know this was going to be a party, but I couldn't be happier.
Allow me to present you, Count Profano, Dr. Watson, Herr Horvath, Herr Gröning, Miss Barbara Banks from the United States of America.
How do you do, Holmes? I wish I knew what you're up to.
And how can a young American girl afford to come to Vienna, may I ask?
Of course you can ask. My father made a lot of money, and he wanted me to have the advantages he never had.
Your father made money because he ground the faces of the poor.
Oh, my father never ground a poor face in his life.
He was a capitalist. I spit on him.
Oh, that's rather unfriendly. And also, geographically speaking, something of a problem. You see, he's living in Wyoming.
You make fun of me.
Only because you made fun of me. Mr. Holmes, I did as you asked me.
I'm very grateful, Miss Banks.
The orchestra leader didn't want to play it. He seemed scared. But I waved a lot of money in front of him, and I promised to pay the fine as well.
Splendid.
Great Scott, I see it all now.
So do I. You persuaded Miss Banks to bribe the orchestra leader to play.
My waltz. My forbidden waltz?
Yes, Herr Horvath. I felt that if the request came from a young American, it might seem quite reasonable.
Particularly if the requests were accompanied by American dollars ground out of the faces of the poor.
You are being unpleasant to me, aren't you?
We're playing at your waltz, however. The death waltz.
Mr. Holmes, this is against the law. The Horvath waltz is forbidden by imperial decree.
True, nonetheless, my dear Count, I implore you not to arrest the orchestra leader until after the waltz is completed.
In which case, since I requested it and it's still playing, I'd like a partner. Will you dance with me, Count Refrano?
I'm sorry, Miss Banks, but to this melody I shall never dance again.
Oh. Well, how about you, Dr. Watson?
Oh, I like you very much, my dear, but I'm afraid I'm not as light on my feet as I used to be. In any case, I was never much of a hand at the waltz. The polka's more in my line.
Dear me, I'm getting an inferiority complex.
Oh, please do not, Miss Banks. You'll observe that the general public seems singularly unwilling to dance, too. Not one couple has ventured onto the floor.
How can you blame them? The waltz with Horvath may mean death. How can you blame them?
I'm not afraid. After all, Herr Horvath, it's your own music. I'll dance with you.
You're most kind, Miss Banks, and courageous. But to be a partner of the only woman on the floor would mean ruin, an admission of failure.
My third refusal. I'm a wallflower.
No, my dear Miss Banks, the aristocrats, they're afraid. But I, plain, simple Gröning, I will dance with you, Miss Millions.
Oh, bless you, Herr Gröning. And I assure you my father does not grind the faces of the poor.
He does grind the faces of the poor, this I know.
Stop her, it's suicide.
I think not, Herr Horvath.
I think so. And I'll not stay here to watch it.
Where the devil's he off to?
Do not worry, Doctor. I shall keep an eye on him.
Yes, and we'll keep an eye on both of them. Come on, Watson.
Horvath is leaving the room.
Whereas Count Refrano has deserted his trail and has slipped behind one of those pillars.
Good Lord, he's drawing a revolver.
Exactly, Watson. He's our man. Put down that revolver, Count Refrano. Put it down, I say.
He's turning it on himself. Count Refrano! I still can't believe it, Holmes. Not the fact that Count Frano blew his brains out, but the fact that he was a murderer.
Yes, I was slow to believe it too, old chap, and I blame myself in consequence. Two things should have been instantly apparent about the madman who killed beautiful women when he heard the Horvath waltz. Firstly, he must have had some motivation which drove him to such an act.
Secondly, he must have carried a revolver with him at all times, since he was invariably armed when the occasion presented itself.
Exactly, and that factor made me think of the police official. Then, of course, I saw Frano's motivation. He loved the Princess Stephanie dearly. Her death in his arms was a psychological shock that was more than his mentality could stand.
And when he heard that music, it reminded him of the dead princess and forced him to kill.
That's right, old fellow. You will recall that what he said to us after his fiancée's death. What right do love and beauty have to exist in a world that no longer holds Stephanie? When he heard the music, he couldn't bear to think that other loveliness existed, and so, well, he destroyed it.
But who killed the Princess Stephanie?
The man who was first arrested for it, Herr Gröning. He admitted it. After a little persuasion, when the police arrived, taken back to prison in the carriage that just took Count Frano's body.
It's shocking to think that 7 innocent women have been murdered before this case is solved.
Yes, a fact that will be a constant reproach to me, I assure you.
Oh, I didn't mean that, my dear fellow. We weren't even in Vienna when 5 of the killings took place.
Hello. Here comes Miss Banks.
Mr. Holmes, what happened to that funny little man who danced with me?
Herr Gröning? He went to prison, Miss Banks. He was a murderer.
Well, I must say this is a strange kind of a party you asked me to, Mr. Holmes. One of the guests blows his brains out, and the other, the only man who danced with me, turns out to be a murderer. Oh, I see now why Father sent me to Europe. An evening like this could never happen in Wyoming.
Look. Helmut's walking out in front of the orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Shh. Listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I almost thought of a wish to assure you, upon the word of the great English detective Sherlock Holmes, that never again shall my new waltz be an accompaniment for murder. Henceforth, its melody will be for life and love and laughter. I have ordered a bottle of the finest Tokay sent to each of your tables. Raise your glasses and pledge me as I now conduct my waltz. Free at last from the kiss of death.
Say, Doctor, I really like that story. That was a baffler.
Yes, wasn't it? A highly placed police official is the last person in the world you'd think guilty of murder. I must confess I wasn't of so much help to Holmes in solving that case.
Oh, don't let that worry you, Doctor. After all, Holmes almost missed solving it himself.
Oh, thank you, my boy. Nice of you, thank you. But it certainly was one of the most interesting cases that I was ever connected with.
I know what you mean. You know, I came across quite an interesting case myself the other day.
Oh, you don't say where?
Right in my own house.
Oh, that's interesting. What kind of case?
Sherry.
Oh, good gracious me, sherry.
That's right, a case of Petri, California sherry. You see, I buy it by the case, Doctor, because that Petri wine is really extraordinary. But all Petri wine is unusual wine, unusually good, because the Petri family has been making wine for generations. Because this is so, and because the Petri business has been owned and operated by the Petri family ever since its beginning, and is today the largest independent family-owned wine company in America, naturally the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. Naturally good wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of the Illustrious Client. Music is by Dean Fostler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petrie family. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 28209. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence tonight's Candy Matson story, it's a very great pleasure to welcome as our distinguished guest this evening the widely read radio columnist of the San Francisco Examiner, who conducts his own radio column under the title Day and Night with Radio and Television, Mr. Dwight Newton.
Thank you, Dudley Manlove. Recently, I conducted a popularity poll to determine our readers' favorite radio program originating in San Francisco. Heading the list, and a top-heavy favorite, was your Candy Matson program. In behalf of the Examiner readers who participated in the poll, I am happy to present this award, which reads as follows. 1950 San Francisco Examiner Favorite Program Award. This certifies that readers of the San Francisco Examiner have voted Candy Matson their favorite local radio program in a poll conducted by the underside writer of the column Day and Night with Radio and Television. Congratulations to all who participate on the Candy Matson program, to Monty Masters, who writes and directs it, and to you, Natalie Masters, the Candy Matson star.
Thank you, Dwight Newton. We're doubly proud of this award tonight because next week's program will mark Candy Matson's first birthday. From all of us here at NBC in San Francisco, to Dwight Newton, the San Francisco Examiner, and most of all, you, the listeners, who've made this award possible, our very sincere thanks.
We continue now with Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Just a moment, I'll be right there. How do you do?
You are Candy Matson, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. And who are you?
Willa Gray.
Come in, won't you, Willa? Is there something I can do for you?
I don't quite know how to explain this, but it's my brother.
Your brother?
Maybe you've heard of him, Miss Matson. Gordon Gray.
Why, sure, the songwriter?
That's right.
Who doesn't know him? He's written almost as many hit songs as Irving Berlin. What about him, Willa?
Well, like many people I know, Gordon is a crime student for relaxation. He reads all the books, listens to all the radio programs, and naturally he's heard and read a great deal about you.
Well, I'm flattered.
When I suggested talking to you, he agreed immediately.
Talking to me, Willa? What about?
Well, it's his mental condition, Miss Matson. He's suddenly become extremely childish. All day long he sits at the piano playing nothing but uncoordinated notes.
Are you sure they're uncoordinated, or is it some new style he's trying to develop?
Miss Matson, you're familiar with Gordon's work. Songs like Lazy Old June, The Tenderness of You. What he's doing now is just musical gibberish.
How well I remember Lazy Old June. I was just a kid in high school at the time. Oh. Are you living with your brother, Willa?
No, I'm not. Just as well, too. I don't think I could take it.
Why do you say that?
These foolish notes he plays. He says he's working on a thing to be called Symphony of Death. That someone is going to kill him.
What? Now you've got me interested.
I hope so, Miss Matson. He won't talk to me. Every time I drop by, Gordon just sits at the piano, laughing horribly, and playing these kindergarten notes. As I said, he's a great fan of yours. Won't you go and just speak to my brother?
Sure, I'll see him. Gordon Gray with a shattered mind. What a pity, if true. Think of all the jukeboxes that would have to settle for promissory notes.
Candy Matson, San Francisco's well-known gal private investigator. Merely trying to get her penthouse on Telegraph Hill cleaned, and she walks into a stack of memories. Memories created by a songwriter named Gordon Gray. Symphony of Death. It never became a popular composition, but it will always be on Candy's all-time hit parade, a tune she'll never forget, because it brought about a very strange chain of events and a fascinating finish to the entire story. Oh, and the in-between department? Well, here she is, the gal who never suffers from gaposis, Candy Matson.
When I went into the cold, hard world to make a living for myself, Gordon Gray was an American institution. That's when he wrote his never-to-be-forgotten The Rhapsody of You. I'd had no idea that Gray was in San Francisco. The last I'd heard, he was in New York, working on the score of a brand-new musical. So when his sister confronted me like that, naturally, I was caught a bit off base. She wrote Gordon's address for me, and like the rabbity little elf she seemed, ducked out as abruptly as she came. Then I dressed, drove over to an apartment house on Powell Street, just down from the family club. I pressed the button. It blew an ugly little noise back at me. I entered, went up the stairs to 221. The door opened.
Yes?
Mr. Gray?
Yes, that's right.
I didn't call you on the phone. I thought I'd just more or less barge in on you. I'm Candy Matson.
Candy Matson. Do come in. Oh, please, do come in.
Thank you.
So, my little sister finally got up enough gumption to call you.
Yes, she came by this afternoon. We had quite a nice little chat.
A nice chat. With my sister? Impossible. The little mouse doesn't know how to put one word after another. Oh, here. Do sit down, won't you? Place is a mess. I've got manuscript all over the floor, the highboy, the whatnot, everywhere. Highball? Spot of sherry?
Thank you. No, not right at the moment.
As you say.
I beg your pardon?
It's nothing, really. I'm just thinking of my monstrous joke. I'm going to be killed, you know.
Yes, so your sister said.
Oh.
Do you mind?
My sister. Young. She's young enough to be my grandchild. Do you know what? She thinks I'm slipping my cable.
Do you mind if I call you Gordon?
I'd love it. Providing I can call you Candy.
I'd despise myself in the AM if you didn't.
Candy, you're just as delightful as I had you pictured.
Thanks, Gordon. Now, frankly, what do you think? Are you slipping your cable?
Of all the idiotic... Of course not.
Willa seems convinced you are.
Willa's a mere babe, a suckling.
What about this new thing you're working on, Gordon, this Symphony of Death?
She told you about that, too, huh? That's part of my monstrous joke, Candy.
Want to confide in me? Let me know what this joke is?
I don't mind in the least. You have brains. Not many people have brains in this world, Candy, but you do. And because you have brains, I'm going to give you a challenge.
Okay, let me have it.
Oh, no. The challenge will only come after he kills me.
He? Who are you referring to, Gordon?
That's part of the challenge, Candy.
I see. Do you really believe that someone's out to kill you?
But of course. That's the delicious part of the whole thing. I'm going to be killed. It can't be avoided. That's why I'm writing my Symphony of Death.
Oh, sure. Now I see.
You're making fun of me, Candy.
No, I'm not, Gordon, really. It's just that, well, I've never met anyone who was happy about the prospect of getting knocked off.
I don't mind, actually. I've lived a full life. I've seen the world, made lots of money, been wined and dined by people in all walks of life. My music will live after me. That's all I care about.
Now I can understand.
There. You see, that's why I like you. You have brains. Shall I play my new composition for you?
If you like.
Very well. As you will discover after I'm dead. It's all part of my monstrous joke. Excuse me. Pay no attention to the technique, Candy, my dear. My fingers aren't quite as supple as they used to be. There. What do you think of it?
Gordon, I think it's a great, monstrous joke.
I knew you'd see it. It's part of the joke. You're really sharp. I knew it. That's part of the joke, and you can see it.
You pay wonderful compliments, Gordon. Thank you. But don't you think this Symphony of Death is a complete departure from your usual style? From something like, well, the Rhapsody of You, for instance?
Certainly. It's because of him. I had to write something dedicated to him, didn't I?
Well, to scramble a dangling participle, who's him?
The man who's going to kill me.
As I left, I tried to shake the picture of a cackling man playing one-fingered doodles on the keyboard, but I couldn't. The impression was indelible. When I arrived home, I was greeted by the sight of a familiar auto parked out in front. It was my number 1 boy, Inspector Ray Mellard of San Francisco Homicide. I invited him up to sit a spell and chew the fat.
What's new, Cupcake? I haven't seen you for several days. Seems like weeks.
Ha! A compliment. That means you're after something.
I am not. Can't I ever say something nice without you misconstruing?
Oh, okay. Compliment accepted. Good. What brings you around here this time of day, Mellard, dear? Aren't you on duty?
That's the trouble. I've been on duty for almost 48 hours straight. I had to take a little breather for myself.
Working on a deal?
Yeah, a hot one. No leads, no clues, no nothing.
For a slight consideration, I might be inclined to help you crack the case, Sherlock.
By the way, what are you working on?
Nothing but hope and what's left of the bank account.
You mean to say the great lady Private Eye is temporarily at liberty?
I mean to say just exactly that.
Well, if I'm any judge of your business ability, you've got enough money tucked away to buy the Philadelphia Athletics from Connie Mack. What do you do with all your loot, Candy?
Sew it in hair mattresses and sleep on it. Oh, excuse me a moment, Mellard.
Sure, go right ahead.
Oh, hello, Willa. I didn't expect to see you so soon.
I hope you won't think me a nuisance, but I just had to see you.
I understand. Come in.
No, thanks. You've been to see Gordon. I just spoke with him on the phone, and he told me.
Yes, that's right.
What do you think, Miss Matson?
Very sad, Willa. How long has he been like this?
Just a week or so. He flew in from New York, and I could see the change in him right away.
How long ago did he leave for New York?
He left Hollywood for New York last month.
Was he all right then?
Oh, yes, just fine. He seemed so happy. He just finished writing the music for the new show in the East. But when he got there, the backers, as they say in show business, told him the music was no good. He said he'd return to the coast and redo it. But instead of going back to Hollywood, he came here, took that apartment on Powell Street, and he's been holed up there ever since.
Do you think being told his music was no good had anything to do with his present condition?
Oh, I'm sure of it, Miss Matson. He's always been such a sensitive person.
No, Willa. I've known several people who snapped momentarily under a terrific strain. Maybe it's not as serious as you think.
But what am I going to do?
Well, first, he needs aid, immediately. I know a Judge Conway here in town. I think he'll help you get Gordon committed to a sanitarium where he'll get the finest medical aid available.
A sanitarium? Oh, no, Miss Matson, that would kill Gordon.
It's either that or have him get progressively worse.
I suppose you're right. Would you talk to Gordon? Explain what must be done? I don't think I'm capable.
Sure, I'll do it, Willa. You sit tight and I'll call you just as soon as I speak with Judge Conway.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I imagine I should inquire as to how much you charge for your services.
No, forget it, Willa. Getting Gordon Gray back to normal will be pay enough.
You're just wonderful, Miss Matson. Goodbye.
Poor kid. So helpless.
Poor kid is right. I couldn't help overhearing. She's about 90% mouse.
She and Gordon must have been poured right out of the same mold as far as sensitivity is concerned.
Is that the Gordon Gray, Candy? The famous songwriter?
That's the one.
And he's cracked up.
Mm-hmm.
Downright sure. Well, thanks, pal. Just the sight of you has picked me up considerably. I'll be getting back to the grind.
Nellie, dear, hold me tight for just a moment, will you?
Sure. Don't let Gordon Gray get you down, Cupcake.
Well, it wasn't a very pretty sight. And I've got to face him again. Thanks for the hug, Mellard. I'll return it someday. Mellard released his grip and left. I snapped my ribs back in place and steeled myself for the ordeal ahead of me. It wasn't going to be easy, but it had to be done. So once again, I found myself ducking down Green Street, over Powell, across California, and down the roller coaster of a hill to Gordon's apartment. He answered the door, and I was met with just as much enthusiasm as before.
Candy Matson, I was wondering where you'd been. You've been gone for ages, darling. Do come in. I've got a surprise for you. When did you get back from Europe?
When did I get back? Oh, just a day or so ago.
Your letters were wonderful. I especially adored the one from Naples. What a time you must have had.
Yes, quite a time, Gordon. How's the new symphony coming along?
That's the surprise, my dear. It's completed. Long last, it's finished. To be perfectly frank, Candy, I think it's great. I've been in touch with Toscanini. He's going to give it its premiere performance at Carnegie next month. I've already sent him the revised manuscript. Can you picture it, Candy? A hushed crowd. Maestro raps his baton. The orchestra comes to full attention. Then that magnificent, firm downbeat of Toscanini's and Symphony of Death is making its debut. First, the Allegretto. Then the Molto Andante. The audience is at first inclined to scoff, to think that Gordon Gray could write serious music, from Lazy Old June to Symphony of Death. Too much of a step, they'd say. Then Toscanini glides into the con moto. The audience tenses, not believing their ears. Little by little, they understand what Gordon Gray is trying to express. Then, as if it were not enough, Toscanini moves into the breathtaking finale. It soars, it moves. It transports everyone in Carnegie Hall into another world. And abruptly, Symphony of Death. The Symphony of Death is over. The audience arises as one. They shout for Gordon Gray, the composer. History's being made. More shouts for the composer. But Gordon Gray isn't there. Gordon Gray's dead. Because of him.
Gordon, listen to me.
Because of him. The world will have to be denied any further music from the pen of Gordon Gray.
I said listen to me, Gordon.
Oh. Go on.
I want to talk to you. And you've got to listen very carefully. You're sick. You need help. Your sister and I are arranging to have you sent to a home nearby. They'll have you on your feet in short order.
Sent away?
Yes.
That means he will visit me sooner than I'd planned. Very well, Candy. Tell Willa to do whatever she thinks best. I won't give her any trouble.
It's for your own good, Gordon. Believe me.
I know. Candy, you never went to Europe, did you? You were here earlier this afternoon. Isn't that right?
That's right.
You just went along with the gag.
That's right, Gordon.
Yeah. You'll be here sooner. Much sooner than I expected.
Gordon Gray went into the other room and lay down on his studio couch, face down. That's when I tiptoed out of the apartment. If only I could have peeked into the future, I'd never have left, because that was the last time Gordon Gray was seen alive. I went home, fixed myself something to eat, turned the radio on low, and sat down with a book called That Frail Vessel, a book about the behavior of the human mind. Out of one corner of my ear, I heard it. It was the 10 o'clock news over NBC with Sam Hayes. And there it was. The body of Gordon Gray had been found in his apartment. The book clattered out of my hands, and I sat there for a moment stunned. But only for a moment. In another second, I was driving over to pick up an old pal of mine, Rembrandt Watson. There was a good reason for it. Rembrandt's studying to play the cello. On the way over, I noticed the headlines. The police had the net out for Gordon's sister, Willa. Rembrandt was home. He was agreeable to going to Gordon Gray's apartment with me. And before you could bat an eyelash, providing your batting average was good, we were in said apartment alone.
My word, girl.
What a garish-looking place.
It didn't belong to Gordon personally, Rembrandt. He was merely renting it.
It still doesn't deny the fact that it's garish. Can't be the truth now. Why did you want me to come to this Victorian mausoleum with you?
Just a hunch, Ducky. Are you still taking cello lessons?
Taking them? Girl, don't be ridiculous. I'm now giving them.
Even better. Just as I thought. The boys in blue haven't touched anything. The manuscript for Symphony of Death is still on the piano. Can you play single notes on the piano, Rembrandt?
Well, I can try.
Good. Run your hangnails over this.
Strange. This isn't music. Just a series of notes with no meter, phrasing, or regard for the proper time to the bar.
Exactly. Play it just the way it's written.
Very well.
And call out the notes as you go along. I think I'm beginning to understand Gordon's Symphony of Death.
As you say, B, A, D, and for no reason at all there's a rest, Candy.
D, A, D, and a rest. Go ahead.
E, G, G, and another rest.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes D, E, A, D, then a long gap in the manuscript.
You know what that spells musically, Ducky? Bad egg dead.
Utter confusion.
Mm-hmm. On the other hand, I don't think so. As we say in the movies, continue on.
F, A, G, G, E, D. No timing at all.
That spells fagged.
So am I. However, it goes on like this. D, E, A, F. Another rest, then B, E, E. Fini.
What?
Through. It's kaput. Finish.
Let's see now. Bad egg dead. Fagged. Deaf. B.
Candy, love. If you're going with the notes of the musical scale, you could spell practically anything out of A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, even from a tune like Ragma.
But this means something. I know it does. Gordon told me it was going to be a challenge. What? Who's there?
Don't be alarmed, Miss Matson. It's only me, Willa.
Willa, how did you get in here? Don't you know the police are looking all over town for you?
Let them look. I don't care. My brother's dead. I read it in the papers.
How did you get in here, Willa? The cops are surrounding the place.
I just walked in through the front door.
Oh, wait till Mallard hears about this. Willa, you didn't kill Gordon, did you?
No, Miss Matson, I didn't. Honestly, I didn't.
I believe you, Willa. Because I think I know who did kill your brother.
You do? Tell me. Oh, please, tell me.
Down at the Hall of Justice. Okay, let's go. Oh, Rembrandt, bring along that bust of Beethoven sitting on the piano, will you?
Pleasure, dear. I'll be glad to. Candy, this thing must weigh at least 15 pounds.
Well, you're the only man in the group.
Oh? Oh. Very well. Come along, bust. Hall of Justice or likewise.
Candy, what are you doing here at a time like this? Can't you see I'm busy?
Sure, I only want to see you busier. This is Willa Gray, remember her?
Just the girl we're looking for.
Well, save your breath, Mallard. Willa's innocent. She had nothing to do with Gordon Gray's death.
Okay, you know so much. Who in tarnation did?
Put that bust of Beethoven on Mallard's desk, Rembrandt.
I was wondering how long I'd have to hold this thing.
What in the name of Schenectady do I want with that?
There sits your murderer.
Candy, are you out of your head?
No, it's so complex it's simple, Mallard. Gordon Gray works like a beaver for 2 months writing a musical score for a new Broadway show. He takes the score to New York. The producers tell him it's no good. It's the first time it's ever happened to Gordon. It does something to his mind. He broods. He comes to San Francisco. His mental condition becomes worse.
So is yours.
Where you're concerned, yes. But let me finish. Here, take a look at this.
Bad egg dead. Fag. Deaf. B. Okay, I give up. What does it mean?
Bad egg dead. Gordon Gray is referring to himself. Fagged, that means he had come to the end of his rope. His musical knowledge and creative ability were running dry. Gray had nothing more to live for.
Okay, Miss Edgar Allan Poe. What does deaf B mean?
Well, that had me stumped for a while, too. Then I got to looking at this bust of Beethoven standing on the piano. It seemed to dominate the entire room. Then I put 2 and 2 together and got Ludwig von Beethoven. B was an abbreviation of Beethoven. Beethoven was deaf. Deaf B.
I don't get it.
You will. Beethoven is going to hit an all-time low. The answer lies inside that plaster bust, I'm sure. Stand back, Millard. I'm about to splatter a genius. Take a look.
Good gravy. A small fortune in greenbacks.
That's right, and a note, too, if these eyes don't deceive me. Congratulations, whoever you might be. You learned the true meaning of my Symphony of Death. You've also just executed my killer, von Beethoven. Now perhaps he knows how it feels to be cracked up, too. Thanks for participating in my little joke, my last charade. This is my entire estate. Put it to whatever good use you may see fit. Gordon Gray. Oh, Rembrandt, do me a favor. Take Willa outside. The poor kid's pretty badly shot.
Certainly, Dove. Come along, young lady.
I still don't get it, Candy.
It's easy to fill in the gaps now, Millard. Gordon's music was falling apart. He knew it. So he started swiping melodies from obscure Beethoven themes. But Gordon, with only his flair for writing popular music, couldn't grasp what Beethoven had originally intended. Consequently, the things he wrote were terrible. The more he copied, the more he realized that Beethoven was becoming an all-ruling obsession. It was Beethoven in the morning, Beethoven at night, Beethoven 24 hours a day until it drove Gordon completely out of his mind.
That I can understand, but what's this joke he mentioned?
Well, he was a great mystery fan. That's why he wrote this gibberish thing called Symphony of Death. A group of notes that spelled out bad egg dead, fagged, death be, and so on. All part of his warped mental condition.
Well, that makes sense. Except for one thing. How did Gordon Gray die? Exactly when he wanted to die.
Mallard, dear, I now know there are some mighty strange things in this world. Even a completely sick mind such as Gordon's has great powers of concentration. Gordon was like a captain without a ship, like a man who's been married 50 years who suddenly has no wife. You probably won't believe it, Millard, but Gordon Gray, knowing that his mind was shot, and knowing, too, that every last bar of creative music had been drained from his heart, his soul, willed himself to die. Fantastic? Not necessarily so. There are many stories about animals who have done the same thing. And if animals can do it, why can't a human being with a so-called higher plane of intelligence do it, too? So that's what Gordon had done. Taken his life savings, sealed them into a plaster bust of Beethoven, along with his last laugh note, and sat himself down to die. In Gordon's mind, Beethoven had killed him. I can understand why, too. For just before we left his apartment, I found another manuscript. I had Rembrandt run over it. Note for note, it was the Moonlight Sonata, backwards. But in one respect, Gordon had outscored the old masters. He had completed his Symphony of Death, and Beethoven was in little pieces. That left him one up on another old master, a fellow named Franz Schubert. He'd left one entirely unfinished.
The characters in tonight's story are entirely fictitious. Any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. Actors heard this evening were Phyllis Skelton as Willa Gray. John Grover was her brother, Gordon Gray. Jack Thomas as Rembrandt Watson, and Henry Leff as Inspector Ray Mallard. From the star of our program, Natalie Masters, and from her husband, Monty Masters, who writes and directs Candy Matson, and from the staff of the National Broadcasting Company, we wish to express our deep thanks and sincere appreciation to the San Francisco Examiner and Dwight Newton, radio columnist of the Examiner, for tonight's presentation, naming Candy Matson as the #1 program in the San Francisco metropolitan Bay Area. Listen again next week at the same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
The program came to you from San Francisco. Dudley Manlove speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
NBC presents Short Story. Tonight, The Piano by Ben Ames Williams. You may remember Strange Woman, the Ben Ames Williams novel, a powerful, brooding tale with a strong, dramatic line. He's that kind of a writer, always at grips with the major passions. Best of all, he's never dull. This same quality of excitement comes through in his short stories in a book entitled Fraternity Village. Our favorite was one called The Piano. You'll hear it transcribed immediately following this message from the United States Marine Corps. In the official records, Paris Island, South Carolina, and San Diego, California, are known as Marine Corps recruit depots. But to Marines and Marine veterans, these two places represent an unforgettable part of their lives known as boot camp. The Marine Corps has trained its recruits at Paris Island on the eastern seaboard since 1915. The recruit depot on the West Coast was established in 1923 at San Diego. Through war and peace, these boot camps have set Marines out into the world with a background of thorough training, leadership, and rich tradition. When a man has completed his recruit training, he is...
With money, she'd skim milk at both ends. What you suppose Brad will do now?
Well, his sister Amanda's out there till day after tomorrow. Then I reckon he'll just go on farming his peas.
Him and May always kept pretty much themselves anyways. I hear she left him $5,000.
Oh, I wouldn't take stock in everything I hear, Will.
You suppose Brad ever really cared for May, Doc? I never seen him pass a word of love in 20 years together.
The way I always figured it, Brad Miller is a man who ain't got the gift of speech. Now, there's a good many folks find it easy to talk blame, but can't get out a word of caring for fear they'll be took for sentimental.
Sure ain't my way, Doc. I always figured it couldn't do no harm to say to my Ellen, may she rest in peace, you're a decent sort, and I love you dearly.
Tain't that easy for everybody. I knew Brad pretty close. I always suspected he had deep feelings for May. But by the time he got ready to say 'em, she was beyond listening.
Yeah.
I remember once, about 8 years ago, I drove by Brad's farm, and I...
Clam up, Doc. Here he comes.
Why, what do you suppose he's doing in town the night his wife was put to rest?
I don't know, but he sure looks bluer than a whetstone. Evening, Brad. I'm mighty sorry.
Evening, Brad.
Well, Doc?
How are you making it, Brad?
I'm all right, Doc.
I'm truly sorry.
You done what you could, Doc.
Yeah, well, I got a call to make out to the Turners. I'll be scooching along. Good night, Brad. If you need anything...
I'll manage, Doc. Good night.
What can I do for you, Brad?
You still got that piano you once ordered for old man Swanson before he was took?
Still got her.
I wonder if I could see it.
She's out back in the shed.
I'd like to see it.
Well, I reckon. This way.
It's a player piano, ain't it?
That's right.
My May, she mentioned it to me.
There she is. Trifle dusty. Good yellow oak, though. Stoutest piano you ever did see.
You got some rolls of music to fit it?
I got some.
Beautiful Ohio.
Well, let's see now. Bells of St. Mary's. Missouri Waltz. Beautiful Ohio, sure enough.
Could I hear it, maybe?
You're all right, ain't you, Brad?
I'm all right. I'd like to hear it.
Well, she's somewhat out of tune, but if you don't mind, here we go. You pump a bit to get her started.
How much?
75 cents a roll.
Well, the piano, I mean.
Now, you ain't figuring on buying a piano.
I am.
But you don't play the piano, Brad.
My wife, May, can play.
Brad, your May's dead.
It's all in a manner of looking at it. She always wanted a piano.
But she's dead, Brad.
No call for her to be without a piano. We spoke of it ever so often, but somehow I never got around to getting it for her. Seemed like there was always something. One year, a new roof for the hen house. Next, we was after a herd bull. Then it was seeding the pasture. She had a heart that set on it, too. But there was always something, seemed like. I'll take it.
Brad, this piano costs $600.
You send it round in the morning.
You got that much money?
I got some insurance fella brought it today. Let's see. $3, $4, $5, $600. There you are. You send it round first thing in the morning. My sister Amanda will be there.
Don't pump it through your jam there. All right now, boys. Hold her up a minute. Hold her up. Where do you want this piano set down, Amanda?
Set it against the parlor wall. Such foolishness as I never seed.
All right now, boys. Set it down easy. Easy. That's it. Now, you boys wait out in the truck. I'll be a minute. You sign this receipt for the merchandise, Amanda?
Why don't you get Brad to sign it?
Ain't you and Brad on good terms?
Tain't that.
What's wrong?
Well,
What is it? Something wrong with Brad?
Well, you know how Brad's all about killing God's critters.
I recollect he wouldn't be took in the last war. Said he'd rather rot than kill a man.
He wouldn't harm a hair on anyone, Brad wouldn't. Till now, that is.
What's he done now?
Well, he ain't done it yet. But just before you come, Brad went up to the attic and come down with his pa's old shotgun. Wouldn't say a word. Just loaded it up and went back toward the hen house. That's why I wanted you to go down there. I'd have gone myself, but I've been crazy afeard of what I'd find.
Amanda, you don't think Brad...
I don't know. I never seen him so strange.
Maybe I'd best go down there.
But don't let on you're concerned, Will. I wouldn't want to mortify Brad by him thinking we didn't trust him with himself.
No, don't worry. I'll make up some story about the piano needing to be tuned. He won't...
Oh, God.
You stay here. I'll go down there. What in tarnation?
Morning, Will.
I hear the shotgun go off. I wondered you...
I was just trying it out. You got the piano delivered?
Just now. What you doing, Brad? How come you got that shotgun rigged up like that?
Did Amanda put it in the parlor like I told her?
Yes. Brad, what you figuring on doing?
Oh, don't get yourself all puffed up in a gale, Will. A fox has been stealing May's prize setting hens. I'm just setting up a spring gun to kill it.
Well, I'll be...
Well, you know I never held with killing God's critters, Will. But them hens was May's pride and joy. I promised her before she was took that I'd stop that fox. See here. I got this cod line attached to the trigger. Then back through this pulley to the window sash. He's going to be mighty surprised. I got number 3 shot and half a dozen 00 buck. Just tested it out. It works fine. Well, you understand, don't you, Will? I can't let any critter kill May's hens. You understand that?
Sure, Brad. I understand. Just be careful with that rig. Man get his head blowed off of that.
You going to bed? It's past 9. We got to catch my train at 6 tomorrow morning.
You go ahead, Amanda. It pleasures me to sit in the dark and hear the music.
Well, I left some milk and corn muffins on the sideboard.
Thank you kindly, Amanda.
Good night, Brad.
Amanda,
Yeah?
when we was young'uns, do you ever recollect Pa and Ma putting their arms around us and saying that they loved us?
Oh, Pa and Ma didn't have time for no such nonsense. What was trying to find them rocks we lived on.
I wonder what happened to us.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Oh. Well, don't stay up too late. Good night, Brad.
Night, Amanda. Well, May, I got you the piano. Funny. Seems like I've been sitting here the whole blessed night thinking about you and me and how we was. I've been remembering the first time we met over at the church social when I spilled the ice cream on you. You remember? I've been trying to figure out what happened to us. Seems like we never really got to speak what we felt for each other. Maybe it was the works, the doggone much work all the time. Work all the time. I can remember whole days, too, when we barely spoke a word to each other. Like we was 1,000 miles apart. I wonder now if you ever really knew, May, about the feelings I had buried way down underneath. They was there, May. Times I wanted to tell you. Times I felt like crying just looking at you them first years. I guess you never knowed. Seems a pity now. I wish you was here, May. It's lonesome.
Mind yourself now, Brad. I'll be back tomorrow morning early.
I'll be all right, man.
You best stop at Will Bissell's and pick up some flour and sugar. Oh, and one of them new dry dusters. I'll give the place a good spandying up.
I'll do that.
Oh, bye, Brad.
Bye, Amanda.
Say, mister.
Yep?
I'm new in town. I wonder if you could help me out.
Well, that depends.
Is there a hotel around?
No hotel, but if you're looking for a room, you might inquire over at the general store. Will Bissell generally knows about them things.
Thanks.
If you're looking for some work, I might could use a hand for a day or two.
No, thanks. I'm just passing through.
Suit yourself. I'm out on Roxbury Road if you change your mind. Miller, Brad Miller.
Hello, Brad.
Hi, Brad. Hello, Will. Doc.
You get that fox yet?
No, not...
Brad, you'd think he was poor poverty in a gale of wind. You wouldn't think he had $20,000.
Well, what makes you think he's got 20,000?
Gay Hunt had it from a lawyer at the county seat.
I wouldn't credit Gay Hunt with cleaving to the truth.
It figures, though, Doc. Man like Brad Miller don't walk in here and shell out $600 for a piano he can't even play. Listen, he's got plenty to spare. He don't keep it in no bank either.
How do you know?
Sarah Phillips over at the bank. She told me Brad don't even keep an account there. Well, if Brad Miller'd keep $20,000 hid around his house, he's a bigger fool than most.
Here's the money for the pop. I guess I'll be pushing along.
Well, ain't you going to wait for Miss Tunkett?
I think I'll move on.
Suit yourself. Say, though, ain't I met you somewhere before?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't think so, friend.
I swear I've seen your face before. Was it over at the county seat?
Stop guessing, Elmer. I don't know you from Adam.
You sure?
Positive.
Ain't that a stumper? You sure look like somebody I seen.
If you're smart, you won't lose any sleep.
Feel me in every room. What's that? Who's there? Funny, I swear I heard a door. Wonder if that fox is at the hen house again. Maybe I better go back and look. What's the matter, kid? You sense something? Somebody's in there. If there's anybody in that room, you'd best come forth now. Can you hear me? If you're in there, come out. All right, I'm coming in. You best mind you... Oh, my head. Tied up. How'd I get tied to this chair? Oh. Gotta think now. There was somebody in there. There he is upstairs. Must be a sneak thief. I gotta get out of this. What a dang fool I'd be without even a gun in the house. He's coming down. I sure did a good job of tying me. You.
Well, so you come too. I thought maybe that chop on the head croaked you.
What do you want with me?
You know darn well what I want, Homer. I hear you got 20 grand stashed away in this house.
You're crazy,
Am
mister.
I? Now listen, Homer.
My name is Brad.
It'll be mud if you don't smarten up, Homer. I ain't kidding one little bit, and you don't fool me one little bit. Now, you gonna talk?
I got nothing to say.
Okay. We're gonna argue this out between us, just you and me. Where is it?
I ought to bust your haslet coming in here like this.
I'm gonna find that dough if I have to take this place apart board by board. You might as well tell me.
All the money I got is underneath that clock on the mantelpiece.
22 bucks. You don't think I'm going to fall for that, do you, Homer?
That's it.
I told you, old man, I got the dope on you. I know you got a pile of lettuce someplace around here. I can dig it out if I want, but I'm lazy, see?
Folks been lying to you, mister.
What about this piano, Homer? The guy at the store said you paid him $600 cash for it.
That was all the money I got for the insurance, $600.
You play the piano, Homer?
No.
So you took your last $600 and bought a piano you can't play?
My wife always wanted one.
Where's she?
Dead.
You think I'm kidding, don't you, Jocko? We'll try this for laughs. All right, where is it?
I told you.
Okay, Junior. You want to play rough. This is a pretty good cigar. But I don't feel like smoking. So I'm going to put it out. Right in your face. I got lots more cigars, lots more matches. The next one goes in your eye, Pop. Well? Okay. Now talk. Stubborn, huh?
I just decided if I did have any money here, I wouldn't tell you anyways. I know you're kind.
Oh, man, you got lots of guts or no brains, one or the other. But you gotta come across or go across, old man. I need traveling money now. I need it quick. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, Homer. I'm putting this clock on the table. It's 10:15. I'll give you till 20 past. If you ain't told by then, I'll take this axe here and split your head.
You might as well kill me now. I had a strong hankering to die lately anyways.
You don't fool me, Homer. 5 minutes.
If I go to sleep, you wake me up, will you?
You got 2 minutes.
You woke me up.
Come on, old man. Where is it? The cellar? Is it in the house somewhere? How about this sewing machine? No. Okay, Homer. I guess you and me wasted enough time. How about a little music, just so the screams don't bother any neighbors? Keep off that piano. I always say there ain't anything like music to soothe the savage beast. You get your dirty paws off that piano. Well, you sure think a lot of this piano, don't you? A little too much, maybe. It ain't natural. So maybe the money is in here, huh? Listen, don't bust that piano. I got it 'cause my wife wanted one. Don't monkey with it. Please, mister. Monkey with it? I'll monkey with you. Now, stop it. Please, stop it! Stop it, you pig! Stop it, you dirty pig! You old hound. There wasn't anything in it after all.
I told you to leave it alone. I gave you your chance.
Okay, Homer. You had it. Your time's run out. Now, I'm giving you one last chance to talk before I put this axe in your skull. I'll count 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wait.
That's better.
You busted her piano. You busted May's piano.
You gonna talk?
I'll tell.
Spill.
The money.
How much?
$20,000.
Where?
Go back through the shed.
And then?
Well, the money's in the hen house.
What part?
You push up the window and reach down inside. You'll feel a nest. Lift it up. The money's in a tin box underneath.
If it ain't there, Homer, you're gonna die awful slow.
It's there.
It better be. I'll be back.
Nope. You won't be back. He busted your piano, May. Well, maybe one day I'll have money to get you another. Funny thing, we just never could seem to get enough of that piano. Well...
You have heard The Piano by Ben Ames Williams. The dramatization for radio was by George Lefferts of NBC. In tonight's cast, Will was Junius Matthews, Doc was Ted Von Eltz, Brad was Jeff Corey, Amanda was Gail Bonney, the stranger was Shep Menken. The animal sounds were by Earl Keane. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The director of NBC Presents Short Story is Andrew C. Love. Be with us next week as NBC presents Short Story. At that time, a story with an unusual setting, America's vaudeville circuit. The story, 52 Weeks, 5 Florette by Elizabeth Alexander. Join us next week. And in the meantime, bear in mind this message from the United States Marine Corps. One of the primary reasons Marines develop their spirit, confidence, and ability is the thorough training they receive at boot camp. The Marines have earned the respect of the entire world because they have always been ready for action whenever and wherever they were needed. And that kind of readiness and fighting ability results from superior training. Marine training is rugged training. It helps to make every man a part of the team and every man a leader. Marines say it's a good feeling to have the confidence to handle a fighting man's job. And also, it's important to his family and to our country. For it's this very training that gives the United States Marine the ability and confidence to expect and attain victory. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of their Gospels. These words, however, have much to say of their characters as men and of the differences between them. Mark speaks with the simplicity of an old man remembering what he himself had seen. The voice of one who had taken part in great actions. The Gospel according to Mark.
The beginning of the Gospel of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. As it is written in the prophets, behold, I send my messenger before thy face. The voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, make his paths straight. And John did baptize in the wilderness and preached, saying, there cometh one mightier than I after me, the latchet of whose shoes I am not worthy to stoop down and unloose.
Matthew speaks with the force and authority of one who respects the past, one who has labored and lived among the people, listening long to their stories and putting the great narrative together with love and humility and passion. The Gospel according to Matthew.
The book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. And from David until the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations. And from the carrying away into Babylon unto Christ are 14 generations.
Luke's voice is the worldly but profoundly believing voice of a man who had journeyed much in the great cities of the Roman world. He was a cosmopolitan, an urbane and sensitive observer to whom the narrative was true not only for the province of Judea, but for the Roman Empire and for the world. The Gospel according to Luke.
For as much as many have taken in hand to set forth a declaration of those things which are most surely believed among us, it seemed good to me also, having had perfect understanding of all things from the very first, to write unto thee, in order that thou mightest know the certainty of those things wherein thou hast been instructed.
John testifies not by the witness of his eyes, but of his soul. John is the mystic, the penetrator, to whom the past exists in the present, and the present exists in eternity, and whatever was, still is, and always will be. The Gospel according to John.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, full of grace and truth. No man hath seen God at any time. The only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, he hath declared him.
The Son of Man, the passion and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ.
the morning was come, all the chief priests and elders of the people took counsel against Jesus to put him to death. And when they had bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate, the governor. Then Judas, which had betrayed him, when he saw that he was condemned, repented himself, and brought again the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders, saying, I have sinned in that I have betrayed innocent blood. And they said, What is that to us? See thou to that. And he cast down the pieces of silver in the temple and departed, and went and hanged himself.
Then lead they Jesus from Caiaphas unto the hall of judgment, and it was early, and they themselves went not into the hall of judgment. Pilate therefore went out unto them, and saith, What accusation bring ye against this man?
And they began to accuse him, saying, We found this fellow perverting the nation, and forbidding to give tribute to Caesar, saying that he himself is Christ, a king.
Then said Pilate unto them, Take ye him, and judge him according to your law. They said unto him, It is not lawful for us to put any man to death. Pilate therefore said unto him, Art thou a king then? Jesus answered, Thou sayest that I am a king. To this end was I born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Pilate saith unto him, What is truth?
Then said Pilate to the chief priests and to the people, I find no fault in this man.
And the chief priests accused him of many things, but Jesus yet answered nothing, so that Pilate marveled.
Now at that feast the governor was wont to release unto the people a prisoner whom they would. And they had then a notable prisoner called Barabbas. Therefore when they were gathered together, Pilate said unto them, Whom will ye that I release unto you, Barabbas or Jesus, which is called Christ?
So they cried out all at once, saying, Away with this man, and release unto us Barabbas.
Pilate saith unto them, What shall I do then with Jesus, which is called Christ?
And they cried out again, Crucify him. Then Pilate said unto them, Why, what evil hath he done? And they cried out the more exceedingly, Crucify him.
When Pilate saw that he could prevail nothing, but that rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person. See ye to it.
And he released Barabbas, that for sedition and murder was cast into prison, whom they had desired, but delivered Jesus to their will.
And the soldiers led him away into the hall called Praetorium, and they called together the whole band. Hail, King of the Jews. They smote him on the head with a reed, and did spit upon him, and bowing their knees, worshipped him.
And after they had mocked him, they took the robe off him, and put his own raiment on him, and led him away to crucify him. And as they came out, they found a man of Cyrene, Simon by name. Him they compelled to bear his cross.
And there followed him a great company of people and of women, which alas bewailed and lamented him. But Jesus, turning unto them, said, Daughters of Jerusalem, weep not for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children.
And when they were come unto a place called Golgotha, that is to say, a place of a skull,
into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha.
They gave him to drink wine mingled with myrrh.
They gave him vinegar to drink, mingled with gall. And when he had tasted thereof, he would not drink.
And when they were come to the place which is called the Skull, there they crucified him.
The third hour, and they crucified him.
And they crucified him, and parted his garments, casting lots. And sitting down, they watched him there.
Then said Jesus, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
And with him they crucified 2 thieves, the one on his right hand, and the other on his left.
And they that passed by reviled him, wagging their heads and saying, Thou that destroyest the temple and buildest it in 3 days, save thyself. If thou be the Son of God, come down from the cross.
Likewise also the chief priests mocking said among themselves with the scribes, He saved others, himself he cannot save.
The thieves also which were crucified with him cast the same in his teeth.
And it was about the 6th hour, and there was a darkness over all the earth until the 9th hour, and the sun was darkened.
And about the 9th hour Jesus cried with a loud voice, saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. That is, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?
And some of them that stood by, when they heard it, said, Behold, he called Elias.
And straightway one of them ran and took a sponge, and filled it with vinegar, and put it on a reed, and gave him to drink. The rest said, Let be. Let us see whether Elias will come to save him.
And Jesus cried with a loud voice, and gave up the ghost.
And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom. And the earth did quake, and the rocks rent, and the graves were opened.
And when the centurion saw that he so cried out and gave up the ghost, he said, Truly this man was the Son of God.
And all the people that came together to that sight, beholding the things which were done, smote their breasts. And all his acquaintance and the women that followed him from Galilee stood afar off, beholding these things.
When the even was come, there came a rich man of Arimathea named Joseph,
which also waited for the kingdom of God.
This man went to Pilate and begged the body of Jesus. Then Pilate commanded the body to be delivered.
And Joseph bought fine linen and took him down and wrapped him in the linen and laid him in a sepulchre which was hewn out of a rock.
And he rolled a great stone to the door of the sepulchre and departed.
And the women also which came with him from Galilee followed after and beheld the sepulchre and how his body was laid.
And there was Mary Magdalene and the other Mary sitting over against the sepulchre.
And they returned and prepared spices and ointments, and rested the Sabbath day according
that they might come and anoint him. And very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came unto the sepulchre.
Very early in the morning,
when it was yet dark.
And they found the stone rolled away from the sepulchre.
And entering into the sepulchre, they saw a young man sitting on the right side, clothed in a long white garment. And they were affrighted. And he saith unto them, Be not affrighted. Ye seek Jesus of Nazareth, which was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. Behold the place where they laid him.
He is not here, for he is risen, even as he said.
He is not here, but is risen. Remember how he spake unto you when he was yet in Galilee, saying, The Son of Man must be delivered into the hands of sinful men, and be crucified, and the third day rise again. And they remembered his words. And they returned from the sepulchre and told all these things unto the 11 and to all the rest. And these words seemed to the disciples as idle tales, and they believed them not. Then arose Peter, and ran unto the sepulchre, and stooping down, he beheld the linen cloths laid by themselves.
Then cometh Simon Peter following him, and went into the sepulchre, and seeth the linen cloths lie, and the napkin that was upon his head, not lying with the linen cloths, but wrapped together in a place by itself. Then went in also that other disciple, which came first to the sepulchre, and he saw and believed.
Now when Jesus was risen, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene.
Mary stood without at the sepulchre, weeping. And as she wept, she stooped down and looked into the sepulchre, and seeth two angels in white, sitting, the one at the head, and the other at the feet, where the body of Jesus had lain. And they say unto her, Woman, why weepest thou? She saith unto them, Because they have taken away my Lord, and I know not where they have laid him. And when she had thus said, she turned herself back, and saw Jesus standing, and knew not that it was Jesus. Jesus saith unto her, Woman, why weepest thou? Whom seekest thou? She, supposing him to be the gardener, saith unto him, Sir, if thou hast borne him hence, tell me where thou hast laid him, and I will take him away. Jesus saith unto her, Mary. She turned herself, and saith unto him, Rabboni, which is to say, Master. Jesus saith unto her, Touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father, but go to my brethren and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father and your Father, and to my God and your God.
have just heard the CBS Radio Workshop's production of The Son of Man, the story of the passion and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. All of the words were taken from the four Gospels of the New Testament and were arranged for this broadcast by Archibald MacLeish. The words of St. Mark were spoken by Herbert Marshall, those of St. Matthew by Robert Young, St. Luke by Victor Jory, and St. John by Vincent Price. Introductory words were spoken by Raymond Burr. The music was extracted from the B minor Mass and the Passion, according to St. Matthew, by Johann Sebastian Bach. The Son of Man was produced and directed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Scat! The world's divided into two kinds of people, ailurophobes and ailurophiles. Cat haters and cat lovers. There's no in-between. The man is yet to be born who can take cats or leave them alone. Either you love them or you hate them. I hate them. And even if you're a sweet old lady who lives all alone with 13 pussies, I'm sure you won't think too ill of me when you hear what the king of the cats did to me. Scat, you black fiend!
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind, presents The King of the Cats by Stephen Vincent Benet, adapted for radio and directed and produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson.
If I hadn't been so young, I suppose I could have taken it in stride. Of course, I didn't think I was young. I was 2 years out of Yale, and I thought I knew all the answers. Certainly, I knew I was in love. They say the most beautiful women in the world are Eurasian, and they're right. Vivranka's skin was like golden velvet, her long straight hair ebony in the moonlight, and her eyes blue as a field of larkspur, fathomless as the center of heaven. Her mother had been an American missionary, her father Siamese, and undoubtedly a prince, my Aunt Emily insisted. Ordinarily, Aunt Emily wouldn't have approved of Vivranka, but this was the year that the King and I was a sellout at the St. James Theater, so a hostess who could decorate her dinner table with a breathlessly beautiful Siamese princess was definitely a hostess with a mostess. At least Aunt Emily always addressed her as princess, and Vivranka always replied to the title.
My dear princess, how sweet of you to drop in. And tell me how nice you would get away from the office early. Lemon or cream, princess?
Neither, Mrs. Culverin. And no sugar.
Oh, of course, my dear. How stupid of me to forget. Here you are.
Thank you.
Tommy?
I'll get myself a highball if you don't mind.
No, dear, go right ahead. I believe you know everyone, Princess. Mrs. Dandridge.
Yes, of
Mrs.
course.
Stanford. Professor Fairweather.
Yes, indeed.
Mrs. Dandridge has been telling us about the most fascinating man, my dear. A symphony conductor with a tail.
A tale? How interesting.
I still can't believe it.
I saw it myself, twice. First in Paris, and then again at the Teatro Royale in Rome. He conducted the Beethoven Pastoral, and, my dear, you've never heard such effects from an orchestra. You see, he conducted with it.
With his tale? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And such a charming person. So urbane, so utterly fascinating.
I should imagine. I would love to meet him.
And you shall, my dear. I'll see to it when he arrives.
Oh, he's coming over?
Yes. Yes, the new symphony people have invited him to be guest conductor for 3 concerts. He'll be very busy, of course, but he's promised to give me what time he can spare.
Oh, that's sweet of you, dear, but you mustn't wear yourself out. The rest of us must do our part, too. I'll be only too glad to help entertain him.
Oh, now, that won't be necessary. I'm just going to give Monsieur Thibault... Sweet name, isn't it? Felix Thibault. I'm just going to show him the simplest of times. A little reception for 100 or so after his first concert. Perhaps he hates large mixed parties on account of his little idiosyncrasy. It makes him feel a trifle shy of strangers.
I should think it would, to say nothing of his friends and acquaintances. Vivranka, my dear, how would you like to go out night-clubbing with a jerk with a tail?
It might be interesting.
Huh?
He is not a jerk, Tommy. He is one of the finest conductors in Europe.
Sounds to me like he's the smartest showman since P.T. Barnum. What do you think, Professor?
Well, I shall be interested to see this Monsieur Thibault myself. In the Middle Ages, there was a widespread belief in homo caudatus, or men with tails, but I know of no authenticated case. Of course, we all have tails, in a manner of speaking.
What?
Oh, vestigial, of course. But the last few vertebrae of anyone's spine, the coccyx, is the evidence of a concealed and rudimentary tail. I dare say it might be possible in an extraordinary case that a throwback, a reversion to type...
How fascinating! I never realized that Well, I think it'd be fun to get together a box for the first concert, all of us.
Oh, well, I'm afraid I shall have my own box party. But, of course, you'll come on to the reception later at my place.
Why, thank you, my dear. Then there'll be the professor and the princess and Tommy.
Count us out, Aunt Emily. When Vivranka and I want to see freaks, we'll go to the circus.
I shall be very pleased to attend the concert, Mrs. Culverin.
Ah, splendid, my dear.
But Vivranka...
Is there anyone you'd like me to ask to replace Tommy?
But Aunt Emily...
It doesn't make any difference. I'm only interested in meeting this wonderful Monsieur Felix Thibault.
But Vivranka... I went to the concert. What else could I do? We took our seats in the box as the orchestra took theirs on stage and began their aimless squeakings and tootings, those caterwaulings which I must confess make about as much sense to me as the music that follows. Aunt Emily was in a dither of fluttery expectation. Professor Fairweather had lost much of his scientific detachment, and Vivranka, gorgeous Vivranka, sat beside me silent, but so tense I could almost feel her breathless expectation, and I didn't like it at all. And then Monsieur Thibault walked on stage, a lithe, dark-haired man with piercing eyes like a black panther, his head weaving the way the big cats do when they're behind bars. It was true. They hadn't lied. From beneath the tails of his dress coat curled a third, a living tail, which he carried nonchalantly draped over his wrist. He acknowledged the presence of the audience with a regal bow. And then that incredible tail twined with dainty carelessness around a black baton on the podium. While he remained facing the audience, the tail rapped 3 times upon the podium for the orchestra's attention, and then raised for the downbeat. At this horrible moment, I glanced at Vivranka. Her whole body was rigid as steel, and the blue flowers of her eyes were bent upon Monsieur Thibault in terrible concentration. She took my hand in hers, and her long red fingernails felt like a claw as the hideous tail of that monster on stage lashed into the downbeat of Night on Bald Mountain. That's the way it went through the Bach Passacaglia, through the Afternoon of a Faun, through the Beethoven Ninth. New York music lovers had never heard anything like it before, and New York music lovers never behaved quite like this before. As Monsieur Thibault finally glided from the stage after his 15th bow, the president of the Wednesday Sonata Club had to be forcibly restrained by her husband from flinging her $90,000 string of pearls after the maestro in an excess of aesthetic appreciation. And as we shouldered our way through the hysterical mob toward the waiting limousines, I distinctly heard Ludwig Willems, conductor of the mid-century Philharmonic, say to Dr. Friedrich Laskar, the great plastic surgeon,
But it must be possible, Doctor. Think of the miracles they have accomplished in Denmark. There's $10,000 in it for you, Doctor, if only you can find a way to graft the tail onto me.
But through all the hysteria, Vivranka remained silent, self-possessed, her azure eyes fathomless as the center of heaven. She was silent as we drove to Mrs. Dandridge's party in Aunt Emily's limousine. But this was not too remarkable, because Aunt Emily never stopped raving about Monsieur Thibault.
But aside from the heavenly music, my dear, the man himself, such elegance, such poise, such... I tell you, Tommy, if your Uncle Henry weren't still around, and I was a few years younger, well, tail and all.
Our hostess, Mrs. Dandridge, looked like the cat who had swallowed the canary, having trapped the social lion of the season, if I may be permitted to scramble a metaphor. Let Aunt Emily have her Siamese princess. Dolly Dandridge had the world's greatest conductor, complete with tail.
And this, dear Monsieur Thibault, is my dearest friend. Emily, may I present Monsieur Thibault? Monsieur Thibault, Mrs. Henry Culverine.
Enchanté, Madame Culverine.
Oh, Monsieur Thibault, it is an honor to meet you. I am overcome.
Yes, thank you much, Madame.
I feel I should be on bended knee.
It is not necessary.
Oh, I should kiss your hand.
You are too kind, no?
Oh, I must.
No, please, Madame.
He stopped trying to stop Aunt Emily from making a fool of herself. He had seen Vivranka. The end of his tail, just the very end, twitched turgidly, and he seemed to be at her side in a bound rather than a step. It was foolish and superfluous for Mrs. Dandridge to do the honors.
Princess, may I present Monsieur Thibault? Monsieur, Princess Vivranka.
Maestro.
Princess.
They exchanged no more words. Monsieur Thibault presented his arm to the princess. She linked hers and his, and his infernal tail switched from his right arm to his left to come to rest across Vivranka's wrist. Thus, like royalty, they made their way across the room, the guests parting to make a path for their regal progress.
Now, Tommy, you mustn't take it so hard. After all, the princess is an awfully sweet child, but she isn't exactly our kind.
And I suppose she's his.
She seems to be. Look at them. So darlingly foreign, both of them.
Yeah, aren't they? Out of this world. And they were. I didn't realize it until I'd said it. They were somehow out of this world. They didn't walk across the room. They glided. That tail-coated maestro with his third tail so insidiously ubiquitous, and the princess's hips swaying in the golden-threaded silken sheath of her skirt. A bas-relief from Angkor Wat, suddenly breathing life. She never left his side for the rest of the evening. I didn't like it. I didn't like it a bit. But there was nothing I could do about it. After all, one can't very well make a scene, especially with a guest of honor. But Professor Fairweather, detached man of science, was bound by no such restrictive codes.
Extraordinary. Simply extraordinary.
I think it stinks.
What? How's that, Tommy? What stinks?
The way Vivranka's acting.
Oh, nothing extraordinary about that. Her behavior's quite normal, I should say. Oh, it's the tail that's extraordinary.
Yeah. Where'd he be without it?
Where indeed, and what?
Just another foreigner with a kiss-your-hand, madame accent. They're a dime a dozen.
Yes, the tailless ones. Uh-oh, the princess has joined the other ladies for a moment. It's my opportunity.
For what?
A word with Monsieur Thibault.
I'd like several words with him.
Monsieur Thibault! Monsieur Thibault!
Professor Fairweather.
Yes. May I speak to you a moment?
But of course.
You know Tommy Calvin, I believe?
I don't think I've had the pleasure. You are the lovely Mrs. Calverine's son?
No, her nephew.
How interesting.
And Princess Vivranka's friend. We're practically engaged.
Congratulations.
I thought you ought to know.
Indeed, yes. I am honored by your confidence. Now, Professor.
Yes, Monsieur Thibault, I speak to you as a man of science.
Yes?
A true specimen of Homo caudatus has been unknown to modern science until now.
Homo caudatus?
Yes, a man with a tail.
What?
Come now, Professor, it's nothing to be sensitive about. My interest is purely impersonal.
Your interest?
Yes, purely scientific. It wouldn't take much of your time, a morning or an afternoon, perhaps, no more.
What would not take much time?
An examination and measurements, X-rays and
An
so
examination? Measurements of what?
Your tail.
Damn for the blocco gan me on!
Monsieur Thibault, you ought to...
Monsieur Thibault's tail lashed stingingly across the professor's face, cutting off his last words. Then the conductor turned and stalked out of the room, growling and spitting in his anger. Without even bothering to retrieve his hat and coat, he kept right on through the foyer and on out into the chilly night.
Oh, dear.
Wonderful, Professor. Wonderful. I can't thank you enough.
Oh, for what, Tommy?
For getting rid of him.
But I wasn't trying to get rid of him.
I know, but you did. And that's all that counts. Only he didn't. Aunt Emily realized at once that Mrs. Dandridge had lost her catch, for certainly Monsieur Thibault would never again enter the house where he had been insulted. And Aunt Emily moved with the speed of an aggressor nation. Within 3 days, Monsieur Thibault had accepted her invitation to be a house guest and had moved in bag and baggage. Now there was no escaping my tailed nemesis. And now it took no urging upon Vivranka to visit Aunt Emily. She wanted to be there. She preferred being there to any entertainment I could offer her. But there was one ray of hope. Thibault was committed to a long concert tour all the way to the coast, and with him out of the way, I felt sure I could mend the fences he had torn down. The day before the farewell dinner Aunt Emily was giving him, I dropped by after work to find my aunt in more than her usual dither.
Oh, Tommy, isn't it just too exciting?
I don't know, Aunt Emily, until I find out what it is.
Why, Monsieur Thibault and the princess, of course.
What about them?
They're in love.
This scarcely strikes me as news.
And they're going to be married.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, I'm going to make the announcement at the dinner party tomorrow night.
Aunt Emily, how can you do this to me?
Well, I didn't do it to you. Anyway, you must face this like a man. You know, you must find some nice homey girl like that Gretchen Woolwine from Chicago. You used to like her.
I was younger than Aunt Emily, and that was before I knew Vivranka.
Well, my dear, I'm afraid you've lost your princess. C'est la vie, c'est l'amour, as I always say.
Where is Vivranka? Is she here?
Oh, my, yes, she's in the library with Monsieur Thibault.
Naturally.
Now, don't disturb them, dear. I'm sure they want to be alone.
Naturally. The hard knot in the pit of my stomach grew and grew. Finally, when Aunt Emily chattered off to change for dinner, I slipped down the hall toward the library. I couldn't hear voices, and the room was dark. I was about to flick on the light switch when I heard a strange sound. And then I saw them silhouetted in the dying light of the fire. Thibault was seated in a chair, and Vivranka crouched on a stool at his side, while his hand softly, smoothly stroked her dark hair. And all I could think of was black cat and Siamese kitten. And then I realized what the sound was. They weren't talking to each other. No, they were purring to each other. But, Professor Fairweather, what am I going to do?
Now, Tommy, you must get hold of yourself. This whole thing has disturbed you to the point of hallucination.
Nonsense, Professor. I heard them. I tell you, I heard them purring.
Fantasy, sheer fantasy. Just because the man does have a tail, you're imagining...
I'm positive he's a cat.
And you cannot stand the thought of Vivranka marrying...
I can't stand the thought of her marrying anyone. But a cat? It's monstrous. What am I going to do, Professor?
Well, you might have the SPCA pick him up.
Oh, please, Professor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tommy. I know you're serious. Wait a minute. I just thought of something. Oh, no, it's too ridiculous.
What? Tell me, what?
Oh, Tommy, you're a bad influence. You're leading my reason from the narrow path of scientific method to the doubtful fields of the supernatural.
What are you talking about?
Well, I was thinking of a story I read once. Oh, it's turned up in one form or another in the folklore of every land on earth, I suppose. It has to do with a traveler who saw within a ruined abbey a procession of cats lowering into a grave a little coffin with a tiny crown on it. Oh, filled with horror, the traveler hastened away from the place, and when he reached his destination, he couldn't help telling his host of the strange ritual he'd seen. Well, scarcely had he finished when the host's cat, who'd been lying in front of the fire, leapt to its feet and cried out, "Then I am king of the cats," and disappeared in a flash up the chimney.
So?
Well, proceeding upon your premise that Monsieur Thibault is a cat, you will grant that he's a very extraordinary cat, a cat who could, presumably, one day be king of the cats?
Of course. Of course. Yes, it might work. I'll pull it on him tomorrow night at Aunt Emily's dinner party. Only...
Only what?
Well, he won't buy that ruined abbey part.
Well, then use your imagination. Make it Central Park.
Sure, why not? Bring the story up to date. A funny thing happened today on my way up from the office. Aunt Emily outdid herself. Her dinner table was a poem of spring flowers, gold plate, the purest white linen, the candles fluttering ever so little in the warm night breeze that came through the open French doors. Time and again through the first 3 courses, I tried to get into the stream of conversation, but when Aunt Emily's on, this is practically impossible. Thibault and Vivranka, seated on either side of her, were oblivious of everything. They ate little and never took their eyes off each other. Finally, the plates were being taken away, and I knew Aunt Emily was going to make her announcement during the dessert course. I just had to get my 2 cents worth in first.
You'll never forget that summer. Eden Rock was never gayer. And after the Duke and the Duchess arrived, well...
A funny thing happened on my way up from the office this evening.
Tony, I was about to tell...
A funny thing happened on my way up from the office this evening. I was taking a shortcut across Central Park when I came upon the darndest thing. In a little clump of bushes, I saw a procession of cats. 6 or 8 of them. And they were carrying a little coffin toward a tiny open grave. And on the coffin was an exquisite little golden crown. Now, isn't that the strangest thing? Silence. The guests looked at me as though I were quite mad. That is, all except Thibault and Vivranka. Thibault looked at me, the end of his tail flicking above the edge of the table, and Vivranka looked at Thibault, the way she had that night at the concert, tense, breathless, her eyes blue flame. At last, Aunt Emily spoke.
Well, Tommy, are you quite finished?
Yes, Aunt Emily, that's all I had to say.
I should hope so. Well, that summer, when the Duke and Duchess
Excuse
came
me,
down...
Mrs. Calverine.
Oh, of course, Maestro.
Tommy, you are quite positive of what you saw this evening?
Oh, yes. Yes, you don't go around making up things like that.
No, of course not. Yet one must be sure of the details. Now, there was a crown on the coffin, you say?
That's right.
A golden crown?
Yes.
With tiny pearls on it?
That's right.
You're absolutely sure?
Absolutely.
Then I am king of the cats!
He leapt to his feet from his chair to the table and in one bound disappeared through the open French window. And an instant later, Vivranka followed. As she disappeared from the balcony to the alley below, I caught just a glimpse of something protruding beneath her silken-sheathed skirt. It was a black-tipped, golden tail. And that's why I have become an ailurophobe, a cat hater. So's my wife, Gretchen. We were married shortly afterwards. But then Gretchen never did like cats in the first place, especially Siamese cats.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented The King of the Cats by Stephen Vincent Benet, with Byron Kane as Tommy, music arranged and conducted by Amerigo Marino. Included in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Helen Cleve, Peggy Weber, Joe Kearns, and Jay Novello.
Next week from New York, the workshop will present a psychological study of the do-it-yourself movement, The Day the Roof Fell In, by Charles S. Monroe. Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, follows over most of these stations with the chilling story of the man who stole the Bible. For a half hour of breathless terror, stay tuned to this frequency. You won't regret it.
California presents Chapter 4 of the life and good work of the Doctor of Rivers End.
The star of the show, Gene Herschel, in his greatest of all roles.
The title of the show, Dr. Christian.
The sponsor of the show, the Cheeseborough Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline.
As Paul Christian, the Doctor of Rivers End, Gene Herschel brings you another absorbing half hour of human drama. The story today opens in the doctor's reception room towards the close of a busy afternoon.
Now, Hank, what's the matter with you?
Well, Doctor, I feel terrible.
Pardon me, but I think Mrs. Spears is ahead of Mr. Morrow.
Oh, I can wait. I'm simply here to see the doctor about the charity bazaar.
That's all right, Mrs. Spears. Now, you go right ahead, because I'll be talking to the doctor a long time. I've got lots of things wrong with me.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morrow.
Will you come in here, Mrs. Spears?
Oh, yes, Doctor. Not having indigestion again, are you, Hank?
No, Judy, this time it's a curious ailment. I eat regular 3 times a day, but I haven't worked for weeks.
That's not an ailment. That's an achievement.
Well, I don't know what it is, but some days I feel just as weak as a kitten. Oh, it sort of comes on me all of a sudden. I was just saying to my wife this morning, I says to her,
I want to see Dr. Christian.
Oh, yes, sir. Will you sit down? There's one patient ahead of you.
Well, I haven't time to sit down.
Well, Dr. Christian's busy right now. Can I do anything for you?
I'm Otto Kaufman.
Well,
how long will Dr. Christian be busy?
Oh, perhaps 20 minutes or half an hour.
Oh, is this gentleman the one who's ahead of me?
Yes, Mr. Morrow.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Morrow, but I have to see Dr. Christian at once. I'm very busy. I'm an impresario, and...
don't worry. Dr. Christian will cure you of that in 24 hours. Why, he's the best...
But that's my business. In other words, I'm a theatrical manager, and I have to
You
see
mean
Dr.
you put on shows?
Yes, I put on shows. I'm here
There was
to
a fellow that came to Rivers End here about 2 years ago. Put on a show. Don't know him, do you?
No.
He did magic tricks. One of his best tricks was sawing a woman in half.
But I...
It was all a fake, though, because I saw her on the street the next day.
If you don't mind.
Well, Otto, what's the delay this time? Am I to be kept sitting in the car all day?
I'm sorry, Sigrid, but Christian is busy. He'll be busy for 20 or 30 minutes.
Oh, but I can't possibly wait for 20 or 30 minutes. It's absurd.
Then you'd better talk to this young lady here.
My dear, if you'll take my name into Dr. Christian, I'm quite sure he'll see me at once. I'm Sigrid Holmquist.
Oh, not Sigrid Holmquist, the singer.
Yes.
And tell Dr. Christian that Miss Holmquist isn't accustomed to being kept waiting.
Otto, will you please leave this to me? Kelly and I should like to see him as soon as possible.
Well, I don't know whether I dare to bother him, but I'll try.
It's Judy. May I come in?
Yes, come in, Judy.
I should have known. It's quite useless to ask you to do anything.
Well, I've been trying, haven't I?
Very trying.
It isn't my fault that the man is busy.
Dr. Christian, how are you?
Well, Miss Holmquist. How delightful to see you.
I wasn't sure you'd remember me. It's been more than 4 years since we met in Minneapolis.
Of course I remember you. How could I forget with your name in all the papers and...
This is Mr. Kaufman. He came out with me from New York.
How do you do, Doctor?
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Kaufman.
He's going to stay until I open my concert tour in the city.
Well. Stand up there and let me look at you. Well, you're quite a different person from the little girl I knew in Minneapolis. What have you been doing with yourself?
Studying, traveling, concertizing. London, Paris, Vienna.
My. Are you on your way to the city now?
Oh, no, my tour doesn't start for 2 weeks. I'm planning to remain here in Rivers End and rest. I've leased the Cronin place.
Oh, you're going to be here in Rivers End? Well, I have someone who must meet you. Mrs. Spears.
Oh, yes, Doctor.
She's the president of the Women's Club. And, Mrs. Spears, this is the famous singer, Sigrid Holmquist.
Oh, you don't know how happy I am to meet you. I heard you at the Metropolitan Opera in New York last winter, in Coq d'Or.
Thank
it was
you.
wonderful.
Thank you so
And,
much.
Mrs. Spears, Mr. Kaufman.
I'm delighted.
How do you do?
Miss Holmquist is going to stay here in our village until her concert season opens.
Oh, why, that's wonderful. I wonder if I dare ask you something, Miss Holmquist.
Oh, go ahead. Even if she says no, she can't say it loudly. She has to be careful of her voice.
Well, we're giving a charity bazaar. I was just talking to Dr. Christian about it, and it would be marvelous if you'd sing for us. Oh, I know it's presumptuous even to ask you, but
When is your bazaar?
Why, 2 weeks from last night.
I'm afraid that would be impossible. Miss Holmquist sings in the city on the following evening.
Oh, Otto, it isn't impossible. There's no reason at all why I shouldn't sing. And it's for charity.
It's for our free nursing service.
You see, Otto? I'll be very happy to sing for you.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye, Dr. Christian.
Goodbye.
Well, I'll be darned.
Oh, Hank, I'm sorry. I almost forgot all about you.
That's all right. I was just listening. You know, she's the funniest girl I ever seen. Why, would you believe it? A second before you came out of your office, she was raving around here madder than a wet hen. And now...
she wasn't really mad, Hank. That was temperament. Sigrid Holmquist is a famous artist.
Do you have to have temperament to be famous?
No, you don't have to, but it's surprising how it helps. Now, let's see. You started to tell me that...
Oh, yes. Well, it's this way, Doc. When I got up this morning, I was fine. Felt real chipper. But along about 10 o'clock,
Yes, Susan?
Sigrid Holmquist is in town.
That's right. She was just in here,
I saw her getting into her car. And do you know who was with her? Otto Kaufman, the impresario. Think of it. Right here in Rivers End, the man who's been responsible for the success of more artists than any other person in America.
All right, Susan, but calm down.
Oh, Dr. Christian, don't you see? This is my opportunity. If I went to New York, he wouldn't even talk to me, let alone listen to me sing. But now he's right here, where I can meet him.
Oh, so that's why you're so excited.
Wouldn't you be if you knew your big chance had come? Dr. Christian, could you arrange to introduce me to him? Get him to hear my voice?
Well, I don't know about getting him to hear your voice, but I'm sure I could arrange for you to meet him.
Will you do that for me, Dr. Christian? Right away? It means so much to me. Everything.
I'll talk to him as soon as I get a chance. But now I'm going to have to ask you to run along. You see, I have patients waiting to see me.
All right, Doctor. You sure you won't forget?
No, I won't forget. I sure have to apologize, Hank, for all these interruptions. You were going to say that...
When I come in, I was going to say there was something the matter with me. But darned if it isn't gone now.
If I may break in for a moment at this point, there really is something the matter with Hank, and something that Vaseline hair tonic will correct. His hair is rough, dry, tousled, and unkempt from constant exposure to the outdoor air. But because Hank works on a farm is no reason he should look any less well-groomed than his city brother. For Vaseline hair tonic is on sale everywhere, in the villages as well as the city drugstores. To improve the texture of the hair and keep the scalp pink and healthy, massage Vaseline hair tonic into it at least once a week and shampoo with a mild soap. Then each morning, instead of slicking it down with water, constant wetting only dries the hair and makes it more unruly, brush a few drops of Vaseline hair tonic into it to restore the sheen and keep the hair in place for the day. This is a quick and easy thing to do. It costs you very little, too, as each bottle of Vaseline hair tonic contains enough for 6 to 10 massages as well as daily grooming. Vaseline hair tonic comes in 2 sizes at 40 and 70 cents. We suggest you try a bottle and see for yourself how its use improves the appearance of stubborn, unruly hair. We take you back now to the story of Dr. Christian with Jean Hersholt, famous Hollywood star, in the title role. The time is 2 weeks later, and we find ourselves again in the doctor's reception room. It is early evening, and the doctor has a caller.
Oh, come in, Susan, come in. Is it still raining hard?
Oh, as hard as ever. I don't think it's going to let up. Dr. Christian, have you talked to Mr. Kaufman yet about me?
No, I haven't, Susan.
Well, you promised me you would.
Well, he hasn't been in town since that day 2 weeks ago. He's been in the city.
He'll be here tonight. It said so in the paper. And it said he'll be flying back to New York day after tomorrow. Oh, I'm so afraid something will happen and I won't get to see him. You'll be sure to introduce me to him this evening, won't you?
Well, aren't you expecting a lot from one interview, Susan? Mr. Kaufman probably talks to dozens of ambitious youngsters every day and engages very few.
But I have something more than just ambition. I can really sing. I don't mean to boast. It's true.
Hello? This is Dr. Christian speaking. Yes, I'll wait. And as I told you, Susan, Mr. Kaufman might be too busy even to listen. Oh, hello, Miss Holmquist. Oh, that's too bad. Uh-huh. Yes, I was wondering if you ought to come out on a night like this.
Oh.
Well, that all depends. It may be only some little temporary condition. Yes, I think I'd better run over and see you. All right, goodbye.
Dr. Christian? You can't let her sing.
What?
You've got to tell her she must stay at home, that she mustn't risk hurting her voice.
What are you talking about?
Keep her at home, and I'll go on. I'll sing. And Mr. Kaufman and those music critics will be in the audience, and they'll hear me.
Oh, now, Susan.
But as long as she has a cold.
But I don't know that she has a cold.
You can tell her so. You can tell her it would be dangerous to sing.
Oh, I can't do anything like that.
Why not? What difference would it make to her? Singing here tonight isn't important to her, but it is to me. Dreadfully important. The most important thing in my life.
No. It's out of the question.
Oh, if I could only make you understand what it means to me. All my life, ever since I was a little girl, I've wanted to sing for Otto Kaufman. But I knew I couldn't. I knew I couldn't get to him. It was just something to dream about. It couldn't ever come true. And now it can come true. It can come true if you'll only help me a little.
I know how you feel, Susan. I've had dreams like that myself. I'd do anything to help you, but
Then give me a break. That's all I ask. Just a chance. She's had her break. Why can't I have mine? Look, Doctor, I've got on my evening dress. I'm all ready. I can step right up on the platform. The paper said she was going to sing Caro Nomi. I know every note of it.
And suppose you fail?
I won't. I won't fail. I can't.
Hello? Yes? Yes, tell Miss Holmquist I'm leaving right this moment. Susan, you be ready if anything should happen.
I'll be waiting, Dr. Christian, to go on and sing.
An hour later, practically every man, woman, and child in River's End was crowded into the high school auditorium to hear the great Swedish-American diva, all unconscious of her indisposition and the little local girl waiting in the wings to take her place. And while we, too, wait with the crowd, I'd like to say a few words about one of the most valuable uses for Vaseline petroleum jelly. Your hands betray your age, and yes, your condition of servitude. In other words, if you are a worker like most of us, your occupation, whether housework or something else, takes its toll of your hands. But don't be discouraged. The most inexpensive remedy for ugly, red, work-roughened hands is a 10-cent bottle of Vaseline jelly. Applied regularly each night and at times during the day, after dishwashing, for example. This familiar home product will help eliminate chapped skin and roughness. Why don't you get a bottle or tube if you prefer and keep it for your own private use? Now I see the crowd is getting impatient. It's past the starting hour for our charity concert.
Oh, there's Otto Kaufmann coming into the hall.
Gentlemen, this evening you're going to hear a great artist, a voice comparable to Jenny Lind. Why, when I first... Oh, good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Kaufman.
Dr. Christian, may I present Montgomery Mason, music critic of the Courier, and Richard Van Dyke of the Times.
I'm glad to know you. Oh, Mr. Kaufman, I wonder if I could see you alone just for a minute.
Judy. Judy.
Oh, hello, Sue. Your dress is lovely. You look so sweet.
Oh, Judy, I'm so happy. I'm going on. I'm going to sing for Mr. Kaufman and those other men. Tonight's the beginning of my career. I'm going to be a great star. Oh, Judy.
Ladies and gentlemen, as usual, I've been picked to do the speech making. Well, this time it'll be brief. However, I have to tell you that this evening Miss Holmquist felt she was catching cold. Now, you all realize how carefully a singer must guard against cold.
Oh, Judy, it's coming true.
With the help of our popular Dr. Christian, however, Miss Holmquist finds she is now able to appear. We owe her a big debt of gratitude. Now, for her first selection tonight, Miss Holmquist has chosen Cara Nome from the opera Rigoletto. Miss Sigrid Holmquist.
friend. I'm so happy to be here. I have your dear, kind Dr. Christian to thank for it. And so for you and him, I sing, I love you truly.
Bows and vanishes behind the curtain, reappears and bows again and again. Finally, the applause subsides, and gradually the enthusiastic audience drifts out of the room until only one person is left, a little girl in a crumpled party dress.
Susan. Susan, my dear child. Oh, Susan, you mustn't take it too hard so. Let me ask you something. Did you like the way she sang?
Oh, she was beautiful, but...
Yes, she did sing beautifully. Much more beautifully than when I knew her 4 years ago. Susan, I want to tell you something about Sigrid Holmquist. Like you, she had ambitions. She went to New York without money, without experience. Day after day, she made the rounds of managers' offices. I most often wouldn't even see her. The few who didn't listen to her said she didn't have a voice. One of them was Otto Kaufmann.
But he discovered her.
Yes, but a long time later. She sang in restaurants, not very good restaurants, and anywhere she could find work. The crowds booed her and made fun of her by the way she dressed and her accent and her highbrow music. And all the time she was saving and pinching so that she could take lessons. Finally, she won a little scholarship. Not much, but enough to enable her to study. For years, her life was a struggle, a fight to make ends meet, to learn languages and diction and opera roles, all the things that are necessary for a great singer, to gain recognition. And you spoke about her getting a break. Do you see?
Yes, I see.
You aren't ready yet, Susan. Someday you will be, but not now. If you had sung tonight and failed, and you would have failed, it might have been that you'd be so hurt that you'd never try again.
Oh, there you are, Dr. Christian.
We have to be going now, Dr. Christian.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed your bazaar as much as we've enjoyed you having us with us. Oh, Miss Holmquist, here's a little girl who got a great deal out of hearing you sing. Susan Miller.
Oh, yes. Yes, I did. Oh, I'm so glad, darling. So, your name is Susan Miller. How sweet. You must come to the city and hear me tomorrow evening. You too, Doctor.
Come backstage, both of you, after the concert. Well, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Miss Holmquist.
Goodbye. Goodbye. And I love all of you.
Ooh, she is a great artist, isn't she? I wonder if after all her success, she still gets a thrill out of singing and still likes to act.
Likes to act? So well that she hardly ever stops.
So we take leave of Dr. Christian, but not of his lovely hometown, River's End. We have one more stop to make, and it's at the home of the local train dispatcher. Oh,
my goodness, the baby.
There. Was his little heart broken? What's the matter, darling? Oh, my little lammy pie. Come to your mumsy. That's a good boy. Did he want to get up? Oh, he's Mummy's fine boy. Oh, so that's what's the matter. Well, you never mind, darling. Mumsy'll fix. Now, let's see. First, we'll take these big safety pins out. There. Now we'll fold this so. Now we'll put this nice, soothing Vaseline borated jelly on his little tender skin. There. We'll spread it all over. Doesn't that feel soft and soothing, son? No more chafing or irritation for you, young fellow. There now. We'll just put these great, big, strong safety pins right in here. And upsy-daisy.
In maternity hospitals and private homes alike, Vaseline borated jelly is the approved product for use in keeping baby skin clear and free from chafing and other skin irritation. Vaseline borated jelly is a combination of Vaseline white jelly and boric acid. Together they make a sterile treatment that is harmless and efficacious. A tube of Vaseline borated jelly should be kept with the baby's things for his exclusive use. When you purchase any Vaseline product, be sure to look for the trademark Vaseline on the package. If you don't see it, you are not getting the genuine article. Prices mentioned on this program apply only in the United States. On today's program, Miss Rosemarie Broncato, brilliant young American star of the Chicago Opera Company, now on an extended concert tour of the United States, sang the role of Sigrid Holmquist. Next Sunday at this same hour, the makers of Vaseline products will present Chapter 5 in the Chronicles of Dr. Christian of River's End with Jean Hersholt, famous Hollywood star, in the title role. Jean Hersholt appears on this program through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, whose picture Heidi, in which Jean Hersholt appears with Shirley Temple, is still playing at theaters everywhere. Arthur Gilmore speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Columbia Workshop presents the third of 26 by Corwin. The People, Yes. Tonight, Columbia is privileged to present a special radio premiere of a section from a new American opera by Earl Robinson and Norman Corwin. This opera, suggested by Carl Sandburg's volume, The People, Yes, is being prepared for Broadway production. And tonight's broadcast marks the first public performance of the section to be heard.
I'm on a walking looking for a steady job. Looking high, looking low, everywhere, looking round, hunting a steady income. Come along, little job, can't you turn up? Come along, little job, where are you at? Come along, little job, any old job at all. Come along. I'm on a walking tour.
If I sound kind of happy, I guess it's because it feels so good to be alive in the spring, even if I am looking for a job. Everything's so new and green and hopeful-like. Been on this walking tour nigh on 10 months. Had some luck, 2 or 3 days' work here and there. Construction job in Akron lasted 3 weeks. Bumped into a lot of different kinds of people, too. Some of the yarns they tell and the things they say would make a book. You know that? A book about people just like you and me. One big story out of a million little stories. Remind me to tell you later about a man named Zeph and the way he explained how people come to be scattered around the way they are. Say, I could tell you things people said to me you wouldn't believe. For example, for instance, there was a lazy cracker who used to loaf around a tobacco field where I worked. He was sprawled out in the grass one day, and I goes over and says, "Pardon me," I says, "how long you been dead?" He raises himself up on one elbow and says,
"I ain't dead, neighbor. Just living slow. Just living at low speed. I suppose you'd say I'm lazy."
Well, I wouldn't put it that way.
Well, I would. I sure am lazy. I'm lazier than any 5 men you ever did see. You know how lazy I am?
How?
Well, I'm so lazy I get up early in the morning so as to have more time to lay around and do nothing.
Now, that may not have struck you funny, but when I told Zeph about that, he near laughed his head off. Any of you folks listening down around Highway 23 in Ohio, you know Pete Sweeney? Has a farm near Chillicothe. Real happy guy he was. Saved himself a little money, had good luck on crops, nice family. I like to see happy people. Wish all people could be happy. Well, maybe there will be someday when they find out a few things and don't let themselves get scattered around. There was no scattering out Sweeney's way, I can tell you that for a fact. The farmers there got together and decided they needed electricity. So they held a meeting, signed a petition, made a lot of fuss and noise, and the sound reached clear to Washington, D.C. And sure enough, after a while, they got their power line. Well, them farmers was proud. Sweeney, he was a smart fella, been to agricultural college. He made up what he called the Maple County Rural Electrification Project song. You should have heard him sing it.
Oh, it's different than it used to be down on the farm. Ever since the farmers got together, we got after our senators to put us in a line. And now we can read by and wash and cook and feed by the power that we got us when they put us in a line. Yep, ever since we got it, we've been doing mighty fine. Yes, it's different than it used to be down on the farm. us some power. Instead of just wishing, we signed a petition. We signed us a petition to get us some power. And now we know all there is to know about a kilowatt hour.
Well, a month after I finished working at Sweeney's, I got a job on a farm in Indiana, working for the widow of a poor farmer named Mrs. Johnson. Drought and grasshoppers cleaned out practically everything she owned. She was a sad woman. Don't know as I ever see such a sad woman. One day I asked her why she didn't buy a cow.
Cow? Had one once. Didn't have no feed to feed her, though. So I sang to her.
You sang to her?
Yeah. Sang to her of the fresh green grass to come.
What happened then?
Well, that was the tune the old cow died on.
Zeph loved that story when I told it to him. Said it was grim humor. You know, sometimes when I couldn't get work and had to travel long distances, I'd hop a freight. Met some interesting guys on freight trains. One night, I run into a real queer duck. He was a tramp. Sweetest guy I ever wanted to meet, but I think he was a little touched in the head. He saw me eating a sandwich I'd saved all day so I wouldn't have to sleep on an empty stomach, and he says to me,
"Can I have some of that bread?"
"This?"
"Yeah. I'm so thirsty I don't know where I'm going to sleep tonight."
What's that?
"Give me some, will you?"
Oh, sure, here.
"Thanks. You know, it's good to have appetite again."
"Why, you been sick?"
"Awful sick. I took so much medicine I was sick a long time after I got well."
What was the matter with you?"
"Trouble with my feet."
"Well, those are pretty fair-looking boots you got there."
"Well, they ain't so bad. But I can never get these boots on, though, till after I've wore 'em a while."
You can't, huh?
"No. Heck, I'm all wrong anyway."
Why? What's the matter?"
"Well, the trouble with me is I tried to get a bird in the hand, and all I got was a horse of another color."
You better have another hunk of sandwich."
"God bless you, my son. God bless you. May you live to eat the hen that scratches over your grave."
Thanks. Well, either that guy was loco in the cocoa, or else I'm getting so I don't understand the American language no more. Some guy. Yep. Well, I hiked clear out the coast before I got another job. Got a week's work in a restaurant washing dishes. Never forget the Chinese cook there. Name was Ah Wing Lee or something like that. Heard me singing a tune one day when things was quiet in the kitchen. I think it was Hand Me Down My Walking Cane. You know how it goes. Hand me down my walking cane.
Yeah, pretty song.
What'd you say?
Pretty. You make pretty music.
Oh, thanks.
That's very nice. I sing too.
You do?
Yes. Old Chinese song. I make up myself.
An old song you made up yourself?
Yes. Old words, no music.
Well, sing it for me, will you?
Yes, I sing.
The fishes go deep in the water.
Fishes go deep in the water.
Maybe
hope.
The birds go high in the air.
Birds go high in the air.
Maybe sharp. Man's heart only is out of reach.
Man's heart only is out of reach.
The heavens may be measured.
The heavens may be measured.
The earth may be surveyed.
The earth may be surveyed. heart of man alone is not to be known. I've thought of that since. Comes back to me times when I'm alone, looking for a barn or an empty shack where I can park for the night. Seems strange there can be so many good-hearted men in the world, real nice fellows. Share their last mess of beans with you, give you a lift, take you out of their way, and yet there's fighting going on with everybody killing everybody else, including women and children who never harmed a flea. Like Zeph told me once, lots of people have dreams and ideas and never get a chance to put into practice, he says. Lots of them. But they never seem to get together with anybody who agrees with them. Zeph says to me, he says, you should have seen this town get together quick when we was threatened by a flood a couple of years ago. Why, we dropped everything we was doing and built a levee so fast you couldn't say Mississippi twice before it was built. When something dangerous all of a sudden threatens us, we forget all our quarreling and work together. Be nice if everybody worked together that way against the slow kind of danger, too. Oh, gosh, here I am giving you what Zeph told me instead of telling you how I come to meet him in the first place. Well, one night I wanders into a river town looking for a job. After buying a cup of coffee, I strolls down the main street and hear some music coming out of the back of a billiard parlor. So I mooches over and stands listening to this man whose name turns out to be Zeph. It was a little while before he noticed me.
He built a road. With other working men, he built a road. Now over many a weary mile, he totes his load. Chasing a job, burden driven on by hunger's goal. Oh, he walks and walks, 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 and tries to figure why he built the road. He built a ship. Oh, hi. You stranger around here?
Yep. Wandering man looking for a job. Oh, don't let me interrupt you.
I won't if you don't feel like it.
You make that song up?
That song? That's nothing. I make up all kinds of songs.
You do,
songs,
huh?
Yeah. Fighting songs, morning songs, Bible songs. You ever read the Bible much, son?
Not much, no.
Well, since you're a wandering man, maybe I ought to sing you the Tower of Babel song. That's from the Bible. That explains how there comes to be so many wandering men like you looking for jobs all the time.
Say, that's something I never could figure out. I'd sure like to hear that song.
Okay, brother. Here, take a chair.
Right.
Well, it happened like this. A long time ago, the people of the earth, with their main camp in Babylon, they wanted to put up a tower. They wanted something proud to look at. So the people from out of town would send back picture postcards of this tower. On the back, they'd be printed, Tower of Babel, tallest building in the world, 60 million feet high. On a clear day, you can see 5 oceans and 6 continents from the top.
Say, wasn't the workers scared to go up that high?
Oh, no. Them workers were the bravest men in the world. And they were happy, too.
How's that?
Because they were getting good wages, short hours, unemployment insurance, sick benefits. And besides, they were doing something for themselves, for the little family of man. See? They were known as the Happy Tower of Babel Workers Association, Mutual Aid Recreational Educational Society, and the Woman's Auxiliary. And they certainly were happy workers. They had bylaws, constitutions, reading
somehow or another, while Zeph was talking, everything seemed to grow dim around him. There was a look in his eyes seemed to light up the place. I could hear music coming up out of the cracks in the floor and from out of the wall.
All for one. And then when they picked out the lot that they wanted to build this tower on, they all come a-dancing to work, carrying tools and supplies and singing like mad.
Six-hour day and a 5-day week. 6-hour day and a 5-day week. Yay, yay, that's the way the good Lord likes to run a job.
And they dance like this. They're stamping and they're shouting and they're trucking, waving their picks and shovels and pneumatic reels and just jiving around Christmas Tide.
Glory on
architect come dancing into the midst of the workers, and his arms is loaded up with a mess of blueprints. Thousands of them.
I got the blueprints. He's got the blueprints. All brand new prints. All brand new prints. 1,002 prints. 1,002 prints. All but a few prints. All but a few prints. Charles Table. Charles Table. Oh, Charles Table blueprints.
Well, the workers just lifted that architect to their shoulders, and they swayed with him in a happy dance. While a big Negro cement mixer, he come a-dancing up in front of the crowd, and he sung them a song.
We got the happy blueprint. We got the happy blueprint blue. 'Cause we're planning things the way we choose. Gonna build a tower to make page one in the Daily News. Page one, page one, page one in the Daily News. Babylon, baby. We got the happy blueprint blue. 'Cause we planning things the way we choose. The way we choose.
Then the architect, he invited the workers to all look at the blueprints. So they rolled them out there on the ground. They all gathered round and they studied them until the whistle blowed for work.
Boys, let's all look at the blueprint. Come on, now, wait a minute.
People of the earth, the family of man, wanted to put up something proud to look at. A tower from the flat land of earth, made for the people to live in. The biggest housing project ever seen. No more slums in Babylon.
Take away the slums from Babylon.
A tower from the flat land of earth, all the world
Put down the board,
along fine, in great shape. Look at this cliff. Everybody just as happy as could be when all of a sudden 3 guys show up. 3 stuffed shirts. They went poking around, uninvited, staying out of the way of the foreman, yes, waiting for the workers who were hurrying in and out of the piles of supplies on in. Finally, they stopped the bricklayer.
I say, bricklayer.
What do you want?
We want to talk to you for a minute.
Can't stop. Gotta work. Big job.
Well, let's try somebody else.
There's a riveter. Take out some money and handle it sort of carelessly. That'll make his eyes pop out.
I say, riveter, how would you like to make yourself some important money?
From who, where, and what for? Listen, riveter, you're too important to this job to be working for the same pay as those other men.
Well, those bricklayers and carpenters aren't in the same class with you.
So what?
So why don't you resign from the Happy Tower of Babel Workers Association? Let us form a Happy Riveters Guild.
Sure, guild. That's much nicer than an association.
We'll make you the president.
Well, what do I have to do?
Well, just get all the other riveters to resign with you.
You'd be much happier working for us. We'll form a big company called the Tower of Babel Corporation Incorporated.
With stockholders and appurtenances thereof. You can be a stuffed shirt like us.
None of them others, no stonemasons and tool dressers and winch drivers will belong?
I should say not. You're way above them.
I am?
They don't even speak your language.
Well, sure they do. We all speak English.
Well, then you better invent some different language. Why don't you riveters all get together and create a language? Call it French.
That's right. Look, it's easy. Parlez-vous, oui, pourquoi, combien, Chevrolet, passé. See? Words like that. Hey, that sounds classy. Qu'est-ce que c'est cela? Hey, that's all right.
Here, take this money. Don't just look it over. Take it.
Okay, thanks. I'll talk it over with the boys. Merci beaucoup. Adéquat.
Well, that was easy. Now, let's get after that carpenter over there. I say, carpenter. Yeah? How would you like to make some real money for yourself?
Well, what for?
Well, you see, you're far too important to be working for the same pay as the others.
Well, what's your proposition?
Well, so the dirty work began. The guys that were bribed, they went in and started wrecking the association. And God Almighty could have struck them dead or smitten them deaf and dumb. But God had a different plan in mind. He let all the stuffed shirts have their way. He let all the languages be shuffled. He wanted it to serve as a mighty memorandum of the sinfulness of pride and the wickedness of breaking up an association. And God said to himself, all right, if they want to talk all different languages, they can go ahead. Too bad. I'm sorry. I'm sad. I guess they're slow to learn. Someday they'll learn. Someday they will learn. That's the way it happened. You never heard such confusion with all kinds of new languages going on at the same time. Dutch, Greek, Eskimo, Welsh, Pig Latin, Czechoslovakian. When a particular bunch, they like the electricians or the plasterers, pulled out of the association, they elected their own officers. You know what? Well, the officers right away, they decided that they were better than the rank and file. So they spoke their language extra fancy. And they said, why, we're speaking the classical mother tongue. And them dopes, they're just talking dialect. That's how dialects happen to be started. Well, you can imagine what happened.
Hey, Pete, let's have the skyhook over this away. Matter, can't you hear me?
Second be doit. You gone crazy, you squarehead? Swing that hook over this way and stop all the palavering. Don't cook.
Hey, Manuel, ora para que la reprisa.
Talk for nicht in China.
Well, so the workers quit the association. They got into all kinds of rows with their fancy new languages and dialects, and so they just pulled out. They quit cold. They couldn't understand each other anymore. 500 ways to say,
Give us a hand.
Changed ways of asking, will you throw me a rivet? Or of saying, what happened to the blueprints? Anyway, as I was saying, the job was wrecked. Some called it the Tower of Babel job, and people gave it many other names. The wreck of it stood as a skull and a ghost, a memorandum hardly begun, swaying and sagging in tall hostile wind, held up by strong friendly. The sandhogs went back to the four corners of the earth. The timbermen went back to the sleepy valley. Stone masons, hard carriers, craftsmen, with their bundles and belongings and their little war, all mumbling, where to now? Don't know. What comes
Well, that was the story Zeph told. It was sad there, the way it ended. Made me realize that I was just like one of them Tower of Babel workers, wondering where to now, what next. But wasn't it nice, that part where all the workers was working together so happy? Gosh. That's the way it's going to be again. I know it in my bones. Just like God said, the people are going to win out someday. And that's a fact. Well, got to get going. Maybe down around your way again sometime soon. If you know of any good job, just let me get at it, brother. Just let me get at it. So long, folks. So long, people.
You have been listening to the premiere performance of The People Yes, a new American opera by Earl Robinson and Norman Corwin, suggested by Carl Sandburg's volume without name. The role of Tom is played by Everett Sloan, and that of Zeph by Burl Ives. Mark Wano conducted the orchestra, and the chorus was directed by Lynn Murray. Musical arrangements by Ralph Wilkinson. The entire production was under the direction of Norman Corwin. Next week at this time, the Columbia Workshop will present the fourth of 26 by Corwin, a new comedy entitled Lip Service and starring the great harmonica virtuoso Larry Adler. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBNF Columbus.
Symphonies of the World. The voice of information and education, the Armed Forces Radio Service, brings you another great concert in its series, Symphonies of the World. And now, here is your concert guide.
The soloist is the young Viennese-American pianist Hilda Sommer, who will perform the concerto in G major by Maurice Ravel. Mr. Herman begins his program with Mozart's Paris Symphony, so named because it was composed for a concert in the French capital while Mozart was there in 1778. It is often the case that a new piece of music shocks its first hearers by surprising them with novel effects. Mozart carefully avoided any such reaction with his Paris Symphony. He was more anxious to make a good impression on the French, so he made sure to conform to their musical fashions. One style dictated that a symphony should properly begin with a decisive stroke played in unison by all of the instruments. Mozart ridiculed the custom, saying, "They merely begin together, much as they do elsewhere. It makes me laugh." But he complied just the same. He was even agreeable enough to write a whole new slow movement, because the director of the concert said the original one was too long and had too many modulations. Still, Mozart was holding an ace to play in the final movement. The finale was expected to begin in the manner of the first movement, with a unison stroke of the bows. Instead, Wolfgang led up to it with a quiet passage of 8 measures, and the audience was delighted. The Symphony Number 31 in D major, Mozart's Paris Symphony. Bernard Herrmann has conducted Mozart's 31st or Paris Symphony as the opening work on this afternoon's concert by the CBS Symphony Orchestra. Our guest artist, Hilda Sommer, now joins Bernard Herrmann in the CBS Symphony to play the piano concerto in G major by Maurice Ravel. Miss Sommer, who became a United States citizen last year, is from Vienna, where she gave her first recital at the age of 11, only 13 years ago. A short time later, she caused a sensation by performing 4 piano concertos in one concert with the Vienna Symphony. The same year, 1938, she came to America to continue her career with steadily mounting success. Miss Sommer has played several times before on CBS, most recently in the Wednesday night series Invitation to Music. Maurice Ravel, inspired by the success of a concert tour he made in the United States in 1928, decided to have a piano concerto for his own use the next time he came here. Back home in France, he isolated himself at his country home for more than 2 years, refusing all invitations and working long hours each day on the concerto. Owing to ill health, Ravel never made that second American tour. The concerto in G major was played instead by Marguerite Long, with the composer conducting at a Ravel festival in Paris in 1932. Perhaps with a view of pleasing his American friends, Ravel included in his concerto some elements, as he said, borrowed from jazz, but only in moderation. This recalls that George Gershwin once played some of his music for Ravel at a party in New York, and then told the French composer he would like to study with him. Ravel, as the story goes, discouraged Gershwin, saying that he might lose his great melodic spontaneity and write bad Ravel. Ravel at first thought of calling his concerto a divertissement. I believe, he said, that the music of a concerto can be gay and brilliant, and that it need not pretend to depths nor aim at dramatic effects. Still, he remarked, it is a concerto in the most exact sense of the term, and is written in the spirit of Mozart and Saint-Saëns. The concerto has 3 movements, the second of which, Ravel said, was modeled after a Mozart quintet. The 2 outer movements are full of gaiety and sparkle, combining the classic spirit with touches of jazz. Hilda Sommer is the soloist now with Mr. Herrmann and the orchestra in Ravel's piano concerto in G major. Piano Concerto in G major by Maurice Ravel has been performed with the Viennese-American pianist Hilda Sommer as soloist. Bernard Herrmann conducted the CBS Symphony Orchestra. One of this country's leading innovators in music is the modern composer of California birth, Henry Cowell. He once attracted universal attention by his use of the so-called tone clusters, which he produces on the piano by such devices as striking, rubbing, or plucking the strings inside the case and punching the sounding board. Cowell is also interested in the conventional music of rural America. A fairly recent work of his is Old American Country Sets, which Mr. Herrmann will now conduct, beginning with a mock serenade, Charivari, then follow a banjo tune entitled Comolyi, a chorale called Meeting House, and finally a brisk corn-huskin' hornpipe.
Once again, we come to the conclusion of another great concert in the series Symphonies of the World. Symphonies of the World was a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Radio Corporation of America presents The Magic Key. The Magic Key turns, opening a program of varied entertainment from Buenos Aires, Ottawa, Canada, Chicago, and New York City. Presented for the families of the nation by the members of the family of RCA. This afternoon, we are to hear Mr. Richard Barthelmess and Miss Jean Muir in a scene from a Pulitzer Prize play. Members of the cast of George Gershwin's Porgy and Bess in a portion of the score of the opera. John B. Kennedy in a special current events feature, which will include a greeting to the American radio audience from the Honorable J.D. Gardner, Canadian Minister of Agriculture, Eddie Duchin and his famous orchestra, Eduardo Donato and his tango ensemble, and the NBC Symphony Orchestra under the direction of Frank Black, playing first Molly on the Shore, a traditional Irish air adapted by Percy Grainger. Within the memory of men now living, the speediest communication between New York and Buenos Aires consumed 27 days. Today, we will make the journey in so many seconds through the facilities of RCA Communications. Each Sunday, this unit of the family of RCA combines with RCA Victor, the RCA Institute, Radio Marine, RCA Radiotron, and the National Broadcasting Company to offer these broadcasts for your interest and pleasure. Our entertainment from Buenos Aires will be provided by Eduardo Donato, prominent young composer whose orchestra enjoys a unique and well-merited popularity in Argentina. The magic key of RCA turns to Buenos Aires and the enchanting rhythms of Eduardo Donato.
Sinatra and his voice from Buenos Aires. The Magic Key returns to Radio City, New York.
The morning following the premiere of George Gershwin's American folk opera, Porgy and Bess, dramatic and musical critics of the metropolitan papers burst into a paean of praise. Gershwin has previously written nothing even remotely approaching the choral passages in this work, the music of anguish and supplication and despair and faith, said one commentator. And another added, Porgy and Bess stands for something significant in the American theater. The folk opera at the Alban was born, not made. Porgy and Bess is superb, a modern masterpiece. The verdict of subsequent audiences has confirmed that of the professional first-nighters, placing Mr. Gershwin's treatment of DuBose Haywood's legend of a Negro community at the head of the list of current musical events. And Todd Duncan, the young professor from Howard University who sings the title role, became overnight a personality in the world of music. This afternoon, the Magic Key of RCA turns to the score by George Gershwin and the voices of Todd Duncan, Ann Brown, Abby Mitchell, and the Eva Jesse Choir to bring you an impression of Porgy and Bess.
Catfish Row, in Charleston, South Carolina, an isolated Negro section which is in effect a private and primitive racial world, a world untouched by the white civilization surrounding it. Picturesque and sharply etched are the colored inhabitants of the street. Sportsmanlike, the peddler of happy dust. Porgy, the cripple whose affliction has given him strength and understanding. The violent and brutal Crown. And Bess, who is his woman. Then, too, there is Clara, wife of Jake the fisherman, who sings to her baby as the afternoon sun bathes Catfish Row in warm, mellow light, because it's summertime and the living is easy. Living goes on in Catfish Row. And with the passage of time comes change. Because he killed a man in a gambling brawl, Crown, the bully, has fled to the Palmetto Swamp, and a new peace has settled on the little Negro community. Bess, turning to Porgy for refuge after Crown's violent departure, learns the meaning of love, and Porgy, heart filled with happiness, pours out his philosophy in song. The love theme is dominant now in the lives of Porgy and Bess, in the development of the opera, among the dwellers in Catfish Row. Today there is to be a picnic on a nearby island, and Bess will go, leaving Porgy to wait for her. It will be the beginning of misfortune. Disaster lies ahead, and the shadow of death. But all unknowing, Porgy and Bess make their avowals of love.
Soft
one outside New York City will see Porgy and Bess for many months. But RCA Victor has made it possible for everyone in every corner of the country to hear its most fascinating moments. Much of the music to which you have just listened, together with several other melodies from the opera, have been recorded on 4 unusual Victor Red Seal records. Produced under the personal supervision of George Gershwin, these records present the distinguished Victor stars Lawrence Tibbett and Helen Jebsen in the principal roles of Porgy and Bess. Played on one of the new RCA Victor Magic Brain radio phonograph combinations, the effect is that of having these great artists performing in the same room. RCA Victor Magic Brain radios are equipped with the Magic Eye plus metal tubes, the greatest advance in radio tube design in 28 years. Stop in at your dealers and be convinced that these new radio sets are the ultimate in clear tone and worldwide reception. The magic key of RCA turns to the suave syncopation of one of America's most brilliant young orchestra leaders. Beginning modestly as the idol of Boston and the Back Bay social set, Eddie Duchin has widened the scope of his influence until his imitators are legion and his admirers constitute a large majority of the inhabitants of the North American continent. For his first group of numbers this afternoon, Eddie Duchin selects the popular hit No Other One, and from the score of Top Hat, the romantic Isn't This a Lovely Day? The Magic Key, opening a world of entertainment, presented for your pleasure and interest by members of the family of RCA, co-workers in the field of radio. Under the baton of Frank Black, musical director of the National Broadcasting Company, the NBC Symphony Orchestra continues with Huldegung's March from the suite Sigurd Jorsalfa by Edward Grieg. Several years ago, the pictures Broken Blossoms and Way Down East made young Richard Barthelmess, still in his teens, a star of silent pictures. Today, with RCA photophone equipment installed in leading theaters everywhere, the silent films have slipped into the past. But the name Richard Barthelmess, emblazoned on theater marquees from coast to coast, is still drawing patrons to the box office. Because he has advanced conscientiously every step of the way from boy actor to leading man, because each new picture furnished fresh proof of his ability to portray character vividly and sympathetically, his popularity with American audiences continues undiminished. This afternoon, Mr. Barthelmess makes one of his rare microphone appearances. Through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, it is also our pleasure to welcome the charming and delightful young actress, Jean Muir, whose latest picture was Midsummer Night's Dream. The vehicle which Mr. Barthelmess and Miss Muir have selected is a portion of Maxwell Anderson's Pulitzer Prize drama, Saturday's Children, and Mr. Barthelmess will himself describe the circumstances of the scene. The magic key of RCA turns to Richard Barthelmess and Jean Muir.
The proverb says, Saturday's children must work for a living. Barbara Halliday was a Saturday's child, and she worked in the same office with Rims O'Neill until they were married. She is private secretary to the proprietor, Mr. Mangle. Then, so it seemed to Rims, it was wrong for his wife to be a stenard to the boss, so they took the little house, determined to run it on one salary. They were supremely happy some of the time, but money troubles constantly harassed them. There were, besides, a host of petty details like pipe cleaners and relatives, meals and dishes, until suddenly it was too much, and in modern fashion they both walked out on each other and the little house. And now, 3 weeks later, Bobby has gone back to her old job with Mr. Mingle and is living, not very happily, in a cheap little rooming house run by the insistently respectable Mrs. Gorlick. Suddenly, in the doorway, Rims appears.
Rims?
I guess you didn't want me to find you.
Oh, I don't mind.
Well, I'll tell you about that first, so you'll know how it happened. I didn't ask anybody where your room was. I followed you home last night.
Followed you? I had dinner with Mr. Mangle.
I know you did. Oh, gee, kid, I've been out of my head. I hung around the office last night to see you. And who did you come out with?
You waited at the office?
Yes.
I didn't see you.
And then he came home with you. He even stayed around a while.
I was just lonely.
He didn't look very lonely to me. I can't stand that. After all, you are my wife.
Oh, that was why you came.
No, it wasn't.
Then what was it?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
That's just what does matter.
Yeah?
Don't you think so?
I don't know.
Well, you might have a chair.
Thanks.
You have a new job out here.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Oh, jobs are all pretty much alike.
What business is it?
Automatic mooring wrenches.
Oh. Are there many of them used?
You'd be surprised. Same salary.
Why, that's marvelous, Ring. To change jobs and get the same salary the first thing. It's marvelous.
Yeah. Not a very nice place here, is it?
It's inexpensive.
It ought to be.
You don't like it?
Well, you're here, of course.
Thanks, Ring.
Oh, say, Bobby, are you really as hard-hearted as all this kind of implies?
When was I ever hard-hearted?
Oh, you know, I came over here all primed to say something, and I'm darned if I know how to say it.
What was it?
Well, I came to ask you if you hadn't had enough of it, and if maybe you wouldn't come home now.
Back to the house?
Where else?
Come in.
There's a package just came to you, Miss Halliday.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Gorlick. It's from Mr. Mangle.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
From Mingle. So he's sending you flowers now, huh? Well, you better open it.
I don't want to.
Sure, open it. Why ruin the flowers? Just on my account.
It isn't flowers. Really something from Mrs. Gorlick.
It's a bolt.
Oh, yes, for the door.
And a hammer and a screwdriver to put it on with. Say, what's the idea?
Well, he said he was going to send me a boat. I thought he was joking. You'll see, when Mangle was here last night, Mrs. Gorlick, the landlady, seemed to think he was a shady character and kept opening the door all the time.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
I suppose he thought it would be funny.
Funny?
I really did want a boat.
Yeah, go right ahead and explain. You're making it better all the time.
You mean you think I haven't any right to let Mr. Mangle send me a boat for my door?
Well, it looks darn funny to me. It is darn funny.
Certainly it's funny. That's why he did it. Don't you see?
Do I see? I'll say I see. I'd better get out of here.
Grim. If you go now, it's the last you'll see of me, as long as you live.
Well, if you don't know enough to keep clear of Mangle, you shouldn't be at large.
That's just the point. I do know enough. Only I'm on my own now, and I'm going to use my own judgment.
Such as it is.
Exactly, such as it is. I'm a free agent, just as free as you are.
Oh, Bobby, don't you care about me anymore?
Yes,
I do.
Well, it's all right about Mingle. Only any time you want a bolt on your door, I wish you'd ask me.
I will. If you're around.
You know darn well I'll be around. Oh, listen, kid. I think we're going to have a showdown right here and now. A fellow gives up a lot when he gets married. As long as he's single, he owns the earth. But when he's married, his money's not his own. He's got to keep on working, whether he wants to or not, and there's hell to pay any time he spends an extra dime. Oh, but honest, nobody ever loved anybody the way I love you. I'm just silly about you. I can't stand being away from you all the time. And about that house, it isn't bad for a little house as houses go.
Any house is bad enough. You see, I wonder if I can tell you. You know what I think a love affair is, Win. It's when the whole world is trying to keep two people apart, and they insist on being together. When they get married, the whole world pushes them together, so they fly apart. I don't want a house. I don't want a husband.
Huh?
I want a lover.
Oh, well. That lets me out.
Does it, dear?
You'll have to leave the door open with gentlemen callers.
Oh. Yes, Rins, I forgot to tell you. The door should be open.
Of course, I understand the gentleman last night was your boss. The old one was your father. I dare say this one's your husband.
Oh, no.
No, and then the door stays open. 10 o'clock. So you know there's no gentleman callers allowed after 10 o'clock.
Mr. O'Neill was just going.
Yes, the gentlemen were always just going. 10 o'clock.
I guess you'll have to go, then.
All right.
Good night, dear.
So we're not married anymore?
No.
Well, all right.
Now we're really free.
I said all right. I don't give a hoop about that.
What do you give a hoop about?
About you little fool. Can't you see it? Don't you see? I can't get along without you.
Well,
and the house is standing there waiting for us.
It'll just have to wait, then. I got you into it in the first place, and you didn't like it, and I didn't like it. Now, thank God we're out of it.
Well, I don't know what you want.
I don't either. I only know what I don't want.
All right, Bobby. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Have all the gentlemen gone?
Yes, Mrs. Gorlick. I'm sorry that all the gentlemen have gone.
Just singing for myself. You try any tricks. I try to run.
I know. A respectable house.
Open the window.
All right.
Wait till I close it. Now where the devil is that bolt? Now bring me that screwdriver, will you, dear?
Here, darling.
I'm going to put that bolt on the door.
The magic key of RCA turns from the dramatic artistry of Richard Barthelmess and Gene Muir to the music of Eddie Duchin and his famous orchestra. Eddie Duchin recalls two of his latest Victor recordings as he plays You Are My Lucky Star and I've Got a Feeling You're Foolin', both from the picture Broadway Melody. The colorful International Livestock Show, held annually in Chicago, is to international agriculture what the World Series is to big league baseball. Today, as this important exhibit is celebrating its opening at the Chicago Stockyards, a keenly interested observer is our celebrated news commentator of the National Broadcasting Company, John B. Kennedy. Equipped with portable microphone and a lively curiosity, he will make us radio witnesses of today's big event in the Midwest metropolis. The magic key turns to John B. Kennedy, speaking from the world-famous stockyards in Chicago.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the 36th International Livestock Exposition under the shining dome of Chicago's new International Amphitheater. Crowds from all over the country gaze upon the world's best-bred livestock, valued at $5 million. Miles of stalls of fatted oxen, huge square-rigged animals, and rows of magnificent horses, drafters of all the breeds. 10 upon 10 of heifers, of sheep, some in overcoats, some with ringlet bangs down their foreheads, like modest old mid-Victorian spinsters. Wethers mildly bleating beside lordly rams with spiral, biblical horns. Electric feed trucks fill the place with a warm odor of fresh milled grain. I just finished a huge steak dinner myself at the Saddle and Sirloin Club, perhaps from a near relative of one of these beeves. So huge a meal that when I entered the show ring, somebody said to me, "Who's showing you?" Here are the finest animal products of American and Canadian agriculture. Remember, Canada won a great many prizes here last year and hopes to win more this year, which seems to me as good a cue as any to introduce a great neighbor, the Honorable James G. Gardiner, Minister of Agriculture for Canada. The magic key takes you to Ottawa.
I appreciate this opportunity to extend greetings to the livestock interests of the American continent. I do so as the representative of agriculture in the government of Canada. Civilization as organized could not exist without a highly developed agriculture. The systematic production of fibrous plants, fruits, vegetables, grain, and livestock, together with the proper servicing and distribution of the product, is essential to the maintenance of a well-balanced and peaceful society. The Chicago International Stock Show is from year to year benefiting agriculture economically through increasing the production obtained from a given effort by improving the breeds. If no other benefit were to come from the show, we in Canada would appreciate its importance and value our participation in it. But this show benefits those of these two countries to an even greater extent by bringing together representative stockmen in a common effort, thus making possible greater and greater cooperation toward the solution of one of the world's greatest problems, namely the feeding and clothing of its people. I hope the show is a great success.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Radio has put the American farm on the crossroads of the world, and you can see and hear that reflected in the eager faces of thousands of farmers here. Exhibitors from the Prince of Wales and millionaires, foreign and domestic, to obscure farm lads from the Corn Belt, all showing the best beasts they could raise. Let's take a look at the blue-blooded Angus Shorthorns with ample brown bodies and fleecy white muzzles from the Prince of Wales's ranch at High River, Alberta. These bulls are so Scottish that they even bellow with a brogue. Here's Charlie Yule, herdsman in charge of the Prince of Wales's entrance for the World's Championship. Charlie, which one of these three beauties does the Prince expect to win the grand prize?
Well, I don't know, but we'd be very pleased to win as we have a very fine bull here.
How many like them as the Prince of Wales got on his 4,000-acre ranch up in Alberta?
175 head.
Well, if the Prince didn't win a prize last year, Charlie, here's hoping he has better luck this time. May the best bull win.
Wait a minute. We didn't win the grand here, but we won first and second prizes.
Thank you, Charlie. The Prince is a good sport to come back to try for a prize again. Whoa! Whoa! What's that sound, gentle listener? That's a hog caller on his top note. And here are hundreds of hogs. They're sleek and bristly, sharp snout and blunt snout. One huge Berkshire. A real country gentleman, by sneering at a neighboring Duroc, as if to say, well, who did you ever lick? And here are sleek, hairless, curly-tailed pink pigs. The three little pigs, all grown up and no longer afraid of the big bad wolf. Professor John Fargo of the University of Wisconsin is an expert on ham and hogs. I'm just a hick in reverse from the big city, Mr. Fargo. To tell these hogs apart, I simply couldn't do it. They all look alike. How do you tell the difference?
It depends on how they vary in length, depth, and thickness.
Where are the pork chops on this big fellow here?
Well, now, where do you think they are? I'll show you on this pig. They're here between the hips and the shoulders. And look at those hams, thick and juicy.
Yes, I wonder, how much does that hog weigh?
About 300 pounds.
And how much of that can we eat?
220 pounds.
And what happens to the rest of the hog?
They use that for many different purposes.
Oh, I see, on the old stockyards principle that they use all of the hog but the squeal.
Yes, they use even the squeal nowadays over the radio.
Thank you very much, Professor Fargo. I saw a dour and dependable Scotch judge look over 1,500 beautiful beef animals, perfect shorthorns Angus, brought to the show by American youngsters, sectional prize winners and members of the 4-H's, an agricultural organization meaning health, happiness, heart, and hands. These animals all were well cared for, their hides shining, even their hair from head to tail mopped, nicely marcelled. Why, they've even got a bath for bulls up here. Miss Marjorie Fry, 18-year-old beauty from Peoria, Illinois, who would make as big a hit in Hollywood as here, she's won several prizes with two beautiful black steers. Marjorie, tell us, how long have you fed those steers?
Oh, I got them a year ago when they were just tiny calves.
Are you going to be a livestock raiser from now on, Marjorie?
Well, until I get the money I need for something else.
And what might be for something else, Marjorie?
A college course in dramatics and journalism.
Good luck to you, Marjorie. Here's a raiser of champions, folks. 14-year-old Vincent Baker of Edmond, Wisconsin, with his Hercules Marshall. Hercules won the junior championship, and now he's crowned king of all the cows.
Wait a minute. Hercules isn't a cow, it's a steer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vincent. How long did you rear Hercules?
I paid $30 for him when he was 2 months old a year ago.
And now he's worth his weight in steak?
I hope so. Anyhow, I'm glad I won.
Yes, and Hercules may go through to take a grand prize.
Well, a boy from these parts won the grand prize last year.
You don't say so. Get Hercules to say something to the radio audience, Vincent.
Okay.
Why, Vincent says Hercules is too modest. He won't talk when he wants him to.
He bellows when I don't want him to.
Well, he has a right to be temperamental. A champion can afford to be temperamental. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, with these thousands of youngsters, our American farmers of tomorrow, and this grand panorama of American agriculture at its very top, here more than anywhere I have ever been, is the flavor and force of a great country. The magic key turns to take you to New York. From Radio City, Frank Black leads the NBC Symphony Orchestra in Los Toros, from the Lefaria Suite by Lacombe.
members of the family of RCA are eager to help make your Christmas holidays happy ones. Will there be an RCA Victor in your home this Christmas? There can be, for RCA Victor manufactures radios and radio phonographs for every purse and purpose, and they can be purchased on an easy payment plan. Write to RCA Victor for a beautiful 24-page catalog showing all of the RCA Victor instruments in full color. It will help you choose the instrument you want in your home on Christmas morning. For an RCA Victor is the gift that keeps on giving. If you have friends at sea, a Christmas message via Radio Marine will cheer them on their journey. To your friends in the United States or any one of the 47 foreign countries of the world, RCA Communications will be glad to deliver your Christmas greetings. Radio technicians will put your radio set in good working order so that you may better enjoy the Christmas radio program. The National Broadcasting Company is planning a number of special Christmas programs for your entertainment. We cordially invite you to be with us next Sunday when the Magic Key turns again and members of the family of RCA will present Leopold Stokowski and the Philadelphia Orchestra in a distinguished musical program of a special interest. Milton Cross speaking for one of the members of the family of RCA, the National Broadcasting Company.
Rock presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Bing Crosby and Ann Blythe in The Emperor Waltz. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Undoubtedly, the outstanding personality in the entertainment world today is our star tonight, Bing Crosby. First in song, first on the screen, and first in the hearts of his fellow Americans. Bing is here to bring you one of his greatest Paramount hits, The Emperor Waltz. With Bing, we present the lovely Ann Blythe as his co-star in this lively, romantic story of old Vienna. It's pure entertainment from the moment the American traveling salesman meets the beautiful countess until they both meet a happy ending. And, of course, it's full of the songs that delighted film audiences everywhere. You know, it's the audience that makes a picture a success. And it's the same way with a product like Lux Toilet Soap. Famous for years as the complexion care of beautiful women, Lux Soap has now made another hit with a big bath size. And here's the signal for the curtain to rise on The Emperor Waltz, starring Bing Crosby as Virgil Smith and Ann Blythe as the Countess. Vienna, some 40-odd years ago. In the study of his palace, Emperor Franz Joseph has just received some visitors. General von Stolzenberg, his daughter, the Countess Johanna, and his daughter's dog, a French poodle named Scheherazade.
Come in, General, come in. Don't stand there. Sit down.
Your Majesty.
My dear Johanna, sorry I can't kiss your hand. Bad cold, full of germs. Oh, how are you, Scheherazade? What pretty ribbons you're wearing today. Well, General, you know why I've sent for you?
If it's about that girl at the Opera House, I definitely did not promise her the lead in Aida.
Girl? Opera House? Now what have you done?
Me? But, Your Majesty, I really...
You'd better be quiet, Father, before you really give yourself away.
I sent for you, Johanna, to discuss a marriage.
Marriage? But, Your Highness...
The Russian Duke, sire? The one with all the money?
Don't be absurd.
A match, Your Honor, that means a great deal to me. I've given it infinite thought, my dear. Studied the bloodlines on both sides. One could not ask for better. Thank you, sire. I have raised Your Honor to realize that blood comes first. What pleases me most is that both lines are prolific.
Prolific, Your Majesty?
I anticipate superb offspring. Oh, it will warm my old heart to see the little things crawling about. Great honor, a great honor. If there are 5, I shall want 3. Is that asking too much?
Your Majesty.
Now, don't quibble. If it'll give the Emperor any happiness. I think the union should be brought about as rapidly as possible. You see, spry as he is, the bridegroom is rather an elderly gentleman.
How old, Your Majesty?
12.
12?
But what possible difference is it? 12. On the 7th of September. Now, I suggest that the nuptials take place in my kennels. Kennels? With all that barking going on?
Oh, Father, the Emperor's talking about the poodles. His Majesty's dog, Louis, is asking for the paw of Scheherazade in marriage.
Well, of course. I'm no fool.
Scheherazade, did you hear? You're engaged.
My dog Louis and I will expect you tomorrow at my hunting lodge in the mountains.
We're most honored, Your Majesty.
Think of it, Your Honor. Why,
Forgive me, Your Majesty, but you must take cover at once, sire.
Now, what's going on?
There's an assassin in the palace. The captain of the guard says he's got a bomb.
Oh, dear, this constant hiding gets to be such a bore.
Don't be alarmed, Your Majesty. We're closing in on the villain right now. He's surrounded down there in the courtyard.
Break it up. What's the matter? Release the fabric here. What are you trying to do? What's the big idea? How come you guys want to chase me out of the palace? I got a pass. See? Signed here by the Royal Chamberlain. We've got him, Lieutenant. You can call off the cavalry. You crazy or something? Now, what'd you do with my box? And let go of my dog, you dog, you. Never mind, Buttons. We'll file suit first thing in the morning. Captain, we dropped the box in the pond, but it may still explode. Oh, is this the Emperor's palace or a loony bin? Or where am I? This pass. Virgil H. Smith, eh? Yeah. It says here you came as a potentate. Mm-hmm. Well, are you a potentate? No, I may have stretched things a little, but I'm a Shriner, all right. Dues paid up through January. You're an anarchist, that's what you are. I'm not. I'm a Presbyterian. Another lie. It says here you're a salesman. Left traveling salesman. Isn't it for a Presbyterian Shriner potentate salesman? Now you're trying to... I am also a registered Democrat, a junior member of the Chamber of Commerce, a family absurd... Not so fast now. I gotta talk fast. If I don't, my sample's gonna rust in that first fish pond. Yeah, show 'em where you are. Fish. You got me all upset. I don't know what I'm talking about. The thing there is no bomb. I never saw such a bunch of ignoramuses. What's the matter with you anyhow? Bomb. Look, I'll get the box out of the water myself. Will that help you? I'll even open it myself. Maybe that'll convince you. Stand back, Ben. If it goes off, it'll save the expense of a hanging. Look, he's winding up the box. He's winding it. Well, it's a little damp, fellas, but it may still work now. I attached the little horn, Buxley. Horn? Why, that looks like an ear. Oh, don't be silly. Okay, Buttons. Cock your head now. Look in the horn. There you are, fellas. Huh? Don't you recognize the trademark? You don't get it, huh? You're all playing infield around here, I guess. Well, this box is an invention. It's a talking machine, a phonograph. A new kind of American thingamabob. Here, watch this. We have a record. We place it on the machine. We drop the needle, and we're in business. Here she goes, boys. Listen now. Get yourself a phonograph. You'll get yourself a girl. When you start a record playing, introduce yourself by saying, let's swirl. Get yourself a phonograph. How can you ever miss? Let the needle help you wheedle a kiss. And when she hears the music, how romantic she'll become. A serenade that's ready-made for an insignificant sum. Get yourself a phonograph. Just give the crank a whirl.
It's a wonderful invention and attracts so much attention. And of course you heard me mention that you get yourself a girl. Well, there you are. Convinced? Doesn't convince you, huh? Well, let me back in the palace. I'm trying to see the Emperor anyhow.
He has enough worries without listening to that.
All right, Lieutenant. Turn the prisoner over to the royal chamber.
It's all right, Your Majesty. You may come out now.
Well, what was it this time?
A false alarm, sire. An American salesman. Don't worry, I'll dispose of him immediately.
The dogs, Your Majesty. We were making the final arrangements.
Scheherazade and I will leave in the morning, Your Majesty.
Yeah, I'll escort them myself. And I may personally guarantee Your Highness a most glorious living. I know it. I know you're the royal chamberlain. You're the boy who lined up the appointment for
I
me.
tell you, we have changed our minds. Now, out the gate.
Now, listen. Steady, Chubby. I came here to put my talking machine over, and I'm going to. You understand? I'm going to sell 5,000, 10,000, 20,000.
Not in Austria, I
What
assure
a
you.
bunch of dusty old aunties you got around here. Why, you wouldn't have put in electric lights, only the Emperor did. You wouldn't have bought an automobile, only the Emperor did. Well, he's going to buy the first talking machine, you see, and he's going to endorse it. And when he does, you just watch the sales skyrocket. Ho, 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 up they go.
One more word and you're under arrest.
Viennese charm. Okay, Buttons. All right. Tell you one thing. If you ever see me order Wiener Schnitzel again, you can spit in my eye.
Hey, Buttons, here now. Back here. Didn't say we had to run out. No.
What's the matter? What's the matter with you,
Over there, that other dog. She belongs to the Countess. Call back your dog. Call him back.
Hey, Buttons. Hey, here. Here, Buttons. Here, boy. Come on, boy. Lay off the rough stuff now. You hear me? Here
Quick, get in the coat. Oh, my poor Scheherazade. Did he frighten you?
Hey, come back here. What'd you do to my dog? He's bleeding. Hey, stop. Who do these people think they are?
They are His Excellency Baron General von Stolzenberg, and his daughter, the Countess.
Yeah, well, where do they live?
In the Stolzenberg Palace and Stolzenberg Square, naturally.
That's a lot of Stolzenberg, isn't it? Don't tell us to get out again, because we're getting. Come on, Buttons. Let's have a look at that paw.
You rang, sir?
Yeah. Does a black dog live here?
I beg your pardon.
A French poodle, black, about so big. You tell her she's got to see a man about a dog.
It's all right, Franz. I'll dispose of him myself.
There they are, Buttons. There they are.
Let me keep that animal on its feet. Sit down, Scheherazade.
What's the idea of just running off before down there? You saw what happened. Your dog bit my dog.
Your dog annoyed my dog, and take off your hat.
Look at his paw. See, it bled for half an hour all over my rented suit.
Don't let him upset you, darling. What is it you want, money?
I want a saliva test. I want it right now.
Oh, what?
Saliva test. Your dog may be mad. That silly-looking beast might have the
Oh,
rabies.
thank you not to use such vile words when you talk about her.
Well, have you watched her lately for symptoms? Has she been frothing at the mouth? Has her bark sounded creepy?
My dear man, my veterinarian goes over Scheherazade twice a week from snout to tail.
Oh, listen, any mutt can get
And
rabies.
stop referring to her as a mutt. Have you ever heard of bloodlines? Hers goes back to the 18th century.
Huh. Buttons goes back to as far as they've been having dogs.
Her father belonged to the Tsar of Russia.
Oh, you don't say.
Her mother to the Infanta of Spain.
Well, Buttons' ma belongs to a milkman in Jersey City, and his father... Oh, well, his father, you got me there, huh?
Furthermore, Scheherazade has just become betrothed to the dog of his Emperor Franz Joseph.
Yeah? Well, Buttons' brother helps a kid named Stinky O'Hara deliver newspapers, and his sister was making an honest living as a watchdog until she had a little run-in with the Jersey Central Railroad.
How really fascinating.
If your poodle is so darn classy, how come she doesn't know better than to go around biting a nice little dog like Buttons? See, all he did was go up to her and say, how do you do?
Yes, thrusting his ugly, ill-bred little face right into hers.
And for that she bit him?
Certainly.
And she was right?
Well, there are such things as class distinction, you know. If the lowbred has the impertinence to come so distastefully close, well, What can he expect but to be bitten?
Oh, is that so?
It is.
Okay, let's see.
You kissed me.
Yeah. Now go ahead, bite me. Well, what do you got to yap about? I told you what happened. The Emperor's up here in the mountains. See, it said so in the newspaper. If we're going to sell him a talking machine. Well, I thought you'd like it up here. All these trees and things.
You there. Where are you going?
Why? What's the matter? Road closed?
It is to you. These grounds where the Emperor goes hunting.
Oh, he's hunting now, huh?
His Majesty hunts only in the morning.
But right here in the woods, huh?
He goes down this road and through the gorge. And no spectators. And no spectators.
I heard you the first time.
Your first time.
Hey, Buttons, get a load of that echo. La, la, la. La, la, la. La, 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 la. Oh, that's those wonderful acoustics. What do you say, Buttons? Let's hit him with the full treatment, huh? If you feel a song, then let the song begin, and you'll find the friendly mountains joining in. Joining in. Joining in. Joining in. Loosen up your pipe, and brother, you can bet it's as pretty as a barbershop quartet. Say you think the lead, and you think you're all alone, but you find you've got a tenor, bass, and baritone.
Don't be impatient.
I tell you, Your Honor, the dog's not well. Just feel her nose. She's running a temperature.
Don't be
hysterical. Don't you realize what this means to me? What if she gets a cold or distemper? Oh, heaven forbid.
Oh, all right. Let's rest for a moment. Stop here, driver.
Yes, down. Just breathe this delicious air, Scheherazade. Oh, Annie, what is it?
She's running away.
Scheherazade, hustle up the song.
What's eating you? What's the matter, Buttons? Hey, now, the song ain't that bad. Come back here. Here, boy. Here, Buttons.
Scheherazade, she's fighting. He's killing her.
Buttons, cut that out. Cut it out. You hear me? Let her alone.
Call up your dog. Call him off.
What's the matter with you, Buttons? Here, now. Down there, boy. Quiet. This is. Why, first thing you know, You.
This is outrageous.
Small world, huh?
Are you following me?
No. Are you?
Why, this is the same objectionable American, isn't it?
I'll take care of him, Father. You take Scheherazade back to the coach.
Oh, yes. I'll give her some brandy.
As for you, exactly what are you doing here?
Well, they don't pay my expenses just to climb mountains and yodel. I'm here on business. Got to see the Emperor.
At His Majesty's request?
Let's not get technical about it.
Then how do you expect to see him?
Oh, he's going to see me or hear me, or rather, he's going to hear my talking machine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, every day, I find out he goes out coon hunting or something out here, and one of these fine mornings, I'll hide behind a tree or something, get my talking machine all set, and suddenly, da-da-dee-doo-doo-doo.
And then?
Well, once he gets to listen, it'll be a cinch. He'll say, how come that beautiful doggone band is up here playing in these little bitty old doggone foothills of mine?
That's what he'll say.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I shall pop out from behind my tree and I'll say, Emp, that's no band, that's a phonograph. Come on over here, see for yourself.
Very clever. Only it won't work.
Why not?
Because you will not be hiding behind any tree. Because no tradesman can be allowed to presume on the Emperor of Austria. And because you're going straight back to the inn, pack your things and leave immediately. You and that miserable dog of yours.
Well, who's going to make it?
The police.
Like funny. Well, I'm an American citizen. He's an American dog. I got a passport. He's got a dog license.
And if you don't leave voluntarily, I'll see that they throw you out.
Now, you try anything like that, and you're going to get into a peck of trouble. Don't you forget that Teddy Roosevelt still carries a big stick.
Who carries what?
You start a mad with me, he'll have the Rough Riders over here so fast make your head swim, boy.
You honor. Get back here at once. Scheherazade is fated.
And the Army will be here, too, and the Navy and the Marines, you understand? And don't forget, we're building a little thing called the Panama Canal.
Just what do you